All right, John, we're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and welcome to the last meeting of 2021 of the Mineland Reclamation Board, the December, what is this, the 14th meeting? And I call the meeting to order. Do we need a roll call? I don't know how many are here. Do we need a roll call? Go ahead and would you call a roll, please?
Okay, so John Singletary.
Here.
Mel.
I'm here and schools are on a 2-hour delay up here, so I apologize. I may need to step away, 10:30 for a bit to get down to the bus stop.
Thank you. Let's see here. Ms. Duncan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Nelson. Oh, hold on. Here she's popping in right now. How about Mr. Labata?
Yes, I'm here.
And Mr. Ortiz.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And let's see here, Ms. Nelson. I see she's here, so. You're good to go.
Okay. With that, I would ask for a motion to approve the November 2021 minutes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Let me see here. I guess we really don't have any, continuations or withdrawals. Is that correct?
We do have a continuation, and let's see here. Hold on just a second. I was going to pull that up here. Let's see. So the continuation is item. Oh, sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. Thought I had it up here. There it is. Item number 5 has been continued.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded, and that is the enforcement hearing. Is that correct, in Quebec?
Let's see here.
Is that correct?
It's a consent agenda item for Colorado Quarries, Inc.
Kemi, the one that's being continued and stuff is an enforcement out of.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, it is. I thought he was wondering which item we were on. So.
No, yeah, I know that. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, the same sign. Hearing none, the continuance is passed. The motion to continue is passed. With that, I'd like to have a report from the executive director and then followed by the division director.
I was on mute. I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Director Brannon, Tim Mock, Deputy Director with the Department of Natural Resources, a couple of executive office updates here. One, you may have saw in the news at the end of last week that the U.S. Board of Geographic Names voted to change the name of Squaw Mountain, located in Clear Creek County, to Mestehe Mountain. The Naming Advisory Board for the state, which provides recommendations to the USBGN, is continuing to meet tomorrow, and then shifts its meeting schedules to the third Tuesday from 6 to 8 p.m. For the foreseeable future. As you all can tell right here, the Department of Natural Resources and its boards and commissions have moved to remote meetings right now due to COVID-19 cases. We expect to continue to be virtual through at least the end of January. DNR's legislative agenda has been set here. We are working on the reauthorization of the Habitat Partnership Program, which was created in the 90s to reduce wildlife conflicts, particularly those associated with forage and fences. And in this reauthorization, we expect to expand access to HPP funding across the state. We're also working on the reauthorization of the non-game species tax checkoff. You all are familiar with that. It's to reauthorize the ability to donate tax savings to benefit non-game species across the state. And then we've got a placeholder to work on the forthcoming search and rescue working group recommendations, should those need some legislation. Also, the legislature will be working through the remaining $2 billion of the ARPA stimulus funds from the federal government. We still may be looking at receiving some funding via that mechanism. Next update here, we've got the wolf restoration and management plan is continuing to move forward. Yesterday and today, the stakeholder advisory group, the SAG, and the technical working group, the TWIG, are meeting jointly down at 6060 Broadway. This is the first time the two advisory groups will or have met, working on a handful of topics, including wolf restoration, wolf management, livestock interactions, engagement, education, and outreach. State Land Board, Affordable Housing Gorman and Company was recently awarded the LIHTC tax credits for their proposed 150 unit affordable housing project in the Arista community in Broomfield. As a result of this award, Gorman will close on the acquisition of a 6-acre parcel from the Land Board on which the project will be constructed. Also, in lieu lands, on November 19th, the BLM published a decision record, the final step in the process of transferring roughly 17,000 acres of land and associated minerals from the Bureau of Land Management to settle the 140-year-old in lieu lands debt to the State Land Board. These were lands that were due at the formation of the state of Colorado. And we've been working on this for nearly the last 10 years. Colorado Water Plan update, it continues to move forward. The CWCB plans to complete a draft by June 30th, 2022, and followed by a 90-day public comment period. The plan will be delivered to the governor by December 2022, and there are plenty of opportunities to comment or participate in the formation of that plan. You can visit the CWCB's website. And that concludes my report. If there's any questions, I'm happy to entertain them. Thank you.
Could you enunciate once again the name of that new mountain for me?
Yes, it's Mount Mestahead.
Mestahay?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Thank you.
It means owl woman in the Cheyenne language. Owl woman was married to the Bent family of Fort Bent and worked on negotiations between settlers and the tribes. She was also inducted in 1985 into the Colorado Women's Hall of Fame.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the executive director? Hearing none, Jenny, it's you're on.
Okay, Ginny Brannon, Division Director. Good morning, everybody. Folks, at 1313, I'm going to be in for our hearings. It is windy downtown, and I tried once to walk in, and a gust of wind almost took me off my feet. And for those of you who are new to this family, I suffered a fairly severe head injury 2 years ago, and I can't afford to fall down. So I had to come back and regroup, and I'll just take a lift in. It's really, really windy downtown. So what I have to report is we have at the Colorado coal mine, is a surface coal mine up in Moffat County. And some employees there noticed an orange glow in the night. So they called us. So we went out the next morning. This was just last week. And sure enough, an underground fire at the old Axial mine, the historic coal mine, combusted and was burning. Surface temperatures were running about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So, so starting Monday, we had a contractor, boots on the ground, working on mitigation and maintenance. So we'll continue that until we have it contained. one of the great things about the infrastructure bill is it's really going to give us a dose of funds that is going to allow us to, do more than maintain and mitigate, but actually possibly extinguish some of these coal mine fires that are from the historic mines. There's about 33 of them around the state. And, of course, when we get into wildfire season, they love to communicate with wildfires. Sometimes they start wildfires. And then if there's a wildfire nearby, they love to communicate back and forth. That happened near the Trapper coal mine last year, during last year's season. So we're excited to be able to do a lot more on that front. The other thing I have is we have 2 new rock stars that have joined the DRMS family. And they are both going to be both coal and minerals. So this is part of our merging of the 2 programs, and having environmental protection specialists who do permitting and investigations and enforcement on both coal and minerals. And one is Connor Drinkard, and he has a BS from CSU in Natural Resource Management, and also a BS in Environmental Economics, and then managed, why not, to pick up also a minor in Sustainable Water. And he's been a research assistant for the Forest Service and also worked for the Office of Policy Analysis for the Department of the Interior in Washington, D.C., doing NEPA work. We also have, he'll be on Jared Ebert's team. And then we have also Nikki Gagnon, and we poached her from the State Land Board. And she has a BS in Environmental Science from CU, a master's in Environmental Policy from DU. She's worked extensively in soils, water, and land use management, and she'll be on Jason Music's team. So welcome to both of them. We're excited to have you, and I think you'll enjoy being part of the DRMS family. Once you're part of the DRMS family, you never leave. So that's all I have, unless people have any questions or comments.
Jenny, when are you going to know about the proceeds that could be utilized for what you're talking about with the mining repairs that we make? Are you going to know about that soon, or
Yeah,
is there a plan? Have we got a plan to have we got places prioritized,
Yeah, we absolutely do. We're hoping, the bill's passed Congress and signed by the president, so we're hoping to get those funds. It's looking like for us, it's going to be about 10 million a year for 15 years. That's a lot. That's for that program.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. And our first focus is going to be any coal mine fire that has the most likelihood to have a relationship with a wildfire, to be in wildfire territory, that kind of thing. So yeah, we're chomping at the bit, but in terms of exact timing, I'm not sure. The feds.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good to have that. We need to watch those mines that could negatively impact our streams as well.
It's absolute.
As the fires, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Any questions of Jenny? If not, we'll move on the agenda. I see we have the Colorado quarries is on the consent agenda. Do I need I think I need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved. I need a second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda by saying aye. But before you do that, are there any questions about the issue on the consent agenda? Any questions, any of the board members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there an aye vote? All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. You know, Cammie too, keep me in touch about anybody that might want to make public comment during the day, because we certainly don't want to exclude anybody. And if there's anybody there now, let me know.
Okay, I will for sure. Thank you.
Cammie, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
I'm here.
All right, moving on to, pardon me? The wind's blowing pretty bad here. I'm having trouble hearing, but anyway, we'll go to board action 6. Craig Howe, read it in Mesa County. And that is Amy, I guess, temporary cessation with Amy.
That one's me. Let me get my screen so I can share for you guys.
And, you know, we may all have challenges, like right now, the wind's really blowing at my place here. So just let us know.
Okay. If there's a way to get rid of this guy real quick. Okay. Okay. Can you guys all see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Members of the board, Mr. Chairman. My name is Amy Eldell. I'm an EPS out of the Grand Junction field office. And today before you, I have a matter for the October ore reclamation, or October ore pile reclamation, permit number M 2008-050 Nubemco LLC. Oh, do we need to get sworn in real quick?
Yeah. And Anthony, were you recusing for this one?
No.
No. Okay.
Does somebody need to make a motion or?
I can't,
Yeah,
I'm
Mr.
having real trouble hearing. Somebody's gonna have to speak up. I didn't hear you, Chuck.
Oh, John, we just need to swear everybody in. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Can we do that? All those that are gonna testify on this issue, please let Chuck, would you swear him in?
Sure. Do you, everyone who's,
I mean, I will, if everybody can hear me. I'm just having trouble here. All those that are gonna testify, do you swear to tell the truth and recognize yourself if you are gonna testify?
I do.
Yes.
Paul Szilagyi, yes.
Craig Howe, yes.
Yes.
Russ Means, yes.
That it? I guess then we can go on.
This is Anthony. I guess I do need to recluse myself for this item.
Okay. Anthony, you're on the record as recusing yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
Anthony, we'll let you know when to call back in when it's done.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Am I good to go now?
You bet.
All right, like I said, my name is Amy Eldell out of the Grand Junction field office, and this is a hearing for the October ore pile reclamation permit number M 2008-050 operated by Nubemco LLC. And just as a reminder, I did revise the presentation form. There was one originally included in your board packet. However, I had an incorrect date. So you're going to go off of the new revised one that says revised off the top, and it is dated December 10th when it comes to, you know, reading everything off at the end. Okay, so the nature of the hearing. This hearing is for consideration of request by Nubemco LLC for a second 5-year period of temporary cessation. The site is located approximately 4 miles south of Gateway, which I don't know if you guys can see my cursor. That's Gateway. Go straight south. Here is the October ore pile, and it's also 4 miles east of the Utah border, and the site is located on BLM. This is a more zoomed in screenshot from Google Earth. The access road comes in from the top center of the photograph on the north side of the pile. The pile is that bare spot in the middle that you can see of the screen, and it is approximately 70 feet wide by 130 feet long and probably about 10 feet tall. The permit itself is about a ½ an acre of land that includes the stockpile and the access road. And the actual October mine where this material came from is located just off the screen to the south. And that's the source of where everything came from, but that's not included within the permit itself. And next are a few photos from my inspection that I conducted in November. This is driving in towards the south from the access road, which is a little 2-track road. And the ore pile is on the left-hand side of the screen, kind of behind those trees. This is looking at the pile straight due east. And then this is looking off towards the northeast corner of the pit. It's hard to see, but there are actually straw wattles that go all around 3 sides of the pit, or of the pile on the northeast and south side. They're just kind of, they blend in with the leaves a little bit. The pile itself is pretty rocky with some limited fines. And there is some vegetation established on it, but it's primarily limited to hardy shrubs and annuals. Okay. Next, we have the chronology. And so on November 1st or November 8th, 2021, DRMS conducted a site inspection with the BLM. As I said, the site is located on BLM land. No problems or violations were noted during the inspection, and overall the site appeared to be stable and in similar conditions as compared to previous inspections. On November 12th, 2021, the division received the TC request from the operator for the second period of temporary cessation. On November 15th, 2021, the division sent out the notice of completeness for the revision, and the division also sent notices to the county as well as BLM, which in this case is the landowner. On November 30th, 2021, the division issued its board packet or memo, which includes the board documents for you guys. And then just a future date for you to have out there, that the first period of temporary cessation will end on December 27th, 2021. So it worked out pretty good timing wise that we have a decision prior to the expiration of whether or not they get to keep going. Next, a summary of the permit and kind of general activities on site. The operator has submitted their annual report, map and feed to the division as required every August. And is in compliance. After the November 2021 inspection, I recalculated the bond and found that the $18,212 currently held by the division is adequate to complete reclamation as required by the permit. Next, the operator continues to maintain the site by controlling noxious weeds. And lastly, the operator is in the process of obtaining other necessary permits. Currently, they have applied for a non-milling license under the Radioactive Materials License Division of CDPHE. Last I spoke with CDPHE, the agency is still reviewing their application, and they have to first review it to determine the appropriate license category before they can address the specific license process and the requirements. If the board has more specific questions regarding the license with CDPHE, I would like to let them defer those questions to the operator after they give their presentation, since they're going to know all the ins and the outs of that permitting process more so than the division would, obviously. But in general, for DRMS, this is a reclamation only site. So if they do get a permit through CDPHE, the operator is aware of their additional permitting requirements they're going to need to do in the future to make those future activities happen. And basically at the end of the day, the operator just needs more time to let the permitting process play out so that they can see what options they do have available to take care of that stockpile on site. Lastly, based on the requirements of the rules, staff would like to provide the board with the division's recommendations. And so the staff would recommend that the board approve the second continuous period of temporary cessation. The requests meet the requirements under Rule 1.13.5 Parent 3, which state that the existing financial warranty is adequate to cover the reclamation liability. A reasonable explanation for why commencement of operations has happened was provided, and a cleared continued commitment to the conducting mining operations. Next, pursuant to Rule 1.13.5 Parent 4, staff conducted an inspection on November 8th, 2021 as required. This permit file does not reflect any complaints against the operation, and the division did not receive any comments from the landowner or the county regarding this request. And so far, the staff has not received any comments from any parties. And so lastly, if anybody from the board has any questions, that's all I got.
Any questions of Amy?
Yeah, this is Lauren Duncan. Just a quick question, more about like the site itself. Since you've been on site, is there any surface water nearby?
No, it is high and dry. So geographically, you have Highway 141 that runs down in the valley with the Dolores River right next to it. And the site is probably about 1,500 feet above it on the plateau. Like if you were to go up John Brown Canyon, up on top. I mean, they do get limited water, but it's like maybe 10 inches, and no part of the stockpile is within like a natural drainage or anything. They were smart when they did put it there. They put it on a nice flat spot out in the open, away from everything.
All right, well, thank you very much. That helps a lot.
Any other questions? Dan, let's move along to, I guess, the permit seeker. Would that be the natural order? Staff's done now. We need the other side to come and make their presentation.
Okay, this is Paul Salagi. I'll speak on behalf of the operator, and I'll share my screen here.
I didn't know who was here exactly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I'm Paul Salagi. I'm the CEO and manager of Nuvemco LLC.
Okay.
Also with us today is Craig Howell, better known to everyone as Oki. We'll be here to answer any questions that the board has that are difficult. He's the one who's most familiar with our site. But let me, if I can, share my screen.
Okay.
Screen two. So that's not sharing.
We can see it.
Oh, you can. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
So let me skip just over this introduction. I think I already gave it to you. I organized our materials to be brief, if that was the pleasure of the board, and to be exhaustive if there were questions that were significant. I would expect that I will go through our first few slides through this section 2 and stop talking at that point and turn things over to questions, but I can go into detail as the board desires. So with that, I think Amy did a very good job on presenting the basic facts of the October ore pile. I'll try to add some color where I can and try to add comments that are more on the subjective nature of your determinations as opposed to the objective. But at the end of the day, I'm going to incorporate the notices that have been filed by us, as well as the DRMS report, which I think are all in your hands. And we're asking for approval of a second 5-year period of temporary cessation. Hopefully this is a picture that's worth 1,000 words. This is another one of the October ore pile where we have a 110D permit. We came across this site in 2007 as part of an acquisition of a large group of claims. In 2007, many of you will recall that commodity prices were quite strong. And I will tell you, my personal initial reaction was, why is this pile sitting here? Long story short, this came from mining activities in the late 1970s. It was staged in an area that has allowed it to remain stable since that point in time. But since the beginning of it, even though we weren't the ones who put this pile of rocks on the ground, we thought there was a better way. And that better way was to get a 110D permit, take advantage of the economics at the time, and attempt to move this material into a mill and have it recycled. So in that respect, it's much more of a Good Samaritan project than it is a traditional hard rock mining project. So continuing. Oh, I'm sorry. And the minerals that are as a part of this are uranium and vanadium. And it's a very low grade pile. So as we went through the Hard Rock rules and looking for our notice, some of these have been mentioned by Amy. You know, we have requirements to meet. Those that are objective are in black, and I'm not going to spend time on those because I think Amy did a great job, but I will try to focus on those in red that have some subjective determinations to those. So again, when we get to the end of section 2, I'm ready to discuss anything that's of interest to you relative to this permit, relative to New Vemco, or how high the winds are in Boulder at the moment, which is low. So as I went through this, I went to one of my heroes, Teddy Roosevelt. I want to try to keep this to what we care about and save the what we know to what you're interested in. And that was the hardest thing for me, quite candidly, is how do I demonstrate commitment to the Mineland Reclamation Board that we're looking to see this through. So this is a cutaway from your board package. It's the inspection that was done in November of 2021. I think Amy identified the things that we think are significant to us, and in red, including that the warranty is adequate. I wanted to let you know that I also feel that warranty and its calculation are proper and adequate. If I may digress just for a minute, I would also like to point out that I think this is an outstanding report and compliment Amy on it, because not only did she cover the basic requirements of the rules, but she made sure that we as the operator were educated as to the process. I think you'll see that she provided suggestions for best management practices that are looking forward and ahead. And she also made sure that the BLM, the DRMS, and us as the operator were all in alignment. So kudos on that. This is a timeline we put together. The purple star is really to indicate that the origins of this ore pile go back to the 1970s, decades ago. Talks about the permit that we've had with DRMS and the relative statuses on the top half, and on below the line, it also talks about this is also subject to a BLM permit and Mesa County permitting. And we've also made sure that we were following the Colorado Court of Appeals in its guidance in terms of fact versus law and temporary cessation. So this is something else we put together. It was in the package, but I updated it for the November 8th, 2021 inspection that we didn't have at the time, this last column here. But the point here is that we have been committed not just to getting a permit renewed and approved. This is the way we've operated on this permit since 2008. For those new to the board, we also are subject to a number of other requirements, national and local, and we continue to meet all those. And I offer that as a demonstration of commitment. As far as why are we in temporary cessation, I go back to what we filed in 2016. It was following a decision by CDPHE not to allow ablation at that time, which turned the economics negative. We indicated in 2016 the 4 things that we needed in order to resume operations. And while we've made progress on all of those, whether it's a licensing, whether it's a traditional path with increased mineral prices and a milling contract, we did not have those at that time. And as we sit here today, I will tell you, we still don't have all the pieces in place, but we are encouraged, to use a word I did for our milling contract, that we can get there. The one thing I would modify that Amy said, the CDPHE license is actually being applied for by a company called DISA Inc., with which we have a commercial relationship. They have taken the technology, put a lot of effort and work into it, along with a number of laboratories. They are in a position where it is a much more robust process. but it is subject to CDPHE licensing determinations. And we can talk more about that if that's of interest to you. Vis-a-vis today, you know, we can focus, if we wish, just on the traditional processing methodology, which is candidly a loader and shipment to the White Mesa mill. That requires numbers 3 and 4, both the recovery and mineral prices and a milling contract. I can tell you that from where we were in 2008 to where we are today in 2021, the spot price is getting close. The long-term price still has a ways to go. I can tell you that there's a number of catalysts and support behind uranium. Most specifically, it's the desire to make zero emission or carbon-free emissions in 2050 is going to be a big driver. And it came out on COP26, but we need more time in order to get there. And then as far as the milling contract, we've had one before. We're currently in discussions. We have not executed any contract. But at this point, I mean, I think this is exactly why you have temporary cessation. You have the time that you need to put in place what's required to successfully operate under the permit. I would offer all the rest of the slides in our deck as evidence of our commitment to do so, our commitment to the industry, to this project, and to the state of Colorado. And with that, I'd like to conclude my comments and open it up for questions.
Are there questions of the operator?
Sure, this is Lauren Duncan. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate especially the timeline. That was a really clear way to share what you've been up to and how your planning looks for the future. Without diving into your permit process to match with CDPHE, especially since you know it is ongoing, my only question would be: do you have? Are you comfortable with the timeline on that permit? That you'll be able to complete what you need so that within this potential next phase of TC, you can get that completed and either get back up and running or decide to make a different plan down the road?
Sure, that's a great question. I'll be very honest. If I was solely reliant on CDPHE to issue a license, I'd give you a much different opinion. But given that we have two different processing paths, the traditional one that requires continued recovery in uranium prices to get there, and a milling contract, which we had before, I feel very comfortable in saying that with those, we can get there. CDPHE is too much of a wild card to say exactly what they will decide, and more importantly, when they will decide it. I will tell you that it has generated great support from people in the community, from the Telluride Foundation, from the Mountain Ventures Institute, from the EPA, from a number of other people who see this technology as helping clean up the West. This would be a demonstration of that technology. So if you balance the two and you say, what are we going to do to have a better future than the current state? I'm very optimistic, but I can't put that in a short time frame that our permit has. Long term, I'm sure it'll happen because it's elegant.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, and having the two options to move forward is definitely helpful.
Oh, can you unshare your screen?
Absolutely.
Any other questions or comments for the operator or regarding the request? Okay, I'll close the hearing. Is there a discussion on the issue, on the temporary cessation issue? If not, is there someone that will make a motion to approve or disapprove it?
Sure, this is Lauren. Hearing no discussion, and please butt in if there is. I'll go ahead and make a motion for permit number N-2008-050 to approve the second temporary cessation period that would commence on December 27, 2021 and end on December 27, 2027.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes and cessation will be granted. Thank you very much, Paul and Craig, for explaining. I thought you did a very good job of explaining what we needed to hear. So thanks again.
We were well coached by the DRMS staff. Thank you.
They're good at it. They're good at it.
Hey, John, do you want to take a 5-minute break or so that we can get Anthony back on?
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. In fact, if anybody needs that today because of the challenges we're having, just let me know. But 5 minutes, we'll return.
Team, I have a hard stop at 12:30 today too, so if I disappear, that's why. This is Jill Nelson.
Great.
Okay, Mr. Lovato, we are actually on a couple-minute break, so we'll be right back on here, okay?
Okay, everyone back?
We look good, John. I think maybe we should just wait for Chuck to pop back on.
Yeah, I'll wait for him. Anthony, you're back. That's good.
Yeah,
All right,
we're
I'm
good now.
here.
There we go.
Okay, all right. Well, if that being the case, everyone's on board, we'll do item number 7 on the agenda, which is what Larry and Christine, was it Tortorsi?
Tortoise.
Apologize, ma'am.
That's okay.
Tortoise, good. That's good. I like it. Okay,
Do we need to swear in?
I guess go ahead and oh, I thank you for reminding me. Please do that anytime I mess up. All those that are going to testify in this issue, please identify yourself and do you swear to tell the truth?
Jared Ebert,
Yes.
I swear.
Okay, are those the only two? Okay, go ahead. I guess,
All
do
right.
we want, who do we want to go first, Jared?
I can tee this off and then we can turn it over to the operator.
Okay, why don't you tee that off and then we'll go to the operator.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So good morning. My name is Jared Ebert. I'm with the Colorado Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety, and this is a formal public hearing regarding Balco T-Pit, permit number M 2004-043, operated by Larry and Christine Tortoise. And this hearing is for the consideration of an application for a second period of temporary cessation. So I'll go into a little bit of a background on the permit. It is a 112C operation with permit area of 32.62 acres. The commodity that's mined besides travel, post-mine land use, rangeland. The financial warranty that we have in place for the site is $48,000, and that's in the form of a letter of credit, and that is adequate to reclaim the site. The Balco T-Pit's located in Los Animas County, just northeast of the city of Trinidad. It's about 1 mile southwest of the intersection of Highway 160 and Highway 350.
Excuse me, Jared, I'm sorry. Can you switch your view to presentation mode here? Just to make it easier to see your maps.
Presentation mode. All right, I'll try. Let's see.
Unless I've just added too much complication for no reason.
Hey, Jared, try to right click on the slide itself. Okay, and then hide presentation. Yep, that one. Let's try that one.
Okay.
Okay, and then pretty much just go down to the bottom on the red. Yep, open that up. And then go all the way, go 1, 2, 3, 4 over to that little TV looking thing, computer thing, and hit that. No, not
Click
right
it,
click,
nothing
just
to that.
click it. You can also go to from the beginning up here at the top on the left-hand side of your screen. Yes, try that.
Close it out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll go down to your screen, click on that, and
and click on, you see it's on screen 1, go to screen 2, I believe.
Yeah, then I guess from here I can open up my presentation. I apologize, everyone. Not yet.
Go back into your slides.
Sorry, Jared, if it's easier to do what you had before, that was working. Didn't mean to add
No.
frustration there.
I apologize, everyone.
Okay, go your presentation. Let's try. There it goes.
All right, can everyone see me now?
Okay, so run forward there and hit.
Now you guys share your screen again.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Is the board seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
How about now?
It's still there. You could probably just use the arrow if you click on the first slide, and as you move through slides, you can just hit the down arrow and it'll move to each slide.
Okay. So I believe I'm on slide 3. Is that what you guys are seeing?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So the site is, like I said, it's located on top of a little rise or a mesa. There's about 6.3 acres affected. There's a high wall in place. It's about 10 feet high. It's nearly vertical in angle, and it's about 970 feet long. There are several stockpiles of topsoil mine material on the site as well. So here's a picture kind of from the north end of the site looking south, and that high wall there. So to give the board just a update on the chronology of where we're at. On June 14th, 2021, the division received the notice of temporary cessation application. We did deem that application incomplete because the fee was not submitted in the entirety required. And then the permit, he did submit the required fee. We deemed the application complete August 4th. And then DRMS, I conducted a site inspection on September 13th, 2021. And during that inspection, we did find 2 problems. Then we've been kind of working with the operator to get those addressed. And then on the 23rd of September, we sent a preliminary adequacy review of the temporary cessation application. The operator did submit a documentation of corrective actions required from the inspector on the 28th of September, and they responded to my adequacy review on October 5th. I did conduct a follow-up inspection on the 12th of October just to verify that the corrective action was taken, and was able to confirm that. And then some additional corrective action documentation was received on the 18th. So at that point, we were able to find the site in compliance, and we set the consideration of temporary cessation for a hearing before the board. So I sent a notice of that to the operator, who's also the landowner, the city of Trinidad and Los Animas County on October 19th, 2021. So in accordance with Rule 1.13.5, Parent 3, for a notice of second period of temporary cessation, we evaluate whether the financial warranty is adequate. And in this case, like I said, there's a letter of credit in place for $48,000. It's in good standing, and it is adequate to cover the reclamation of the site. The notice has to include an explanation as to why the operator has not recommenced operations. In this case, the permittee has not been able to find a contractor to continue operations at the site. They're definitely looking. Also, they have to demonstrate a continued commitment to conduct the mining operations by the end of the second 5-year period. In this case, the permittee is hopeful to be able to hire a new contractor to continue operations at the site. As the board might be aware, there's quite a bit of development occurring in the city of Trinidad and the development of the new state park. So it is likely that they're going to be able to find someone who's interested in the site to operate that here in the near future. In accordance with Rule 1.13.5.4, in terms of what the office is required to do, we did conduct a required inspection, and actually I did 2 of those, and we have found the site to be in compliance with the active rules. We have reviewed the permit file, and there's been no complaints filed against this operation. And after we sent notice to the permittee operator, who also is the landowner, and the city of Trinidad and Los Animas County, we did not receive any comments or objections to the application. To be clear here, though, I would like the board I'd like to explain the initiation and end of the temporary cessation periods involved with this site. So the last known date of mining activity was recorded on September 29, 2014. The first period of temporary cessation thus began on March 28, 2015, 180 days after the end of production. So that first period should have ended on March 28, 2020. However, at that time, the operation was not placed in temporary cessation. This issue was cited as a problem during the division's March 20th, 2019 inspection. However, the operator then subsequently did apply for a first term of temporary cessation in October of 2019, but then subsequently withdrew that application because they thought they had a contractor who was going to start mining. However, that didn't occur. And then after some follow-up with the operator, they went ahead and applied for temporary cessation. And so they technically had already burned through that first period. So this application is considered to be for the second period of temporary cessation, which will begin, should have retroactively begin on March 28th, 2020, and will end on March 28th, 2025, in accordance with Rule 1.13.5 Term 1B. So with that, our recommendation to the board is that in accordance with Rule 1.13.6.2, that the board accept the notice of temporary cessation for a second 5-year period that will end on March 2025. And I'll leave it there and open it up for questions.
Any questions of the staff, Jared? Any questions to Jared? Can you unshare your screen, Jared?
Yeah, I'll see if I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? I'd like to hear at least briefly from the operator if we could.
Well, what would you like to know? First of all,
Just, I appreciate where you're coming from. I know I live in Pueblo. I know Los Animas County. I know the challenges you've had. Just kind of tell us what you got in mind, and we'll go from there.
well, with all the happenings in Trinidad, there's some, should be some issues with the state park that maybe we could help out. And then there's a couple of, what do you call, RV parks that are going in that could use some gravel. So we're hoping that we can get some of that business and go forward. And the county, we have competition with Leone's, but we do get the bid, so we can bid on that as well. So we're hopeful that we can get something.
Yeah, no, I think that's a wonderful thing you got at Fisher Peak. That's going to be a nice thing, and I'm sure there's some highway activity that's going to transpire down in that area. But anyway, any questions of the board for the operator? Okay, hearing none, I would, from my standpoint, I would take the staff recommendation. I think it's important that we we look at places where we can help people that are that have smaller operations, and I think this is a real possibility with things happening the way they are in southern Colorado. Anyway, is there a motion to approve staff recommendation?
This is Nell. I can make a motion. Regarding permit M-2004-043, I move in accordance with Rule 1.13.6 Parent 2 that we accept the notice of temporary cessation for a second 5-year period that will end on March 28th, 2025.
Seconded.
Is there a second?
Yep, this is Lauren Duncan. I second.
Lauren seconds. Any discussion on the issue? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. Good luck on your operation down there.
Thank you very much. We're very grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Moving
Hey,
right
John.
along here.
Hey, John,
Yes.
really quick, I'm sorry, I forgot about a withdrawal that we had. It's item number 8, I believe. Hold
Right.
on just a second. Yeah, it is Hard Rock Limited Impact, the mountain mining claim. It was withdrawn. Sorry, I should let you guys know that beforehand.
Okay. Do we need Chuck, do we need a motion to clear that off the agenda, or are we okay with that? Since it's just been withdrawn.
Yeah, I mean, maybe what we could do is just, hold on, let me look and see who made them. I guess it can't hurt to just amend the motion on the continuances and the withdraws. It's already been voted on, but it'll take 10 seconds to do. And one other thing about the, I guess, item 6, the motion went for, I think we did the math slightly wrong. It went to 2027, but it has to stop at 2026 because of the statute. You know, while we're going back and amending orders, we might as well do that one. I mean, realistically, we can't go past the 5 years of the act anyways. So, I mean, I can just draft the order taking that second period of TC for item number 6 to 2026, but we might as well clear it up while we're doing it, while we're at it.
So what you're suggesting is we do have a motion pertaining to item number 8, and we will clear up 6, but since we did pass withdrawals, can we just clarify it on the record that part of the withdrawals was item number 8 on the agenda?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Let's do that. Put that on the record that item number 8 was been withdrawn. And I think, Lauren, you were the one that made the motion on 6.
Yes, I was.
Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
So would you amend your own motion and we'll vote on it?
Please, yes. Let's see, I can pull up the. Okay. Let's see, for file number M-2008-050, I'd like to suggest an amended motion to approve the secondary term of temporary cessation, which will begin on December 27, 2021 and end on December 27, 2026.
Who recalls whether who seconded it, or I think we'd like to have the same seconder if we could.
I would accept that amendment as the second.
Okay. Is that permissible with the board? It was moved by Lauren and seconded by Mr. Muck. And if that's okay with the board, then we will go ahead and vote on that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, then the new motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thanks for clearing that up.
Is that clear enough, Chuck?
That's great. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Sure, no problem. Okay, well then we'll move on to item number 9. It looks like it's going to take a while, but so let's get started on it, and then we'll take a break here in a little bit when there's a good place to do that. But let's go ahead and get started on the enforcement hearing on item number 9. And I guess we'll start out with staff first.
John, you want to do swearing in again?
Yeah, thank you. All those that are going to participate as witnesses in this issue, please identify yourself and promise to tell the truth.
Gregory Miller.
John Peterson. Daniel Takami, I promise to tell the truth.
Ed Byrne, I do.
Any?
Sergio
Is that all?
Rivera, I do.
Okay.
We have multiple witnesses.
Everyone identified?
Gabe Rax. I swear
You
to
want
tell
to
the truth.
run on a list, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, guys, but somebody's got their volume on. You're getting feedback from it.
Yeah, I heard that. Seems better. Okay, with that, then let's move on with staff.
Amy Eschberger with the division, I promise to tell the truth.
Michael Cunningham with the division, promise to tell the truth.
Okay, go ahead. Please speak as loud as you can.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open up my presentation here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is Amy Eschberger with the division, and this is an enforcement hearing for the Cross Gold Mine, permit number M1977-410. The operator is Grand Island Resources, LLC. And this hearing is for consideration of a possible violation, a cease and desist order, corrective actions, and civil penalties for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance of the affected land and of the surrounding area, and to the quantity or quality of water in surface and groundwater systems, both during and after the mining operation and during reclamation. The Cross Gold Mine is a 110-2 hard rock operation. It's located in Boulder County, approximately 4 miles northwest of Nederland. It's at an approximate elevation of 9,760 feet, and access to the site is off of Caribou Road. The approved permit area is 8.95 acres, and the mine commodities are gold, silver, copper, zinc, and lead. The affected lands, both the mineral rights and surface rights, are owned by the operator, Grand Island Resources. The approved post-mine land use is forestry with limited residential use. And the current financial warranty that we hold for this site is $39,811, which we consider to be inadequate at this time. So slide 3 shows the general site location. And as I said, it's located approximately 4 miles northwest of Nederland. And it is located at the headwaters of Coontrack Creek. And Coontrack Creek is tributary to North Beaver Creek, and I have these creeks labeled on the map in blue. And Beaver Creek flows into Middle Boulder Creek before entering Barker Reservoir in Nederland. Slide 4 shows the approved permit area, the 8.95 acre permit area. It's identified in red, and just note there are 2 mines permitted, the Caribou Mine on the north edge and the Cross Mine on the south edge. And I've put the approximate location of Coontrack Creek in blue, and a dashed blue line, which separates the 2 mines. So this is an underground mining operation, and it, as I stated on the previous slide, it includes 2 historic mines, the Caribou Mine, which is accessed through the Idaho Tunnel portal, and the cross mine, which is accessed through the cross mine portal. And the operator is approved to mine the cross mine, but at this time, they're only authorized to rehabilitate the Caribou mine until the permit has been updated to address it. The operator is not authorized to process or use or store designated chemicals on the site or is hauled off site for processing. The operation returned to active status in June 2018. And we just wanted to note that DRMS has observed very limited mining activities at this site over the past few decades. And just since June 2018, there's been some limited mining in the cross mine that we're aware of. So starting on slide 6, I just wanted to kind of walk you through what the water management looks like at this site, with the understanding that there are some differences given the current issues at the site, which we haven't approved yet. But so there are 2 mines separated by Coontrack Creek. And ultimately, this water does flow into Barker Reservoir in Nederland. And there is discharge from 2 mine portals which is directed to a series of lime settling ponds. And the cross mine discharge did require daily lime addition. And then this water is discharged into Coontrack Creek at a permitted outfall. So the operator does maintain a NPDES permit with the Health Department Water Quality Control Division for discharge to the creek. And under this permit, they do have specified stream standards that must be met. And I just wanted to note that this water management system is no longer adequate for meeting discharge standards with the increased activities occurring at the site. So the operator does report bi-monthly water sampling data to water quality for their discharge permit. No water sampling data is reported to DRMS. The mine permit does not include an approved water monitoring program. The mine permit also does not include provisions for eliminating the mine drainage. Water treatment is considered perpetual. The current bond amount does not include costs for water treatment. And on slide 8, I just wanted to show you just the general flow regime at the site. So we do have the cross mine discharge, which is in the darker blue color, which discharges into pond 1, where it's treated, and then this water is discharged into pond 2. And then you have the Caribou mine discharge in the kind of sky blue color, which discharges into series 3 settling ponds before it discharges into pond 2. So these mine discharges combine in pond 2, and then they are discharged to the creek at the permitted outfall, which is labeled on the map there as discharge in the creek.
Excuse me, Amy.
Sure.
On your slide there, where is that lime treatment occurring?
So the lime treatment was occurring in pond 1. So prior to now, pond 1 was the only pond that received treatment. The Caribou water, our understanding was that discharge standards were met previously before the site became active again, with the water from Caribou diluting with the water from cross mine that's been treated into pond 2, and that helped the cross mine discharge meet the standards. If that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
And then starting on slide 9, I just wanted to show a few pictures of the site, some of these features that we'll be talking about. So the first picture is the Caribou mine. So this is the Idaho Tunnel portal. And this is after it's been excavated back and the slope has been stabilized. So the water from this mine is discharged via pipeline to the ponds 3A and C. And then the second photograph is showing you the inside of that tunnel. And you can see the pipeline on the left side of the photo there on the floor of the portal. So on slide 10, we have just an overview of the Caribou mine looking across the Caribou mine, and you can see these 3 settling ponds that I identified earlier that receive the Caribou discharge. And then pond 3B, just to give you an idea of what those ponds look like, where the Caribou mine water discharges. And these are just settling ponds, I want to note, is what their approved use is for, not for treatment, just for settling out sediments. And on slide 11, so this shows the cross mine discharge into pond 1. Both of these photos are of pond 1. So this is where lime was being added. I believe it's 5 to 15 pounds of lime a day was being added prior to the water discharging into pond 2. And slide 12, this is pond 2 on the photo on the left. So this is the pond where the discharge from both mines is combined. And the permitted outfall is in the picture on the right, circled in dashed yellow line. So that's where the pipeline from pond 2 discharges to Coontrack Creek. So slide 13 begins our chronology. And on June 27, 2019, DRMS received email correspondence from the previous operator, Tom Kendricks, regarding a water quality improvement project he had planned for the mine. At that time, the division requested that the proposal be submitted formally with more details so we could determine what kind of revision was needed. We did not receive a formal proposal for these activities in 2019. And then on February 4th, 2020, the division received notice of non-compliance from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment for zinc and cadmium exceedances, which went back to November of 2019 at the permitted discharge location, which were potentially associated with the collapse that had occurred in the Idaho Tunnel. On February 5th of 2020, the division received a copy of the operator's compliance advisory response to water quality, and it had further details on this collapse in the Idaho Tunnel and how it was thought to be the source of these water quality exceedances at that time. So on slide 14, just to give you an idea, the Idaho Tunnel at the Caribou Mine, this is just to depict the location of that tunnel. It's beneath Caribou Road. And the top of the excavation is located approximately 40 feet from the road at the closest point and approximately 20 feet lower in elevation. And slide 15 it depicts the conditions that were present inside the Idaho Tunnel in late 2019. And these images were provided by the operator in the technical revision number 5. And just showing the collapse in the tunnel, which was restricting the mine flows. You can see the rubble pile. The operator showed that mine water was being pulled behind these rubble piles, and this restriction in flow was apparently causing the zinc and cadmium exceedances at the time, according to the operator. So on February 12, 2020, the division sent a notice of compliance problems to the operator. And this was based off of the water quality notice of compliance that we had received earlier that month. And we required the operator, we cited a problem and required them to submit a technical revision with a detailed plan of action for addressing the impaired surface water quality at the site. On March 19, 2020, the division received a response from the operator describing the progress that they had made with regard to reestablishing flows from the Idaho Tunnel as of January 29th, and the resulting water quality improvements that had been observed due to those activities. On April 7th, 2020, the division sent an inspection report to the operator. Multiple issues were identified at the site. One of those, this inspection report was included in the board packet, and I just wanted to note that the problem that was citing in the February 12, 2020 letter was just recited in this inspection report. And the operator was requesting a longer period extension. I believe it was 60 or 90 days, and we approved a 2-week extension to April 26 to submit this technical revision. Then on April 29, 2020, the division did receive the technical revision number 5 from the operator. which provided for rehabilitation of the Idaho Tunnel portal to provide safe entry into the mine and allow the flow of mine water to be reestablished in order to meet permit discharge requirements. And these materials are not included in the packet. June 22nd, 2020, the division approved this revision. And on August 25th, 2020, the division received technical revision number 8 from the operator. And this provided a detailed plan for rehabilitating the settling ponds 3A, 3B, and 3C at the Caribou Mine. And this was associated with the rehabilitation activities in the Idaho Tunnel to establish flows. So on November 10th, 2020, the division approved this revision. And just to give you an idea of what kind of work was done at the site, I believe the operator provided some photos in their packet as well, but ponds 3A through 3C, just to depict the state they were in before. No mining had occurred in the Caribou for at least 3 decades. And so these ponds had not been used since that time. Water was being directly discharged from the mine into pond 2. And so the ponds were in disrepair. So TR8 allowed for these ponds to be rehabilitated for use. And then on June 24th, 2021, division conducted another site inspection. This inspection was actually associated with other revisions, an amendment 2, which we're still reviewing at this time, and also a technical revision number 9. But during that inspection, the operator did not inform the division of any water quality issues at the site. On September 21st, 2021, the division received a notice of non-compliance from water quality, again, this time for zinc, cadmium, lead, copper, and silver exceedances at the permitted discharge location, some of which went back to May of 2020. And just in discussions with water quality, there were a total of 6 compliance advisories that have been issued for the site just in 2021. In October 1st, 2021, the division sent the operator an RTB letter and for these exceedances, and the board hearing was initially scheduled for the November meeting. And just wanted to show a few slides. Slide 20, 21, and 22 are just showing you what we received from water quality on September 21st, 2021. And this data was what we based our possible violation letter on. So these are also included in the board packet, but I just wanted to note, we're talking about some pretty significant exceedances here. I mean, we have 223% cadmium exceedance, 176% lead exceedance, and this is an exceedance of that set discharge standard by water quality. I just circled a few of these just to note the significance of the exceedances we're looking at. We had 347% copper exceedance, 233% silver exceedance, and similar exceedances from January 2021 through June 2021 of silver, lead, copper. So just moving on from there, getting back to the chronology on slide 23. Are there any questions at this time? Okay.
Any questions? I guess I'd have one quick one. Has there been any identification of any damage to any of our fisheries or piscatorial elements down below?
I can note that we've received at this time at least 48 complaints from downstream residents. Some of them may not necessarily be located downstream. The majority of them are. I don't know about the fisheries, but we do have complaints about potential well impacts, which we're currently investigating. So did you have anything to add to that? That answers the question.
We might want to talk about that later. Okay.
I have a couple questions. You indicated that the operator had submitted technical revision 5 and then it went to 8. Were 6 and 7 not relevant to this work, or?
Yeah, so there, in the several problems that we cited, we had technical revisions that were required for different problems. And so I tried to focus on the ones that were directly related to the water quality, but we did have, for instance, a problem cited for the lack of having a SPCC plan, a spill prevention plan. And so they did provide that through TR6. And then TR7 had to do with a stability analysis of the slope for the Idaho tunnel, because they had excavated that back and we were worried about that causing issues with the road above it. So that was another corrective action, but it wasn't directly associated with this water quality issue, so I didn't include it.
Okay. And another question is, you said the June 2021 inspection, the inspection happened in June. The report wasn't provided till September? The inspection report?
That is correct. Yeah, typically we aim to get our reports out sooner than that. For that report, it was a pre-operation inspection. And yeah, I wasn't able to get it out until a little bit later on that one. So the date is correct.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, how far downstream have you had knowledge of potential damage, potential hurt? How far downstream?
Well, the complainants, so far the complaints that we've received go all the way down to the reservoir. I mean, we basically have two clusters just looking at where their addresses are. We have two main clusters. One's located approximately 2 miles down the stream, I believe, and then the other is located between them and the reservoir. So I would say all the way down to the reservoir, as far as the complainants, where they're located based on the addresses they provided.
That's not good.
No, one more question for you too. I believe City of Boulder does some sampling up in Coon Track for their water resources. Do you have any of that data, or have you been able to kind of compare the two?
Yes, actually, we met with the county here recently. We had a meeting with Boulder County, and I think I have a slide on this, so I'm trying to remember the exact name of their department, and with water quality, we had a joint meeting just discussing these violations and our potential violations, and they did share some of their data with us. And so we are looking at that in our investigation of these complaints, and it is very helpful. They did some sampling in 2017 all the way up the creek, and then they also do regular sampling from the Cardinal Mill down, which covers some of the locations where the complaints are coming from. So we are looking at that data, and it has been very helpful.
Okay, good.
I guess I'll go ahead and move on to slide 20.
Yes.
Okay. So on October 7th, 2021, the division did receive a response from the operator, this in response to the RTD letter that was sent out, and they did describe the underground activities that were occurring at the site over the past few years, and have those activities have stressed the current lime addition and detention pond treatment system, and that they were exploring alternative water treatment options. I just want to note that we did learn at that time that they had done a pilot treatment system earlier in the year, and the division did not review or approve that system. And none of these systems had been working at that time. They hadn't been fully effective at meeting the discharge standards. So on November 5th, 2021, Water Quality issued their notice of violation and a cease and desist order. And this is for violations of their discharge permit. And I included this document with a board packet for your review. So. And November 9th, 2021, the division just notified the operator that this matter was going to be continued to the current hearing, December board meeting. And we just wanted to note that, you know, on November 17, 2021, so this was the first newspaper article that we saw that was related to this issue. So there were others that followed in the Colorado Sun and the Daily Camera. Those are two that I saw. There may be others. Just that this issue has, it's getting media attention. So we did include a copy of the Colorado Newsline article in the board packet. It was published on November 5th. And mainly this article was discussing the notice of violation that was issued by Water Quality, but they did also mention our possible violation as well. And on November 21st, 2021, the division received 2 complaints. So this is when we started receiving complaints on the site related to this issue. And these were from citizens living in the vicinity of the mine. And they expressed concern about the mine activities, and they were worried about potential impacts to their drinking water well. And, since then we've received several more, but I did include these first 2 with the packet. I did not include the others. And the division, Water Quality, and Boulder County are currently investigating these complaints. And the meeting I was talking about earlier, so that occurred on November 22nd, 2021. We met with staff from Water Quality Control Division, Boulder County Public Health, and Boulder County Community Planning and Permitting to discuss the water quality compliance issues at the site. These other agencies were also receiving complaints on this matter. So, and then I wanted to note that we do have another meeting scheduled for mid-January, another joint agency meeting.
Sorry, can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
On the previous slide, you said they had done a pilot system, but they hadn't talked with the division about that. Is that typical, or it seems like you guys would be a little bit more involved in that effort?
I'll answer that. This is Michael Cunningham, representing the division. And no, it's not typical at all. Any site that has a water treatment as a component is something that should be included in the permit. So whether it's included at the outset of permitting or it comes in later through the life of the mine through a technical revision, that's something that staff would be doing a detailed review on and evaluation. And even as critical, establishing an appropriate financial warranty to cover treatment of water at the site. So no, that's not how this normally works.
Thank you for the clarity. Sorry to interrupt.
So November 22nd, 2021, the division did notice the operator that starting in January, we will be inspecting the site on a quarterly basis or more frequently as needed. Currently, the site is on and every 4 years, which is typical for this type of site. But we have actually been out there more than that in the past few years. So we're going to start them on a quarterly inspection frequency. And then on November 24th, 2021, the division did meet with the operator and representatives from their water treatment consulting firms. And this was requested by the division. We wanted to understand what they were doing at the site. What was going on, what they were seeing, so we met with Environmental Site Solutions and Cero Solutions and Graver Technologies. They had representatives, each of them present. So we discussed the new water treatment system, which is being installed at the site. And based on the board materials provided by the operator, it appears that it's been installed and it's, they're still waiting on their data, their initial sampling data, to see if it's working. So we also discussed the costs associated with the system and also the expected timeline for achieving full compliance with the discharge permit. And just as I stated earlier, from late November through even now, we're still receiving additional citizen complaints. So at that time, I put the slides together, we had 24 plus, and now we're at 48 at least. We may have a few more that I haven't processed yet. And I would just note that the majority of the complaints identify impaired water quality as their biggest concern.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Amy, are those all 48 unique complaints, or are those multiple complaints coming from individual sources?
They are all separate individuals. Now, some of them can submit it anonymously. The division does have access to the contact information, so we can see who it's coming from. That's a separate individual, but each of those were from separate individuals.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to note that on November 30th, 2021, Water Quality did issue a revised notice of violation. And I did include that in the board packet. And it appears that the main reason for that reissuance was just, I think they had to make a correction to their maximum civil and criminal penalties. So they didn't change their corrective actions. They did push the deadlines out from that new date of issuance. Okay, and then I'm going to hand it over to Michael for a few minutes here.
Thank you, Amy. Again, Michael Cunningham, Senior Environmental Protection Specialist for the division. I just wanted to update the board on some of the changes that are occurring on our end in terms of regulatory oversight, given some of the challenges that we've discussed this morning. As Amy pointed out, we've increased the inspection frequency. So we've notified the operator that we will be out there a minimum of four times a year, more frequently if needed. And just wanted to point out to the board that we have inspected the site 3 times over the past 2 years. We are, again, currently investigating the potential impacts to offsite domestic wells, and that's being done in coordination with the Water Quality Control Division and Boulder County Public Health. As Amy noted, we're going to be meeting with them again in January, just to touch base, update each other on our respective enforcement actions, as well as exchange information about our investigations. And finally, we're going to consult with the Water Quality Control Division in reviewing any proposed water treatments out there at the site. So we've got open lines of communication with the other agencies, and that's going to continue as we work through these issues. Lastly, I just wanted to reiterate a few points that Amy made in her presentation, which is, this situation is really the result of the operator's activities at the mine site. They have failed to communicate critical issues to the division, and more often than not, we are learning about changes after they have already occurred out there at the mine site. And this is despite routinely communicating to the operator that they need to seek approval from our office before implementing a change at the mine site. And this pattern of not communicating these critical issues really started in 2020. We did not learn of the collapse of the Idaho Tunnel until we were alerted to that from the health department. As Amy noted, when we conducted an inspection on September 15th of 2020, at that time, technical revision number 8 was under review. If you recall, technical revision number 8 involved relining the ponds. When we arrived to the site, we learned that the ponds had already been lined, despite the fact that we had not concluded our review of technical revision number 8. As I stated before, we did not know about the initial pilot treatment system from Opal until we received a summary of their efforts to bring the site into compliance, which we received shortly before this hearing. And I'll note that the water treatment system from Opal was ineffective in bringing the site back into compliance. We did not learn of the current water treatment system that was installed here late November, early December, until we reached out and requested a meeting with the operator and their consultants on November 24th. The changes that are occurring up there are significant. They require our involvement and approval, and these changes have significant ramifications on the financial warranty, as we covered. We have an insufficient amount of financial warranty to handle treating water at the site currently. And lastly, I just wanted to point out that you're likely going to hear a lot of testimony from the operator about these different systems and their efforts to bring the site back into compliance. And we do appreciate the efforts that they've taken. But most of what will be discussed, I just want the board to keep in mind, staff has not had a chance to do a technical review on these as they've not been submitted to our office in the form of a revision. The only treatment system that is approved up there is the addition of lime, and that treatment system essentially has been rendered ineffective since early 2020. And by the operator's own account, it's the result of stresses to the existing treatment system were a result of the activities that they've been conducting in the underground portions of the mine. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Amy for staff recommendations.
Okay, where are we now?
So this is slide 27, and I was just gonna start off with our staff recommendations. And
Okay. After the staff recommendation, I'd kind of like to find a place here where we could take a 10 or 15-minute break up, whatever the board would like.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Staff recommends that the board find the operator in violation of CRS 34-32-116, parent 7, parent G, and Rule 3.1.6, parent 1, for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance of the affected land and of the surrounding area and to the quantity or quality of water and surface and groundwater systems both during and after the mining operation and during reclamation. Staff also recommends the board issue a cease and desist order pursuant to CRS 34-32-124, parent 2, parent A, prohibiting any further activities underground except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to comply with the conditions of a board order, protect water quality, prevent damage to offsite areas, complete reclamation, or to protect public health and safety until the corrective actions have been resolved to the satisfaction of the division.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Okay. On slide 28, so for corrective actions, staff recommends the board require the operator to submit by February 28th, 2022. And I just wanted to note real quickly, the reason why we chose this date was to coincide with the deadline that water quality is also requiring. So that way they can submit the plan to both of us at the same time. We just thought it might be easier that way. Made more sense. So by February 28, 2022, a technical revision to modify the water management and treatment program for the site to sufficiently address all water quality issues and provide a surface water and groundwater monitoring program that meets all applicable requirements of the rules. The technical revision shall be approved by DRMS within 60 days of receipt by April 29th, 2022. The second corrective action is the staff recommends the board require the operator to submit within 30 days of the effective date of the board order an interim financial warranty in the amount of $162,841 for water treatment at the site. This is based on an estimated cost of $6,785 a month over a 2-year period. Corrective action number 3, staff recommends the board require the operator to submit by the end of every calendar quarter, beginning with the first quarter of 2022, a written report outlining the activities undertaken at the site during that current quarter and any activities planned for the next quarter to ensure compliance with the active rules. This quarterly report shall also summarize any actions and/or findings of the Water Quality Control Division regarding the site discharge permit that were taken during that current quarter. These quarterly reports shall be submitted until DRMS issues written notice to the operator indicating the reports are no longer necessary. And finally, corrective action number 4, staff recommends the board require the operator to appear at the December 2022 board meeting to provide a status update on the corrective actions required by the board order. So for civil penalties pursuant to CRS 34-32-124, parent 7, any operator who operates under a permit issued under section 34-32-110 shall be subject to a civil penalty of not less than $50 nor more than $200 per day for each day during which such violation occurs. In this matter, the board may find 85 days of violation from the September 21st, 2021 notice of noncompliance from water quality to today's board hearing date, resulting in a civil penalty range of not less than $4,250 and not more than $17,000. Staff recommends the board find the operator in violation for 85 days and assess a civil penalty of $200 per day for a total civil penalty of $17,000, with all but $5,000 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective actions. That concludes the staff presentation. Does the board have any other questions for us?
Yes,
Any
I
other
do.
questions at this time?
Yeah, I've got a few.
Okay.
Do you mind going back to 28, slide number 28, please? Here we go. In corrective action number 1 here, do you want to say the technical revision shall be approved by DRMS by April 29, or at least reviewed and communicated? Because I know sometimes there's a little bit back and forth on what should be in there.
Yeah, we would like to see it approved within 60 days of receipt. A normal technical revision takes 30 days. And just given, I guess, the history with the operator on submitting their revisions late and you know, taking a really long time to get through each of the revisions, we just wanted to show that we'd like this to be submitted and approved in a timely fashion. We want to get it approved by April 29th if possible, which is a little more than what we typically have for a technical revision. We're allowing 60 days. We figure there'll be a little more technical review given the nature of the submittal.
Mm-hmm.
So we are recommending approval within 60 days.
Gotcha. I understand it now. Thank you. And then number 2, your 162,000 for water treatment. Is that just the lime treatment, or what kind of treatment have you calculated the 162,000 off of?
I'll go ahead and answer that. This number was provided to us from the operator following the meeting that we had with them and their consultants. So this would be the cost for the current water treatment system that they have in place.
So the lime addition.
Well, no, this would be the new but yet to be approved water treatment system that they have up there. I'd like to note that, again, we've not done a technical review on that number. They provided it to us. We looked at it. We would just note that if and when a technical revision comes in, there's going to be a further evaluation of that dollar amount to make sure that it is adequate. And then, you know, we might have to have a discussion with the operator about adjusting the costs beyond a 2-year period. The reason that the 2-year period was selected, of course, our financial warranties are based on a worst case scenario. The operator were to walk away from the site today, we wouldn't be able to treat water. With this amount that we're requesting for an interim financial warranty, that would cover us for a 2-year period. But we have been having discussions over the past couple of years with the operator about how to eliminate that discharge at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
They have indicated to us that they intend in the future to submit a revision to seal up both of those portals. So we would be looking at hydraulic bulkheads. If they could demonstrate that, and that's a pretty big technical hurdle, there's a lot of concerns with putting bulkheads into mines, especially in this mining district, which is very old. It's Swiss cheese up there. So the concern would be that we don't re-express this water somewhere else. But should they be able to do that, we can then circle back around and reevaluate the water treatment. There's always going to be a component of water treatment that staff will have to hold, because if we were in a revocation forfeiture scenario, it would take time to go through that whole process, hire a contractor, go up there and actually execute and construct 2 hydraulic bulkheads. So the 2-year period, as well as the interim financial warranty, are subject to change based on future discussions with the operator.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for diving into that.
Any other questions? I'd just like to, before we break here for a few minutes, just so the staff can think about it. Before this is over, I want to hear from the operator, of course. I think we need to know and make an assessment of where we sit today on terms of water quality and to the downstream users. You know, we can assess all these different actions, but we have an obligation, I think, to protect those users down below with their water, if we can find a way to do it. Anyway, think about that. What's the choice of the board? You want a 10 or a 15-minute break? 15 minutes?
10.
Does that sound good?
10, yeah.
See,
And
right
that's
now
fine.
10:52. Why don't we come back at about 5 to 6 minutes after 11? Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sit down there and see what you figure out. You might go ask him. Kel might be able to help.
Hi, guys. It's Cammie here. John Singletary is having problems with his connection right now. I think it's probably due to the weather. Mel, would you mind taking over for him for just a little bit? He's gonna join us as soon as he can.
Sure. I'm guessing at this point, based on, we just heard from the division, we would be hearing from the ARPA.
Yes, we will.
Okay, and.
John Henderson here.
Thanks, John. Go ahead with your presentation or anything you wish to say.
Well, we've got a lot of information to cover, and I would like to get that started. My name is John Henderson. I'm an attorney with the law offices of John R. Henderson, PC in Lafayette. I was the attorney for this operation from 1978 to 2016, and in recent years have been brought back for special projects. I worked with Tom Hendricks on this operation since really 1976. We're early permit. I think we've been out there for 44 years and have never been publicly attacked for environmental reasons. As a matter of fact, the site has had a long-standing reputation for good housekeeping. I hope the board is opening to listening to the fact that there is a whole nother side to the story, which is actually quite important. And since I'm part of the institutional memory of this company, I would like to at least begin that. There's been a lot of discussion of the fact that we have ponds where we use lime. There's a reason for that, and that is the problem up there is we are at the top of the Caribou Creek drainage. As such, at times of the year, the Coontrack Creek itself is an ephemeral stream, and water quality standards are set to aquatic life standards, not human health standards or drinking water standards. We'll get around to this, but in essence, the water being discharged from our discharge ponds, even with the exceedances, is essentially drinking water. We have no problem with total suspended solids. Our problem, if any, is with microsediments. The purpose of liming the ponds is to slightly increase the pH enough such that any trace metallics can be precipitated out by the increased pH. The discharge permit itself has pH limits, and we can't exceed those, for example, to achieve a 100% precipitation. So the alternative would always have been then greatly increase the pH and then add some kind of acidifying compound to then reduce it. In reality, passive treatment at these mines has been a very good solution over a long period of time and many years. And it's now recognized that to go into active mining operations, we're going to need some form of active treatment. I'm going to have our water quality attorney, Gabe Rax, explain how the system works and how the aquatic life standards are set. In reality, the total area of our ponds is about 0.28 acres, and the total content of the ponds is roughly 2/3 of an acre foot. The idea of liming at the cross mine is to achieve as much precipitation as we can to meet those standards, which over many, many years typically worked with only a few exceedances. When we're talking about micrograms per liter, we're talking, I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, parts per billion. We want to address the issue of the complaints somewhere in this presentation. This is the first time we've ever had an organized attack on this operation by opposition. Yesterday, I brought to the attention of council some of the posters and things that are being posted online and about town, and I can't find a single word in here that is true. We will get into this, but Grand Island Resources is not a Chinese-funded Canadian shell company. We don't work for Chairman Xi, and we don't work for Vladimir Putin. Grand Island Resources is a Wyoming company registered to do business in Colorado. We are not funded by the Chinese or the Chinese government. The mine is not a Superfund site. There has been no release of poisons or toxics. There's not been a tailings pond failure. There are no tailings. We're simply meeting aquatic life standards as set in the permitting. The mine area itself consists of 129 patented mining claims and 105 unpatented mining claims. The patented claims were assembled mainly by Tom Hendricks and myself over a period of approximately 35 years in 36 different acquisitions. The company has continued to allow public access to all of our properties for multiple recreational activities, and the company is committed to achieving compliance. I will have Gabe Rax explain the difference between the aquatic life limitations in the discharge permit, which have become increasingly stringent over the years, and the Safe Drinking Water Act and standards for drinking water. It is my belief, and I think we will confirm, that of the 11 exceedances listed, all of those are under the limits for drinking water. So even though we're very high in drainage and held to very stiff standards, we believe what our discharges are even now is drinking water. Now, if I were a Boy Scout, I'd still use my filter in case there are any moose droppings or something, but it's drinking water. There has been no environmental catastrophe. There has been no release of poisons. The water has been flowing out of the cross mine since approximately, I think, 1882. The Caribou mine since 1869, which was interconnected to the Kuntrek system, I believe in the period 1948 to 1951 through the shotgun extension of the Idaho Tunnel. We really do appreciate the slide presentation that was put together by staff, which incorporated much of our material and helped establish the timeline. But what I want people to understand is the importance of the Caribou Tunnel collapse to everything that has happened, including the expenditures on site and moving forward to achieve an active treatment technology. Historically, we had determined that the Caribou mine water that discharges along the distance of almost a mile to the Caribou Shaft complex is slightly cleaner than the cross mine water. That is not to say that either source is dirty. It's very, very good quality water. And I want to emphasize we have no acid mine drainage in this district. We've been very lucky. There's a significant calcite content in the veining systems. There's no history of acid mine drainage up here, which mobilizes metallics. And as a matter of fact, the ores at these mines have been subjected to humidity cell testing and acid base testing. They're not acid generating ores. So we are in the middle of the Colorado mineral belt. The area around Nederland is smack dab in the middle of the mineral belt. There are literally hundreds of large and small mines that surround the communities. I'm frankly very glad to hear that Boulder has done some testing up and down Kuntrek Creek to look at those baseline levels and the potential effects of other discharge. This will get us to the issue of the complaints. This is an organized campaign. Many of these complaints are anonymous, and many of them, frankly, are technically impossible, either hydrologically, chemically, geophysically, or geographically. And we frankly believe that division has the ability to evaluate virtually every one of these complaints. We intend on addressing them. I understand that Amy wanted us to respond to the complaints which have multiplied. This is organized. By the 22nd of December, I think that since we're still getting those in, we may need to seek an extension to further evaluate them. But technically what's being suggested in this organized campaign, much of it is simply impossible. And I think division is capable of discerning most of those. With regard to domestic wells, we have experts who can speak to that, but basically any domestic well that is intercepting surface water is not a safe well, it's a dangerous well. There should be no domestic wells properly drilled and maintained that are intercepting surface water in any way. So at this time, I have a lot more to say, and our witnesses have a lot more to say, but we want to update you on the timeline and why the collapse of the tunnel and the fact that the Caribou water is slightly cleaner than the crosswater with regard to trace and supertrace metallics, and why once that collapsed, it necessitated a program that consumed, I believe, around $1.6 million to rehabilitate that area, and over 15,000 man hours. I may be short on that, but before you start treating the flows, you have to control the flow. And some of this involves out of mine and in mine remediation to reestablish the flow, both to reduce any suspended microsediments. I mean, this water would look pretty good to most people. This is not necessarily visible to the human eye, but when you're testing at part per billion levels, it is significant with regard to the results. So there are also issues that were raised by staff about testing on site. We have two agencies we've got to respond to. We've got DRMS and we've got water quality. And you would expect us, when it had become clear that active treatment was necessary, that we would begin contracting for acquiring and testing technologies to see if they work. That's what you do. There is no permanent installation recommended yet. We're in testing phase on that system. And the permanent installation has to be approved by water quality. DRMS is clearly indicating they want to stay in that system, but the agency with primary jurisdiction is water quality. We've got to answer to them on permanent installation of a solution once it is achieved. The division mentioned that there's been inactivity at these mines in many, many years. Mining activity has been limited. However, across this entire period of time, many, many millions of dollars have been spent on exploration. Even before the most recent drilling programs, there was something like 176,000 feet of cores taken underground and on the surface, which had to be split and analyzed. You're trying to plan a mine, which requires identification of a significant reserve, and that needs to be identified so that you can even plan your manner and method of mining. There is not currently processing on site. A mill on site is still in the planning stage, both as to construction and the installation of technology. There has been no release of processed water from the mill. There have been no release of poisons. We don't store poisons on site. We're not permitted to. Even storing toxics on site, we're not permitted to and do not do so. So much of what has been said related to the complaints really needs to be subject to verification. We intend to be responsive. We intend to achieve compliance, which requires testing technologies that can treat this water to meet very strict aquatic life standards, which really relate at this stretch of the stream to microorganisms that go down the food chain. And the fact that we're releasing drinking water high in the drainage or drinking water, quality water high in the drainage, contaminating wells many miles away, seems, at least in almost all instances, pretty spurious. And I think staff has the ability to evaluate that. I have much more to say. However, I wanted to fix one date in your minds because it's one that's come up in staff's presentation. And that is this operation was originally started by Tom Hendricks in 1974. When the law was passed in 76, I think regulation passed in 77, we were an early permit. And Tom maintained, worked on, and put his entire life, blood, sweat, and tears into this operation for all those decades. And Tom, in 2019, was battling throat cancer and passed away in January of 2020, which was very unfortunate. He was a wonderful human being, a great guy, a very good miner, and my best friend for decades. And a lot of knowledge, and a lot of information, and a lot of history passed with Tom, but we will all remember his dedication to maintaining good housekeeping at this site. I mentioned that date because some of the dates recited by division in early 2020 was literally within the period where Tom had passed away. We buried him in the historic Caribou Cemetery later in January of 2020. And Grand Island Resources has been here to pick up the ball and run with it. Rather than avoiding its responsibilities, it's trying to learn everything it can about the operation. Immediately began to invest money in the problem that Tom had identified, which was a decreased flow out of the Caribou Tunnel, which seemed to indicate that there may have been some collapses or rock fall farther in. And then ultimately, when we had Harrison Western on site to remediate the portal, I believe they used heaters on some of the heavy ground to aid their operations, and that ultimately resulted in a collapse, which turned into a major remediation project. When you're dealing with water out of a lengthy, we call it tunnel, it's really an adit, which is the Idaho mine and the shotgun that goes into the Caribou shaft. You're trying to get control of the water in the mine to decrease the flow of sediments, to prevent uncontrolled discharges by removing caves and any collapsed areas, which we had a big one at the portal and a couple others along the way. And you're trying to control your water by either piping, having it travel over crushed stone, rather than any way that would increase any sedimentation, because what we're dealing with in meeting aquatic standards is microsediments. I'll have Gabe explain this, but what happens when you are testing your water to meet your discharge permit limitations, you are held to a standard called potentially dissolved. So it's not just any stray metallic ions in the water. Any microsediments, including any remaining microsediments from your precipitation metallic elements, are redigested in acid. That's what potentially dissolved means. In other words, I'm going to dissolve everything and put it back into ionic solution. And that's what happens. And that's what we're held to, very strict aquatic life standards. They've been increasingly stringent in the permit cycles. And I'll have Gabe Rax explain that. Other than my opening, I would like to call upon Daniel Takami, the company president, to make an initial statement concerning the intent of the company in achieving compliance and other matters.
Can you guys hear me?
Daniel, if you could unmute.
Let's see here. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you.
I can hear you.
All right, thanks very much. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Daniel Takami, and thank you, John. Much of what he said is what I was going to hit on, but I will go ahead and just say it anyways. My name is Daniel Takami. I'm the president of Grand Island Resources. I'd like to thank everyone on the board and those who are present for listening to what I have to say today. A little bit about myself. My previous occupation was a C-130 navigator in the U.S. Air Force for almost 20 years. For those who don't know what a navigator is, if you've ever seen the movie Top Gun and you know who Maverick and Goose are, well, I was Goose, except I was Goose in the C-130. I served 8 deployments and hundreds of combat missions, and I tell you that because I want you to understand the perspective that I come from. I'm not a hard rock miner, and I understand our shared goals and how we can work effectively together. What we are trying to do is to rehabilitate and clean the Cross and Caribou mines in a safe and environmentally friendly manner. The water will never stop flowing, and we are here to put systems into place so that the water that flows out will be clean for all downstream. Sorry, I'm hearing a reverb, so I'm just making sure my volume's down. We at Grand Island agree that clean water is a priority. As we've transitioned from the untimely death of our friend and the last president of Grand Island Resources, Tom Hendricks, And through COVID supply disruptions and the challenges that have arisen, we have devoted thousands of hours of time and millions of dollars on improvements and upgrades. One of the challenges we inherited was the historic water treatment system. We've recently replaced this passive water treatment with 21st century state-of-the-art filtration to extract or neutralize dissolved metals and meet or exceed strict state and federal aquatic life standards. Our last two system tests have proven that compliance with these aquatic life standards are within reach. Our dissolved metal numbers have been substantially reduced. It must be noted that the aquatic life standards are measured in parts per billion and are stricter than the EPA's national primary drinking water regulations. For example, out of the 11 exceedances that we had, 11 of them met drinking water standards. Therefore, no downstream users' groundwater could be impacted by the mine. These exceedances did not result from chemical spills like John mentioned, or an impoundment breach. We were not pumping mine pollutants into Coontrack Creek as some might have suggested. On the contrary, we have repaired an antiquated system, making it safer for everyone living downstream of our location. We are fixing what was broken, and we are solving problems, not creating them. We know that the pollution caused by improper mining here and elsewhere in the world is likely to find its way into the food that we eat, the air that we breathe, and the water that we need to survive. That is why we have diligently assumed responsibility for this water quality challenge, and is why we are continuing to work closely with local, state, and federal regulatory agencies to do it effectively. We are residents of Nederland. We go to their schools and churches. We support local restaurants and businesses because we're the neighbors. We drink out of Nederland's faucets, and we use it to hydrate our pets and plants. We care about everyone living downstream from us, and we have spent millions of dollars to clean the water and fix the Caribou and Crosses mines' existing infrastructures and facilities. Like John was saying, we are not a Chinese-funded Canadian shell company, and we are not in violation of the Clean Water Act. Signs suggesting otherwise posted in the town of Nederland are false. We are an American company with American values, and we are demonstrating our commitment to serving our neighbors, Nederland and Boulder County, and doing what's right. As a company, we are dedicated to our mission, which is employing private capital to clean up existing contaminating mine tailing sites and responsibly operate hard rock mines. We have made and will continue to make substantial investments in Boulder County's historic Cross and Caribou mines to operate them in a clean manner that is environmentally responsible and economically resilient. We look forward to continuing and enhancing our existing partnerships with local universities while we maintain our commitment to work with federal, state, and local government regulators. We practice the highest standards of environmental, social, and corporate governance, which is ESG criteria, as we strive to make Colorado's mining industry cleaner and more compatible than it has ever been. Grand Island Resources believes these initiatives will have a positive impact on the local environment and create a more enjoyable place for all of us who live, work, and play in this great state. Thank you. That's all I have, John. Okay.
I would like to call upon water quality attorney Gabe Rax to put on the record and explain for the members of the board and staff what the interplay is between the Colorado Discharge Pollution Elimination System, under which we permit, and the Safe Drinking Water Act, and how they relate to the exceedances that we have here. We do continue to believe that the agency with primary jurisdiction is water quality when it comes to permit enforcement and setting permit limitations. And I would note that yesterday, Gabe filed our formal answer to water quality concerning their notice of violation that has been provided to, I think, Cammie and Scott by email, and we'd like to have that printed and placed in the record. I will now yield to Gabe Rax.
Good morning. As John Henderson said, I'll address a couple of issues. And first will be a concern about the DRMS authority to enforce the conditions of a permit that's issued by the Water Quality Control Division. The notice of this hearing stated that there were asserted violations of effluent limitations in the discharge permit issued by the division. It did not contain statements of other claimed water quality problems, and therefore Grand Island Resources was put on notice only of an action to enforce its CDPS permit by the DRMS and MLRB. However, DRMS does not have the authority to enforce the terms and conditions of a discharge permit issued by the Water Quality Control Division, because that division, Water Quality Division, has primary jurisdiction to issue and enforce discharge permits under the Colorado Water Quality Control Act. Section 2027 of the Water Quality Control Act provides that DRMS is an implementing agency for water quality standards and mining activities, except for surface water discharge permits. It says that the Water Quality Control Division is solely responsible for issuance and enforcement of permits authorizing point source discharges, such as the one that was issued to Grand Island Resources for the Cross and Caribou mine. And in this instance, Water Quality has sent Grand Island a notice of violation and cease and desist order. And as explicitly stated in the Water Quality Control Act, the DRMS does not have authority to enforce that permit. Further, that's covered in the memorandum of agreement among MLRB, DRMS, and CDPHE, which again recognizes that the Water Quality Control Division is solely responsible for the issuance and enforcement of permits for point source discharges. And it's been recognized by the Colorado Court of Appeals in the case of Mid-Continent versus Luby, in which, again, that court indicated that the Water Quality Control Division had the statutory authority to determine whether a discharge permit had been exceeded. Here, the issues are identical because the DRMS has asserted exceedances of water quality effluent limitations in the discharge permit, and so therefore the Water Quality Control Division, and not DRMS, is the enforcing agency. Or at the very least, DRMS's enforcement is premature and should wait until the Water Quality Control Division's enforcement actions have been concluded. Now, as I'd indicated, the Water Quality Control Division has taken formal enforcement action. The notice of violation is in your packet as item 16 attached to the board memo. Yesterday, Grand Island filed its answer and request for hearing and is moving promptly in order to address the notice of violation. These concerns then include or relate to the corrective actions that were recommended by staff, including the recommendation that a technical revision must be filed to address all water quality issues. The issue in the notice was an exceedance of effluent limitations. The resolution of those effluent limitations exceedances is in the primary jurisdiction of the Water Quality Control Division as the enforcing agency for the CDPS permit. In addition, quarterly reports, the adequacy of the reports as efforts to meet effluent limitations must be determined entirely by Water Quality Control Division. In addition, the proposed cease and desist order again asserts jurisdiction where the Water Quality Control Division has the sole authority to enforce and therefore determine whether the resolution of corrective actions to meet CDPS permit requirements has been done. So in summary, what the concern is that the Water Quality Control Division has the authority. Grand Island is acting quickly in order to address the enforcement action filed by CPS, and that enforcement by MLRB and DRMS should not be based on cannot be based on the discharge permit, or needs to await the action by the Water Quality Control Division. Next, I want to address complaints related to drinking water wells, raising specifically, there was a an item, this was the attachment 13 to the memo, which was a complaint asserting concerns about lead concentrations in drinking water wells. So as you know, the Water Quality Control Commission adopts water quality standards for surface waters and groundwater in the state. The surface water standards for Coon Track Creek are contained in Water Quality Control Commission Regulation 38 and the Basic Standards Regulation and Regulation 31. Groundwater standards, on the other hand, are in Commission's Regulation 41. The stream standards are the ones that were used to establish the water quality-based effluent limitations in the permit. And in the permit, the Water Quality Control Division uses the most stringent standards on the stream, which in this case were the standards based on aquatic life protection. Groundwater standards, on the other hand, are included in Water Quality Control Commission Regulation 41 for domestic water supply. When comparing the effluent limitations in Grand Island Resources permit to the human health-based standards for lead in the groundwater standards, the limitations in the permit are well below the human health-based standards. And this was on page 20 and 21 of the staff presentation. The standard for lead for drinking water in groundwater is 50 micrograms per liter, when compared to the limitation for lead in the discharge permit of 3.8 micrograms per liter. The maximum 30-day average in the materials provided by DRMS was 12 micrograms per liter, again, well below the groundwater standard for lead of 50 micrograms per liter. And in addition, the data, the only down gradient or stream data in the record was on lead was provided by a well owner, indicating a concentration of 2.8 micrograms per liter, which again was well under the groundwater standard or even the Safe Drinking Water Act action level of 15 micrograms per liter. And so we wanted to address that to put in context the concentrations at issue in the effluent and compare those to the Safe Drinking Water Act and water supply standards, particularly for lead, because there was a public concern about lead in wells, and what the information demonstrates is that the effluent was far under the water supply standard for lead at all times in the data.
Can I interrupt you for just a second?
Yes.
When we're talking about standards here, I believe in the regulations you cite that the lead surface water standards are table value standards. They're calculated off the hardness calculations. The numbers that I think you're mentioning sound more like individual standards or more like set standards. Or are you referring to on the day that sampling occurred based on the hardness in the creek?
No, that's an important distinction. So the standards on the creek are the hardness-based calculated aquatic life protection standards.
Yes.
So those are based on potential effects on chronic effects on aquatic life. And then I was comparing that to the water supply standards, which are set numbers, distinguished from the variable numbers that the commission sets for aquatic life.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly. And I had actually reached the end of my portion of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions before ceding back to John Henderson.
Mr. Rex, yeah, Tim Mock here. So I'm glad you kind of got around to this because I was trying to understand. Mr. Henderson had mentioned that you're interested in bringing this all in compliance, and I was reading the staff recommendation, which shares those same goals. And I think you kind of get finally to the heart of the matter in terms of, I was wondering what is the concern then with this, but the staff recommendation, the start there, find operator in violation, and I'm no attorney here, of CRS 34-32-116. And if you open up that statute there, G, you might be already familiar with that. That kind of already lays out the disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance in affected land and of the surrounding area, and to the quality and quantity of water and surface and groundwater systems, both during an active mining operation, during reclamation, shall be minimized. But what you're saying is that DRMS does not have the authority, but that this is under the Water Quality Control Division. So I'm kind of curious if you could expand on that.
Yes, and our position is based on what is in the notice and the information, the data that's actually been put on record, which is effluent limitation exceedances. And so what we're saying is that for enforcement of effluent limitations in a discharge permit issued by the Water Quality Control Division, that the sole authority is with the Water Quality Control Division. There are other authorities, and the most clear example is groundwater, where groundwater is under the DRMS's authority as under the Colorado Water Quality Control Act, and other water quality concerns that are not effluent limitation exceedances or enforcement of the discharge permit. And so because the only thing at issue related to the central issue was the asserted exceedances of the discharge permit. That's a Water Quality Control Division enforcement authority, and in fact, Grand Island is acting as quickly as possible to address that.
But if the point source is coming from activities related to mines, to the extent that we can even bring in compliance of the Water Quality Control Division, I'm just kind of, again, sort of curious about this.
Yeah, and I think that again, when we're talking about enforcement of the effluent limitations in the permit, that is the problem in this instance. Other water quality concerns may or may not be within the jurisdiction of DRMS. The problem is that that's what was asserted in this case. And because that's what's asserted in this case, and that's the only thing that's on record, that's within the Water Quality Control Division's authority.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring this up, Mr. Mock. I'm struggling here as well. The way I understand it is that our job is to ensure compliance with the mining permit and address issues associated with that. And if the compliance, if compliance with your NIPD's permit is associated with your operations, I'm having a hard time separating the two. I guess I would like to hear from the division on this as well. And I apologize if it kind of messes up your flow and your plan for your presentation, but I think it's relevant to really understand what we're talking about here as it comes up.
Yes, thank you. This is Michael Cunningham. I'll try to address your question there. There was a lot that was covered. I think I'd like to, just touch on the memorandum of understanding that was referenced. And it's clear that each agency has specific and separate statutory responsibilities in regulating mining operations and protecting the hydrologic balance. We're not asserting that it is our role to enforce point source discharge standards. That is clearly within the realm of Water Quality Control Division. We're simply referring to that in the notice of possible violation letter as the effect. The cause here is a failure to properly treat and manage water at the mine site. Our regulations clearly state, as Mr. Mock read into the record, that impacts to the prevailing hydrologic balance of both surface and groundwater systems shall be minimized. And minimization for us means compliance with applicable federal and Colorado water quality laws and regulations. So that's how we see our role in this particular situation. And I would like to also add too that there's been a lot of discussion about the drinking water standards. That is not the standard that we are holding this operator to. That is not what our rules and regulations state. It is a minimization of impacts to the prevailing hydrologic balance, whether that is a drinking water standard or an aquatic life standard. Both are equally important, and there needs to be compliance regardless of what we're talking about in a particular hydrologic system. There seemed to be sort of a downplaying, if you will, that this is meeting drinking water standards, but aquatic life standards are incredibly important. Even the microorganisms, the macroinvertebrates that are present in Coontrack Creek form a very important part of that food chain and ecological system. So it's just as important, with respect to the citizens that have asserted that they have potential contamination of their wells. We're not at a position through our investigation to assert anything one way or the other. But what I will note, though, is that, and the sample data for one of the complainants was provided, that is included in the board packet. We don't disagree that the level of lead currently meets drinking water standards, but this complainant is expressing concerns, not that they can't drink their water, but that they're seeing an increased level of lead in their water, which I understand and I would be concerned with as well. And I think it's worth noting that the maximum contaminant level goal for lead is 0. Nobody wants any lead, regardless of that amount, in their water. So I hope I answered your question, but if I didn't, please let me know.
If I could just jump in as well, this is Scott Schultz, counsel for the division. The interpretation by Mr. Rackus essentially eliminates the statutory authority of DRMS, and I think it's a completely incorrect interpretation. DRMS has separate jurisdictional authority regarding disturbances to the hydrologic balance. That's clearly not the intent of the legislature, is to limit DRMS and its statutory responsibilities. So I just disagree with their interpretation of it. DRMS has the jurisdiction to require minimizations to disturbances of the hydrologic balance. And I won't belabor the point. I'll let them continue their presentation, but we don't agree. I don't agree with their interpretation of DRMS's authority and responsibilities in this case. And I would like to respond, and then we'd move on with our presentation. There is no data in the record of in-stream water quality standards exceedances. And there is no data in the record of increases in in-stream water quality concentrations. And there is no data in the record of increases in well concentrations of any pollutants. And therefore, the enforcement action in this case rests entirely on an attempt to enforce effluent limitations in a discharge permit. And then I think we would like to move on at this point.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Singletary, do you mind if I ask a clarifying question? And feel free to tell me if I'm out of order here. I think this is for the division.
Please go ahead.
So the Water Quality Control Division, they withdrew this notice of violation, cease and desist, on November 30th, but they just reinstated it because they said that there was inaccurate language in paragraph 32. But a cease and desist from Water Quality Control Division is currently active and in existence, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Maybe later in the presentation, if we still have questions, we could revisit if there's anything different between DRMS doing a cease and desist and what exists in Water Quality Control Division, and concerns that maybe are not addressed there. We don't have to get into the weeds right now, but if we don't visit that in some of this presentation information, I'd like to gain some further clarity on any gaps there.
Absolutely. Good. Go ahead. I agree with you now.
Thank you. I'll go back to John Henderson at this point.
So here for a moment, Gabe, I had a question for you, and that is, could you illuminate for the board a little bit about how the discharge standards affecting aquatic life are set for the Cross Caribou discharge, including the permitting cycle and the factors that go into setting what those standards are for our discharge.
Yes, so when the Water Quality Control Division issues a renewal permit or a new permit, I'm sorry, there's an echo that, well, thank you. The Water Quality Control Division conducts what's called a water quality assessment. And that water quality assessment is based on what I would call the worst case assumptions about the stream. And so it assumes the lowest critical low flow in the stream at the same time as a maximum amount of discharge from the permitted discharge. It then takes those calculated effluent limitations and implements them in the permit as effluent limitations. And as had been said earlier, for the case of dissolved metals in the stream to protect aquatic life, those are put in place as potentially dissolved effluent limitations in order to account for potential redissolving of metals in the stream. And so there's another layer of conservative assumptions that are applied at the time of the effluent limitations, which are enforceable limits under the Colorado Water Quality Control Act to protect water quality standards under all possible conditions.
Who's next?
John Henderson here. I wanted to ask one more question of Gabe, because one of the board members did bring up the fact that aquatic life in the stream is basically part of the ecosystem. And in addition to the discharge limitations established in the permit, and we're right on top of the drainage, and at times Coontrack Creek, where we are, becomes ephemeral in the low flow months. And as a result, they consider us to be the stream. In addition to the discharge limitations, I believe we are subject to and have for many, many years done testing and are required to do testing called wet testing, WET, which basically takes different dilutions of your mine discharge water. And we literally use those to place in those solutions two types of very sensitive aquatic life. One, I believe, is invertebrate water fleas called Seriadaphnia, and newly hatched fathead minnows. And what they do is study the potential mortality of those highly sensitive species to various solutions of your discharge water. Over the years, that wet testing has generally been highly successful with our straight discharge water. However, the aim is to achieve at least near 100% compliance. And I think the company has reached a conclusion the only way to do that is to continue to pursue and test active treatment technologies to eliminate trace metallics. Gabe, did I misstate any of that?
No, that's correct.
Excuse me, one question for you all as we talk about water quality testing. I apologize about this echo. I don't know what's going on here. What is the frequency that you all do internal testing? I know I saw somewhere in the documentation associated that it's a bi-monthly reporting, but do you do daily testing as well so that you know how to alter management of the site depending on what your discharge looks like that day? And I assume kind of upstream, downstream as well, or at least flow within Coontrack so you know you're loading downstream.
So, go ahead, John.
John Henderson here. I would also, Gabe, you may want to answer answer that, then I also may want to hand that off to Dr. Gregory Miller, who may be more familiar with what that regimen is and what regimen that's being used to test equipment on site as a potential long-term treatment solution.
Correct. I'm not in a position to answer the actual monitoring. I did want to raise a concern, which is that one of our witnesses has lost power, is attempting to get that back. But I think that we can go over to Greg Miller. He has power.
Okay. Yeah, I can answer that question by way of introduction, since it's the first time I'm on. I'm Greg Miller, a PhD in geochemistry from New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology. About 30 years of progressive experience in groundwater quality, water treatment, analytical work, modeling, so on and so forth.
Mr. Miller, may I interrupt? Were you sworn before? Since you said you were
Yes,
just
sir, I did swear in before.
Okay, no, I just was clarifying it.
Very good. And so I started with the mine on January 1st of this year, and then as an employee. And in August, a better working relationship was established, and I'm a consultant to the mine at this point in time. So the current sampling that has been conducted historically at the mine has been twice a month. The internal research and development samples or samples that we're starting to take now that you read about are in evaluating the performance of our pilot treatment systems. We had one system by a company named Opal. We had performance sampling for it, in which we identified it wasn't working well. And we're currently doing performance sampling on our filtration and absorption media. To address the comment regarding surface water monitoring, there was a surface water monitoring program flow in place by Tom Hendricks and some reporting to that on DRMS in the period of 2003 through 2006. The upstream and downstream flume are no longer operable. Several other USGS surface water monitoring stations have also, in the intervening time period, are no longer monitored. There are plans moving forward in the future as part of probable renegotiation of our surface water discharge limits to begin and construct those in-stream structures that are necessary for flow monitoring. Right now, we monitor flow out of the Caribou mine, out of the cross discharge, and at outfall 001. And that's the only flow monitoring that takes place.
Sorry, can you explain where 001 is without a map in front of you? Sorry.
That's the outfall to Coontrack Creek. And so it would be basically due south of the southernmost corner of Pond 2. If I might continue on at this point, I really would like to address a comment that Mr. Singletary and a question he had right at the end of the break. And it was expressing concern for the people downstream. And so we share that concern. We absolutely share that concern. And it is my professional opinion, without any reservation, that there is no possible human health impact that has taken place to groundwater, to anybody downstream of us, because of any potential exceedances and or discharges that have occurred from the mine. There's three simple facts for this. The first one is our discharges, as noted before, as noted in the tables by DRMS, as noted by CDPHE, numerical comparison of those numbers to drinking water standards, we don't exceed them. And it requires magic to that water for us to put more material in it downstream. If people have concerns about their drinking water in their wells, and as a private well owner myself, I share those concerns. I believe people are, responsible for testing, and if their testing reveals that they have a problem, I share their fear that they have a problem with their water. However, the reality of the situation, we don't exceed drinking water standards. It is a well-known fact that in these subalpine basins, the groundwater discharges to surface water at all times of the year. All times of the year. So surface water physically can't be impacting people's wells in this drainage basin. It's not like out in the Denver Basin where water sinking down through aquifers can contaminate them. Water in these subalpine aquifers discharges to the streams and springs. Base flow in winter from Coontrack Creek is discharging groundwater and is representative of groundwater quality. So the third point is we're too far. We're just far too far in fracture flow groundwater for us to have an impact. We do have research samples from on site that we're taking in preparation for submission of the required groundwater monitoring plan for our required surface water monitoring plan that are being submitted this month that show that we don't exceed drinking water standards for any testable element in Rule 41, tables 1 through 4. Our water is as close to pristine quality as you get up the hill. So as far as fear mongering and public fear goes, we believe there was a responsibility from DRMS. They have the technical know-how to have responded to the public long ago that their fears were completely unfounded. Starting with the very basis that by the tables submitted today, we don't exceed drinking water standards for anything. So we believe DRMS has a public responsibility to let these people know that this is physically impossible. According to my professional belief and reasonable scientific standards, this is not happening. And so I wanted to address that directly. So
just to ask you, let me ask you a question then. What, and I was going to ask it later, but since you are being pretty deliberate here, what are the distances of the wells that are allegedly impacted and what are their depths? And I guess what you're telling me is that any waters that you have are not a point source in the subsurface water that flows to those wells. I guess that's what you're telling me. But
yes.
I don't know whether they're built on 1 acre part, because you're absolutely correct. You know, we have, if they're too close together and you have septics involved, there's a lot of reasons things can be impacted, but we need to find those things out.
I agree. But at the same time, in a deliberate manner, we have to be responsible to the public to present them to things on the best factual basis we can at the time. As part of other permitting for the mine, I conducted a survey of all wells within 1 mile and 5 miles of our entire property boundary. The closest well to our facility is the Caribou Mill well, and is approximately, I believe, 1.2 miles away. And it is at a depth of about 250 feet. The data was sent to me earlier today. Lead doesn't move very far. Even in the worst leaded gasoline station spills, lead would move a few hundred feet. It is not a mobile element. And so from a geochemicals perspective, lead plumes in groundwater are not common. And so, but this applies to all of our elements. And this is why I wanted to come back and talk a little bit just about the general situation of what's going on and what I've discovered in my investigations. I'll make this as brief as I possibly can. But historically, Tom Hendricks treated dissolved zinc coming out of the cross mine. There is also trace dissolved cadmium in the cross mine. Contaminated water above ambient water quality criteria is limited to water that we pump from the cross mine. That's it. The water from the Caribou mine is uncontaminated. It has a conductivity of 100 microsiemens. And so this water historically was used by the lime treatment, which can be effective on dissolved cadmium and zinc. And then that was diluted with uncontaminated Caribou water in Pond 2, and Tom was able to meet his discharge requirements. Now, we are being cited for not providing a minimal disturbance. And I would argue the point that we have absolutely done everything in our power to minimize the disturbance that was just short of force majeure in us having a collapse of the Idaho Tunnel. And we have been working diligently to accommodate that collapse through one of the greatest supply chain disruptions that has ever occurred in my professional life, being COVID-19. We have been trying to make the existing system first work. When we found that was not possible in the middle of this supply chain disruption, we managed to get a treatment trailer on site whose people offered us a warranty that they would meet treatment. After 90 days, we threw them off site. And in the process, we had already been evaluating our second treatment technology that we were going to bring up, which as of results today, is providing, once again, not only water that is below drinking water standards, but below the aquatic life standards. We have minimized disturbance as much as we possibly can, taking into the factor of time. The factor of time does not appear in the regulations, but there is no possible way for us to minimize disturbances without time. So, in answering one of your questions, Lauren, yes, we absolutely are doing inter-vessel testing right now and post-filtration testing and all kinds of online commissioning testing. And we have a very expensive 7-day turnaround. And so because our detection methods are so low, standard field test tubes or things that you might use on site to quickly tell you whether you're meeting compliance or at least in range are inoperable for us. We can set up a spectrophotometer lab on site to do zinc, but we have to create a clean facility to do so. We're in the process of doing that. So in the factor of time, I believe that the mine has minimized disturbance. There are water quality problems that we still have in addressing dissolved zinc and cadmium, and that's what the treatment system that we have for. In July of this year, I conducted an investigation of all waters on site to try to find out what the source of our problem was. That's a suggestion of NSERO and Metsorb. And we conducted a filtration study. And we found that nearly 100% of our problems are related to this microparticulate material, aside from the known contamination from 1975 of cross-mine water discharge. So we're evaluating a system right now to treat cross-mine discharge and use the caribou water direct discharge or as dilution is necessary. So, but at no time ever has the mine threatened human health. And I professionally believe on the nature of these exceedances being related to particulate matter and a potentially dissolved digestion, I don't believe it's probable that we caused any problems for aquatic life, sediments in the stream. We've never exceeded a TSS standard, ever. And so the mine is moving diligently forward to address all water quality concerns. Finally, there is a point that I need to bring up in that this has a cease and desist order for the inside of the mine. Our problems are caused by the inside of the mine, folks. They're caused because workers have muddy boots and the water discharged to the ponds contains colloidal materials. You could sample dirt from your front yard at the TSS concentrations we have and acidify it, and you will exceed our aquatic water quality criteria. Any soil anywhere. And this is just geochemistry. It's just the nature of very small numbers. We're in very small numbers. So we're filtering the water. We're removing those trace sediments. And we are preparing to do this moving forward in the future so that we can have muddy boots at the mine. If you restrict us from replumbing the inside of the mine by a cease and desist order on construction, it is just the same as telling a plumber to fix all the leaks in their house, but they can only work on the sewer out front. We have to be able to work inside the mine to solve these problems, and that is my professional opinion. And so we ask that, one, DRMS help us address the facts with the public, that we are not a threat to their drinking water quality because of the nature of groundwater in these basins and the nature of our discharge.
Mr. Chair, if I
Second.
may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Miller, I want to make sure that I understand correctly, because the cease and desist order prohibits further activities underground except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to comply with the conditions of the board order. So I don't think it necessarily takes that away. And then I also kind of want to just set the timeline here because I'm struggling a little bit with the response of the public. I understand we've got some complaints, but the timeline here that was set in place is that we've got some compliance issues going back to 2019. And then it's not until November 9th, 2021, where you're issued the notice for the board meeting. And then the first complaints come in November 21st. I understand that those will have a process to review those complaints and inspect those.
I'm sorry if I'm missing your question somehow. The complaints came in, of course, after the notice. That's when the public became aware. And when this obviously orchestrated activity to defame us started taking place.
My point is I don't think that we're strictly here because of the public. We're here because of issues that were identified before the public got.
No, and I absolutely concur on that. I am not disagreeing that we're talking about a .6 complaint on minimizing disturbance, but we shouldn't be using these public complaints regarding something that doesn't hold water. Bad pun, but they're bullet items in the presentation here that we have all these groundwater complaints, and this is just egregious.
And then I appreciate that. But more importantly, the first part of my question was the cease and desist order still allows you to do work underground to the degree approved by the division necessary to comply with the conditions of the board order.
Let me set it for instance. If I was able to deliver a technical requirement right now, a TR right now on how I'm going to address those underground workings, which would be a substantial effort in itself, and present that to DRMS with its 60-day review cycle, this mine will flood and run out the tunnel this spring if we can't run the pump and discharge it. It will flow out the attic. And so if we're not given permission to operate as we normally operate without this review cycle, essentially, we're going to undo millions of dollars worth of work, and we're not going to be able to dewater the mine and continue this operation to direct flow internally, manage our sediments internally, don't discharge them to ponds, and then have a $1 million treatment system or thereabouts as suspenders in a belt to take care of that trace nanoparticulate contamination. And the reason we have to take care of it is because we have to acidify our samples. Simple as that.
John Henderson here to mention a couple things on this point as well, and that is the mandate statutorily that DRMS has is not a purely environmental mandate. It also has to take care of the health, welfare, the community, and for that matter, the employees of the operation. If we have to send 30 or 40 people home before Christmas to meet the cease and desist order, is that not tremendously counterproductive in that when this mine is in operation, we have to be able to treat water that is developed during ordinary operations in the mine, where there are actually people present, machinery present, and people moving in and out. That's what we ultimately got to treat. The goal here is to mine. And if we shut down the mining operation, supposedly to aid the water quality search, which is going to take time, and it has taken time, and I would like Greg to elaborate on that a bit, of how much time it takes to identify, select, and properly test systems, including the one that failed and the one that's going to fail. But I'm not, to get back to the past point, I don't think shutting down the mine is productive, and it certainly is counterproductive for the Nederland community and for the employees of the mine. It doesn't aid anything to do with water quality testing and achieving consistent compliance with the aquatic life standards.
Mr. Chair,
I wanted to pass it back to yeah, Russ, are you there?
This is Russ Means and stuff. I'd like to make a real quick clarification. The division's not asking you to shut down the mine. In fact, part of the language and stuff there is to allow us and stuff to have the flexibility to allow the things that are necessary to occur, and that while other things are happening. So we're going down a rabbit hole here that I want to make really clear to the board that they understand the language of the cease and desist and stuff, and the language is there and stuff to provide us with the necessary flexibility. A TR will take some time, but the approval for continued pumping and other things and stuff and that's something and stuff. You send something to me today, we could have it back to you tomorrow. So I want to put that out there right now. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. The clarity is helpful. One thing I think I'm struggling with a little bit here is that we're talking quite a bit about groundwater and the public perception of operations. Within, and correct me if I'm wrong, but within the information I believe I've read, I haven't seen groundwater data. I don't have a map of where your operations are in relation to groundwater wells. In fact, I don't honestly think we're talking about that at all in terms of the violation. I can be pretty blunt here. It's more about operations, and that seems to be the biggest issue. We're talking about effluent, discharge, NIPD's permits. We're not even talking about groundwater. As Ms. Eschberg said, those are under review still by the division and under investigation. And it's not something that the board has been presented with. So if we can just focus more of this conversation on operations and what can be done positively, I'd appreciate that.
Our operation treats groundwater. Our discharges are natural groundwater flows that are intercepted by our structures. Groundwater can't not be part of the conversation.
And I wish we
discharge the analytical data that we collect on cross mine discharge pretreatment and Caribou mine water pretreatment. As part of this R&D operation, you're right, it hasn't been submitted yet, but that is groundwater data. And so we searched the DRMS records for groundwater data that was supposedly submitted in 2011, 2012. We were unable to find that. As part of the previous record, there was a request of a previous operator and they said they had data. So we haven't been able to identify historical data. We had done some R&D sampling on our wells, so we'll be submitting data packets as part of the groundwater sampling plan here shortly that shows that the groundwater is in compliance with drinking water standards. And looks a lot like the discharge. The Caribou well looks like Caribou mine. The Cross well looks like the Cross mine.
Okay. I mean,
John Henderson here. I'm wondering, Lauren, if part of your question might not have related to two different things. One is the physical location of where these complaints have been made. And I think we've at least partially mapped those. And I think Division may have done the same, because it was our information from Division that they've only conducted one or two serious inquiries where these complaints came from the wrong drainage. They're miles away from the wrong drainage. They're up on a hill where flows that from our surface water discharge of groundwater simply could not reach that point. And I think Division may well have internally already rejected a large number of these complaints for reasons like that. I think we would like a chance to address them. We're certainly mapping them now and trying to determine the sources of them. I think there's also a second part of the question that maybe Greg Miller could address. Normally, when you're talking about groundwater movement through, but here we have granitic aquifers, over certain distances, we will do what's called, I think, a Glover analysis, isn't it, Greg? We don't have our water rights people here, but in a Glover analysis, you basically determine the impact and rate of groundwater flow related to transmissivity. But when it comes to the granitics, and correct me, Greg, if I'm wrong, water doesn't move uphill, it moves downhill and eventually expresses itself as springs and adds to a gaining stream. And here we have Coontrack Creek, which is a gaining stream, so concentrations from our discharges at the top would not be increasing. And if you're talking about movement through granitic aquifers, I mean, I saw a couple of the complaints where people are suggesting that our discharges of drinking water quality, water at the top of Coontrack are somehow affecting them over in the drainage coming out of Eldora, which, if there was any transmissivity at all, could literally take hundreds and hundreds of years if it was even physically possible. And I'm wondering if what we're talking about is the distance that these wells are from Coontrack.
Yeah, I'm actually not.
Such that we could look at the issue of whether,
Yeah.
I think Division has mapped some of these, haven't they?
That's not what I mean. What I'm talking about is operations of the mine, how we're going to improve those. That seems to be what the issues are here. And I'm hearing some options of pilot studies. I'm hearing they haven't been run through the division. I'm hearing technology that could work, maybe. I'm concerned that we're not talking enough about what's being done on site to get things better. And we're talking more about potential issues that I don't have any data to comment on.
Thank you.
If I might, Lauren, we did present a packet with a timeline in it regarding the treatment technologies that we have used in the past and the treatment technologies we're using right now.
And are those being worked on hand in hand with the division? Because I see that is
They're
one of
being
the
worked
issues.
on hand in hand with CDPHE. And we've been in contact with CDPHE directly regarding every pilot system we put up on the Hill, permission to do so, what the intent was, and approval from them from direct conversations with Jacob Deist that I've been in on. And so while there is a nature of the complaint that says that we need, and I'm not addressing this, I'm just saying there is a nature of the complaint that says we needed to address those with the division. I'm not in the DRMS versus CDPHE fight on this, in just that we did discuss all of this with CDPHE, and they are well aware of our piloting programs, what we're doing, and they have placed significant restrictions on us on how we can and will pilot and what we can and will do. And so everything we're doing is with significant oversight. And we have early samples now in our second pilot that suggests we're on the right technology now for treating, quite frankly, trace levels of contaminants that most of the treatment companies rejected working with us. That's an essential problem when you contact the Montgomery Watson Harzas and of the world and say, we need this treated, and they say, we can't do it. So that's part of the time factor. Running through
Lauren,
what we've done. Sorry,
I'd really love to make some forward progress in this conversation. I feel like we're discussing the same thing quite a bit. One note here is that Water Quality Control Division issued the notice of violation originally on November 5th. We're talking about complaints that came in November 21st. So, I feel like unless it's really helpful to delineating anything in this conversation, if we can just acknowledge that there was already a cease and desist from Water Quality Control, nobody's we're not talking about defamation or anything here. And then I would really like to get back to this piece and understand from the division clarity wise, because it does feel a little, we've got this CDPHE, Water Quality Control, DRMS thing here, but Amy, in your corrective actions, we've already established that in a cease and desist order, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm hoping that whether it comes from Water Quality Control Division or DRMS, that the intent is still to protect water quality, prevent damage to offsite areas, complete reclamation, protect public health. That would be the purpose, regardless of who's issuing a cease and desist. Can someone clarify that for me? They can still operate in a manner that's protective to the environment and public health?
Yes, absolutely. The intent of the cease and desist order is not to require the operator to cease and desist from active treatment up there, even if the active treatment that they're currently using is yet to be reviewed and approved by our office. We want to see that continue, and we would grant them whatever authorizations are needed to ensure that they can continue to work towards compliance on their discharge permit.
Okay, because I'm trying to keep this clean from a jurisdictional perspective. So then if we look at some of the corrective actions, it's been suggested that a technical revision be submitted, talking about modification, management, treatment. These are complicated things. Mr. Henderson, if you could mute, I think we'll lose our echo.
Okay.
Surface and groundwater monitoring. There's a recommendation of, talking about an increased financial warranty because of the water treatment issues. And then additionally, and this is the coordination piece that I'm trying to, figure out here, that I think it would be helpful. They've already asked that, at the end of every quarter, getting a written report summarizing the actions of what's going on between WQ, water quality and CDPHE regarding the discharge permit. So I spoke really quickly. I went over a lot of information, but I'm trying to make some steps toward progress and clarity here of how we can, make some recommendations in this very complicated issue that involves a lot of moving parts that are beyond and adjacent to DRMS.
Absolutely. I'll do my best to respond to those points. I just want to read something out of the memorandum of understanding that the division has with Water Quality Control Division. This is under the enforcement section, and it makes it clear that the division will be responsible for enforcing the requirements for design and maintenance of water quality protection structures, which in our mind is any water treatment system that is up there. So that is a clear distinction between what we look at versus what the health department looks at. For their part, they're looking at compliance with their NPDES permit. You're either in compliance or you're not in compliance. And I appreciate that the operator has been telling the health department about the treatment that they're doing up there, but they've not looped us in on that. And I think it's also important to acknowledge that the health department does not have a formal process for evaluating water treatment systems. That is our role. It's within our jurisdiction, and that's why we're asking for a technical revision. And it's not only just to ensure that whatever they've got up at the site right now is going to bring them into compliance present day, but we want to ensure that this system is adequate to handle any changes that are going to occur at that mine site over the life of the mine. So that's really why it's critical that we, and why we're pursuing the violation today. And I think there's another distinction that should be mentioned about the cease and desist order. The health department cease and desist order is structured very differently than one that would be issued by the board. Their cease and desist order essentially reads, you shall cease and desist from this violation. In other words, you need to get into compliance. But the health department has no authority to require the operator to cease and desist from the specific activities that are causing this exceedance, whereas the board does have that authority. And that's why we're asking the board to apply a cease and desist order to all underground activities. The operator themselves, in their board packet on page 5, under the section called Continued Activity Pending and Post-Installation, states, Grand Island Resources continues construction activities at the site in preparation for mining. In the recent past, these construction activities have resulted in water quality exceedances because the existing system was overloaded with settable and suspended particulates. So by their own admission, the work that they're doing underground at this mine is causing these exceedances. And I believe the division has a very clear role here And then also, the health department does not look at or have the authority to require the operator to post a financial warranty for water treatment at the site. That is within the sole discretion of staff and the board to set a financial warranty for water treatment. And as we heard from Mr. Takami's testimony, this site is going to drain forever. And we need to ensure that we've got a technical revision submitted and we establish an appropriate financial warranty for the site.
Thank you for that clarification. Yep.
And if I may, I just want to add one more. Mr. Henderson, if you mute your. Mr. Henderson, if you mute your. I think as the board keyed in on, we received a number of. The board keyed in on. Which is not what's been driving our enforcement actions. Based on the timeline, those came after we initiated our enforcement actions. I just wanted to directly address a statement from Mr. Miller. We do have a responsibility to respond to citizen complaints, and we will. But we're not a PR firm for Grand Island Resources. And so if they would like to make a statement with their position, they're welcome to do so. Staff is currently investigating this matter. We intend to be deliberate, to take our time and to make sure that we make a right call on this at the end of the day. But we will be communicating with all of the concerned citizens that have submitted complaints to the division. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I just want to make sure, because I think what you talked about there with the initial piece of the cease and desist aspect, that Water Quality Control Division's cease and desist says, you articulated it better than me, but there was kind of a better clarification as to the jurisdictional piece that if DRMS issues a cease and desist, it means that you have to stop the activity, in this sense, mining, that is causing, the exceedance or the reason for. And then can you tell me again what you said of how you defined the Water Quality Control Division piece of it?
And I'm paraphrasing here, but basically their cease and desist order is worded that you shall cease and desist from this continued violation. So basically stop exceeding your discharge permit. That is what they should cease and desist from, but it is not specific to any activities that are occurring at the mine site.
I think
if I
sounds
may,
like.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, yeah, this is Patrick. Like there's a process here and alignment between a couple different departments in the state that ensure water quality, ensure environmental protection, ensure safe drinking water, really inform each other. And that what I'm hearing from staff is that there's alignment in that in order for a resolution for all parties to come to agreement that this alignment has to go through this step of between both departments. So I just kind of wanted to summarize that based on what I'm listening here too. But I think it's an important thing to think about when we're making this decision here today.
If I could add one clarifying.
John Henderson here. I'd like to defer back to Gabe Rax a little bit, because it's my understanding that if we do agree on a permanent treatment technology that we can obtain and is successful, that it is required that that be approved by CDPHE and included in a revised permit. Maybe Gabe can tell me if I'm wrong about that.
So I did want to clarify that the cease and desist order issued by Water Quality Control Division does go beyond cease and desist exceedances of effluent limitations. And it does require submitting an evaluation and identifying specific steps that Grand Island Resources identify specific steps to come into compliance with deadlines of 180 days, within 180 days of the final report to begin. And importantly, the enforcement order then does say that the division may notify that alternate measures and or time schedules are appropriate. And so one concern is that there are two agencies asserting the ability to review proposed actions and to determine that there are different actions required. And again, so there is additional authority that is asserted by the Water Quality Control Division in the cease and desist order. In addition, what Mr. Henderson was referring to is that the addition of treatment by any discharger in the state that requires a change of the facility or specifically adding chemical use for treatment, which is quite common in mine water treatment, triggers a review by the Water Quality Control Division of the use of that chemical, and it requires a notification to the Water Quality Control Division in addition. So there's, again, when you're talking about enforcement of the discharge permit itself, the risk is inconsistent requirements being placed on the operator under both enforcement orders.
Specifically, we've been instructed by Water Quality Control Division after we complete this pilot to submit the design to them for permit approval.
Can I ask a quick question? Is the water treatment system going to be within the affected lands of the permit, of the DRMS permit?
Yes, it is. And I wanted to bring something up, and Michael makes an important point in that what is being spoken to here now is our past inability, as admitted, to use the old system to achieve effective water treatment. And that is completely the past. We are now using a different treatment system, and we are meeting water quality standards by our most recent testing. So the point of judgment of where we are should be based, in my opinion, on where we are, not where we used to be.
Have you submitted any of that information to the division for review?
Yes, we have.
We have
all of the packets regarding the treatment systems that we're using now were submitted as part of the December 5th submission for this meeting.
Is that under an official submission other than just your board packet? Do we have a technical revision or anything under technical review by staff?
No, because we have
That's
been
the problem.
Well, we've been told by CDPHE that once they permit our system, then we'll be ready for that.
Well, under the act and the rules and stuff, and that everything that's within the affected lands and stuff, and that has to be accounted for through our permit, and that so those kind of reviews and stuff have to be done within our permit purview, and that just as much as it does through CDPHE.
So if we submit identical documentation to you and to CDPHE, and we get back different comments, which we will, what's the resolution process for that, Mr. Means?
We'll work on that with CDPHE, but we have several mines that have water treatment systems, some that are millions and millions of dollars that we have looked at, that we've worked with CDPHE and stuff on. This isn't the first time we've dealt with a water treatment system with CDPHE. So the important thing and stuff is that in all of this time, the operator has not submitted a thing to the division for review. So we have no idea, we have no information whatsoever other than what you submitted in a 500-page packet. And it's not an official submittal to the division for review. That's part of the issue and stuff that we're here today. The board understands and stuff of that the complaints, everything else doesn't matter and stuff here. The big issue and stuff here is your failure to comply with conditions of your permit, that we have to submit things and stuff to us before you do them, not while you're doing them and stuff, and that you're way out over your skis. So.
This seems to be getting a little contentious, so the attorneys are back in. First of all, I don't think the notice for this hearing included a violation for failure to notify. At this particular stage, as identified by Greg Miller, we have been in testing stage with two different technologies, and Greg hasn't explained those in detail, and perhaps he should, but I think these were on portable platforms initially. First, you have to locate someone willing to work with you. You have to identify a technology that appears to be able to achieve compliance. And then ultimately, if you're going to do a permanent installation of treatment, you've got to get that, and then you need agency approval for it. We're kind of caught up in a netherworld here where we are being ordered into compliance. We're busting our butt locating potentially appropriate technologies. One, after guarantees and the contractual materials included in our packet did not achieve compliance. What we thought was a better potential technology was rapidly located and brought on site so we could test to see if it remained a candidate for meeting the mandates of both of these agencies. But there's been no decision yet on a permanent treatment technology or siting of that technology. And it is apparent we've got some push-pull now between two agencies as to who's going to get to approve it and what it needs to be in. But frankly, I think we've been busting our butt to achieve compliance, and it ain't easy because we're dealing with super trace metallics, as Greg testified, that a lot of companies won't even deal with because it's just so stringent. So let's rather than getting contentious about this, I guess what I'm hearing, Russ, is that division wants to hear and potentially approve even portable technologies that are being tested to achieve water compliance, because there's no question of a permanent installation at this point.
Trying to reach yeah, we need to know what's going on site, whether it's a test pilot project or not, and we have had zero communications and stuff from the operator as to what's going on. That's the biggest issue and stuff that we have today. You know, we learned of the cave-in at our permitted site from CDPHE. We didn't hear it from the operator. And the point is and stuff is that you pointed out, this place was in compliance and stuff until 2 years ago and stuff, and that when there was a switch in ownership and stuff. So that's not lost on us, that the issues and stuff and that started to become apparent and stuff started about that time. So it's a matter of communication between the division and the operator. That's one of the biggest issues and stuff here, John.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think we've
Go ahead.
kind of gotten a little.
Then we've got to find some place to find a resolution. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
now.
we've kind of lost our order of the fashion here. Mr. Henderson, do you know approximately how much more time you need to make your presentation on the matter before the board? You're muted.
Mr. Henderson, you're muted.
Still muted.
Yeah, John again. I think if I had a chance to go down my checklist after a break, my guess is somewhere around 30 minutes. And in closing, we'd like a chance to respond to the proposals. I do want Mr. Miller to testify more about what systems we've tried on site and specifically what we're doing right now, including both filtration and sorbent technology to achieve compliance. I think that's very important to put on the record how much we're doing in that regard. And like I said, we would like to respond to the proposals by division specifically and get by these interjurisdictional problems. It is apparent to us, by the way, that DRMS, though it's been involved at several points, wants to be much more involved in the site. You're already going to increase your inspections. And I would always urge my clients to keep the lines of communication with DRMS open and functioning. And certainly the need for division and the desire for division for that to continue is very apparent to me. And I think it's apparent to the company too, that those lines of communication need to improve.
Okay. Here's what I suggest if the board goes along. We'll go to a break here for about a half hour, 35 minutes. I'm not too interested in hearing about what's happened. I want to hear about how we're going to resolve. Can you unmute whoever it is? Maybe Henderson. I've heard enough of that. I want to find a place where we can find some resolution as quickly as possible. And that needs to be in conjunction with the staff as well as the operators. And, we can talk about what's happened in the past. We know that. I read about your Opal situation. I went through all those pages and read all that information. And I'm impressed. But today we need to this is a serious problem in my eyes. Anytime we're dealing with the water quality in a stream, and it may not be your fault, it may be, I don't know. I'm not trying to assert that, but what I am saying is I really don't want to hear a lot of more, push pull in terms of Water Quality Control Commission and our commission. We are here today as citizens of this state to find a solution for what I consider to be a serious problem. And one of the reasons it's a serious problem, and you have admitted it, is you're on the headwaters of several streams. And so everything you do affects people downstream. And so, we'll go to break and if there's other people on our board that want to say something before we go there, that's what my wish is. And I really don't want to hear a lot more jargon that I've heard. I get it, but let's come back and let's find a place where we can solve this as rapidly as possible. And I don't know what that is. I think the staff's got a pretty good indication. And so without that, is there any other board members that want to comment to that? And maybe you disagree with all that. I don't know. I think somebody's got to take the bull by the horns here, and we got to turn this discussion into something that's productive.
Yeah, agreed, John. I can't agree with you more about how serious I feel like this is. Full disclosure, I live in Rollinsville. I'm in Nederland right now for this meeting. So, I'm very connected to this area, very connected to the community. I do know the miners who work in your mine. I have dinner with them. So there's, this is an important issue for the community, for the watershed, for your operations, for the protection of the state, for the protection of the waters, for responsible mining. You also, I don't want to preach here, but you're right. I mean, Tom Hendricks had a terrific legacy in this area. He is incredibly respected. Still, no matter, that will always be. But you have a responsibility to uphold his hard work. And I want to definitely focus on what Mr. Singletary said of how can we move forward in the best way possible. And yes, let's focus our next conversation on corrective actions and a plan moving forward. But I do want to reiterate how very seriously I do take this.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of this presentation is what should have been communicated to division staff at the beginning back in 2019, and it seems a bit of a crunch to try to bring it all the way to the MLRB board and go through kind of what should have already been kind of a process of communication on what your steps were going to be to remediate this. So yeah, agree with John, agree with Lauren. We can come back and make a resolution here.
Is that okay with the operators? Do you understand where I'm coming from? I understand what's happened in the past. Let's figure out what we can do for the future. That's all I'm saying, and the staff as well. I think the staff's got a good handle on it. I feel very comfortable with where they are. I'm just going to tell you that we need some positive words after we come back from lunch. Is that all right? Is there anybody else that wants to make a comment? I'm certainly not trying to hog it. If not, why don't we come back at about, what is it now? A little bit before 1. We'll come back at 1:30. Is that amenable to everybody? Is that okay? Okay, well, let's put your thinking caps on and think hard, and let's find a way to get this thing done. We'll see you in a little bit. No.
No. That's perfect.
So are we ready to resume?
Looks like we're waiting for Lauren, John.
Okay.
I'm here, guys. Sorry, I was just having some camera issues.
All right, we're good to
No
go.
problem. Okay, so we're with the operators. You want to go ahead and finish what you started, and let's go ahead and see what you can do here after lunch here.
Yes, Chairman Singletary.
Okay, go ahead.
First, I'd like to summarize a little bit. It's been an exciting day. Apparently, we had 2 people in Boulder who lost power for quite a long period of time, and at least one of them is back with us. I'd first like to start on where I think we are from a summary standpoint before finishing up with some additional testimony. First of all, the operator has asked me to emphasize that to this point, approximately $6 million and in excess of 50,000 man hours has been expended at the site. A lot of that directed at cleanup, preparation, and remediation, getting ready to start a mining phase. Of that, 1.6 million was spent on the Idaho Tunnel collapse and water remediation projects there, in excess of 15,000 man hours alone on that project. With regard to the issue of communication, it is absolutely apparent that division wants to be in the loop, and believe me, CDPHE wants to be in the loop. I'm informed by Attorney Rax that there are no confidentiality issues concerning copying DRMS on our key communications with water quality. We've got a number of obligations under the existing order, including submitting a rather lengthy report to them, which, by the way, is under oath, I'm informed, and that there apparently are no confidentiality problems with continuing to copy DRMS on that, and we would request that DRMS open its lines of communication with CDPHE so we don't get a push-pull on what's going on at the site. But we're certainly agreeable to opening up and enhancing the lines of communication so everyone is informed on this issue. In reviewing the testimony from this morning, I feel that we have a commitment from division to continue their evaluation of the complaints that they're currently undergoing. I have good reason to believe they've already evaluated a number of them. We're not trying to diminish those complaints, but without reading from the posters posted around town, we've been accused of doing everything short of testing nuclear weapons on site. And I don't think the board wants to hear a lot more of that, but we've got an organized campaign against us. And at least in some of the complaints we've seen, they're physically ridiculous, but we're not minimizing them. If there are genuine concerns, I think the board is committed, division is committed to evaluating those. I think we should have some testimony from Greg Miller again. Concerning what is currently being done on site, what the nature of the testing is, and how that relates to achieving compliance to satisfy both the RMS and the Department of Health, and ultimately choosing a final treatment technology, which will itself certainly result in a technical revision of the permit. When a structure is built to house that, it's not identified yet, but it will be at some point. And wondering if Greg is there and could tell us a bit about the system currently being tested and what you're doing on a daily basis to evaluate results. And I understand we do have some initial preliminary results in, which are pretty good. Greg, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'll try to make this brief, Mr. Singletary. Based upon sampling and testing we did in July that indicated that if we filtered to below 5 micron, that we eliminated all metal exceedances except zinc and cadmium. And this is for the cross mine water and the caribou water. We needed to find an absorptive media that didn't release a counterion, put something back in the water so that we had a non-additive treatment. This was from suggestion from CDPHE, who told us our treatment is performance-based. As long as we're not adding anything to the water, it's based on our results that we get at end of pipe. And so we were approved to go ahead with first the Opal treatment system with their absorptive media, which didn't work, and the current system with better pre-filtration and absorptive media from Metzorb. The way we're operating the system right now is after a period of commissioning and compliance monitoring, where we recirculated water back to pond one from pond one. We got the system operational to the point where pH was within discharge limits, and we were seeing removal of zinc and cadmium to below discharge standards. Current sampling right now reveals that the system is meeting all water quality discharge standards. And so we are keeping up with the dewatering from the cross mine as pumped to pond one and operating the system manually on a daily basis. It's anticipated with continuing monitoring of the system and performance evaluation that it is going to continue to perform very well. And we will proceed on with design of a system to handle our full range of flows, and with automation and monitoring on it. And then that would be the system that would be proposed to DRMS for future water quality compliance. The intent is to have our next generation system meet all the needs of the mine predicted going forward in the future. And if there's any questions.
I'd just like to say, what could we do as a team effort, both you and DRMS, to make this more expeditious and so that we know what each other's doing and we can accomplish this as quickly as possible? What can we do to make a team effort out of this? That's what, I don't want anybody to misread that I'm mad at anybody. I want to find what we need to do and get there as quickly as we can.
First thing is we have to increase our written communication with DRMS. We've had good, in my opinion, verbal communication, but things get lost and it doesn't, unless we do things in letters, they're not really trackable. And you know that, John. And so we have to do that first. Second, I believe that the mine needs the freedom to operate underground construction without a continual cycle review to move us most quickly to a non-sediment discharge position. If we don't put sediment in pond one, we don't have any treatment problems with our existing system. If we filter at 5 micron and use our existing media, we're set going forward. But we have to be able to continue with the construction activities that we've already planned to recirculate water back within the mine. And we're going to hit our high flow season, this spring. It's every year, and water gushes. We need to be able to get ahead of that so we can divert as much sediment laden water back into the mine as our internal holding pond. And so that's why I'm so concerned about the cease and desist. Moving forward, better communication. Operating our system right now, you'll see we are in compliance today and we will continue to be in compliance in the future, but we need to be able to do all of our plumbing at the same time. And so that's where we're at. A final thought is there seems to be a lot of work on fines and where they're going to occur and what's happening with CDPHE. And it may seem out of turn, but I would suggest that any fines, wait until we hear what the real natures of the full findings of the violations are from CDPHE. We've yet to discuss that with them. And that concludes.
Anything else? Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I had a few questions here about some of the language and the recommendations here and what the operator kind of thinks and what might need that language to look like so that everyone can work together forward. Let's see. So the corrective action, I guess we'll start at the cease and desist. The language here is prohibiting any further activities underground except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to comply with the conditions of the board order, protect water quality, prevent damage to offsite, complete reclamation, or protect public health and safety. The way I read that, and from Mr. Means' response earlier in this discussion, I hope there's some back and forth that could occur there so that you've got technical staff from the division working with you to craft what those lists of activities might be, so that, to your point, Mr. Miller, that you feel like you can operate your treatment successfully without kind of violating the cease and desist and without and with the division kind of being very involved in that transition. Okay, I'm saying head nods. All right, I'm good with that part. Okay, and then the other question I had was similar to what I asked Ms. Ashberger earlier about the $162,000, an estimated cost of $6,785 per month over a 2-year period. For any sort of treatment train, $6,000 a month seems pretty affordable. Is that because of the scale of your operation, because it's in that pilot stage, or do you anticipate those costs changing over time? Want to make sure that we're setting everyone up successfully here.
The cost might change over time if we went into much larger mining than we're anticipating right now. This treatment train right now is limited to about 100 GPM. But if the costing that we've done is for conservative media replacement, the media is expensive. It's $25,000 to $50,000 a change out. The system is very simple. It operates on filtration bags and this one-time use media. Mm-hmm. And so we operate at lead lag so that there's 2 treatment cylinders so that we can test in between before we have breakthrough, so that we know long before we have problems to get additional media up the hill. The treatment trains can operate in parallel, in that we can have 2 lead lags as our flows go from 25 GPM, 100 GPM right now, to 300 or 400 GPM in springtime. So, of course, that is combined cross and caribou flow, but with the additional site investigations that we've done, we've confirmed that we can divert that caribou flow and that we're not going to have to treat it. So I believe that the numbers are right for the next couple of years without any problem.
Okay. And then, go ahead.
Assuming no major changes in water quality. Sure. But the water quality we're seeing now is much the same as I saw from sampling from a report from a consultant to Tom Hendricks in 1979.
That's nice. Another follow-up to that, you mentioned your system is set up for 100 GPM. But spring flush, of course, is going to be higher than that. So do you have it, how is the system set up so that you're able to accommodate those additional flows during those kind of peak flow times and still treat effectively?
Okay. The first part is one enormous thing has happened this year, and I'll reiterate it again, is reconfirmation that the discharge from the Caribou mine from the Idaho tunnel does not require treatment unless it has sediment in it. If it has sediment in it, it'll fail. Just like I mentioned before, if I put dirt from my front yard in one of these samples, it will fail. So we're doing the construction activities necessary to prevent that water from having sediment And if we do have to filter it, that's filtration only. But that's hundreds of GPM during spring flow that we don't have to run through the absorptive media. So we know now that chemically for dissolved constituents, we only have to treat the cross mine water. If we have particulate, we have to treat everything. But that's filtration and not expensive absorptive media. And so limiting to the cross mine and the fact that we control the water from the cross mine by pumping, we believe we can operate this system right up into spring flow and then add another parallel treatment to it and be able to get through high flow, be able to dewater the mine, be able to continue this construction to minimize the amount of sediment coming out of the mine.
And then you'll set up filtration, you know, whenever I hear construction, I always hear increased sedimentation during that period. So I assume you've got sort of filtration system set up, ready to go for any of that sedimentation that, as you said, is kind of the major chemistry concern.
Yes. And what we're using right now is off-the-shelf skid-mounted bag filters that are available from Grainger industrial supply houses from around the nation. Moving forward to handle all possible flows and to add additional economy, we may end up with a backwash sand filter, removing most of our particulate in the full situation. And so the system will evolve, but the cost per gallon are going to go down from where we are here.
Has everyone else lost Dr. Miller?
No, I hear him just fine.
Any additional question? I'm sorry, sir.
Does that conclude your presentation?
I'm done. John?
John? Does that mean Grand Island's completed?
Can anyone hear me, or do I need to reboot this thing entirely?
No, I can hear you now.
I don't think he can hear us.
John, the chair asked if we were complete in the presentation. I was complete in my section.
Yeah, he must not be able to hear us.
Gabe, do you want to close?
Starting up here, I would prefer to give John Henderson a moment to get reconnected to the Zoom, if we may.
Someone might want to call him and let him know to disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah.
My apologies. Hopefully he'll be back shortly here. We've let him know to come back.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Sergio Rivera. John is logging in just now. We apologize for the delay. Go ahead, John. We can see you. Go ahead.
I think I'm back.
I think you're back.
John Henderson here. I did want to place on record a couple of things. At least our team reviewing its emails seems to indicate that we have been copying DRMS on all water treatment updates since approximately October 7th. And that will certainly continue as previously committed. We've been told there are no confidentiality problems with including DRMS in our direct communications with CDPHE, and we shall do that. While I was absent accidentally, did you complete your questioning of Dr. Miller?
Yes. Yeah, we're completed except for you, I think.
Well, okay. We started this afternoon. I had read into the record what I felt some of the fitments that we are making and that division had made. In reality, there are two things we would like to suggest concerning the recommendations being presented to the board by division. First of all, we think that levying fines at this point is inappropriate, and at worst, they should be deferred until after we have a decision reached by CDPHE. We have reserved the right to ask for a hearing in Mr. Rack's filing made yesterday with CDPHE, which means the way that agent works is typically we enter into a negotiation with them about the manner and methodology in our specifically our plan for achieving compliance. And then it may ultimately go to a hearing, but in most cases, there will be a resolution reached with that agency. The other thing in recommendations made by DRMS that is substantially important to us is a cease and desist order as to all of their operations on site, which means letting go our employees and ceasing all improvements and changes in the mine that ultimately are going to benefit water quality. Because as Dr. Miller emphasized, we have developed quite a plan, and that includes a lot of in-mine work to decrease the incidence of microsediments, which is what we're dealing with, and redirecting those inside of the mine and having as few as possible go into treatment. When I talk about microsediments, I'm talking about probably not even visible to the human eye. And as I noted, we're testing for some of these elements at the part per billion level, which is remarkably sensitive. And Dr. Miller further made the point that other treatment contractors are not used to dealing with compliance levels as strict as the ones we're held to up on headwaters. And as a result, we are identifying a technology. We're testing our second technology. It's very promising, and we need to continue to do that. But we don't see shutting down all of their operations on the site as anything but somewhat punitive when we feel we are really busting our buns to identify a technology that can treat at the levels we're held to under aquatic life standards at the top of drainage, where some months we are not credited with dilution flows. So we're in a difficult position. We would like to eliminate the push-pull between the agencies, and I think opening up lines of communication and keeping them open is probably the best way to do that. But the amount of effort that has been expended on site since the death of Tom Hendricks has been quite tremendous. I mentioned the figures a few minutes ago, both in man hours and in total investment. And it is our obligation and our desire really to continue Tom's heritage at the site. Tom always considered himself to be the environmental miner. and had an excellent reputation statewide for both environmental care and good housekeeping on his mine site. And that's a legacy we plan to continue. And we hope to work with, as Chairman Singletary suggested, DRMS in a partnership to achieve compliance. That's what we want to do, and the goal is to get mining. We live in a world where there are constant demands for materials. If we look out our window, look out the street, look around our rooms, every single thing there either came out of a mine, an oil and gas well, or was grown. Every time we turn on our lights, every time we fire up our cell phone, we're placing demands on mines all over the world. And we plan to be an environmentally responsible one. Tom Hendricks put more than 45 years of his life into this operation, and it's a legacy that Grand Island Resources plans to continue. And we view this as a partnership in achieving compliance. That we want to work with both agencies to achieve that. We don't believe that fines are appropriate at this time. And we don't want a full cease and desist against all operations other than purely water quality compliance, because I think it inhibits getting the water quality compliance that we seek and which the agencies are going to demand.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much. In fairness, since before we went to lunch, I suggested that both sides look at a way to find a remedy for this. I'd like to hear again from the staff to see if they have thoughts on how that could be accomplished.
Thank you, Mr. Singletary. I think I'd just like to start by saying that staff shares the board's concerns with this situation that's occurring up there at the mine site, and we take this mandate to protect the hydrologic balance very seriously. In looking at staff's recommendations for corrective actions, we believe that we're being reasonable and we're not asking anything extraordinary from the operator. We're asking for a technical revision. And with respect to the concerns on the cease and desist order, as has been pointed out a couple times, we've built in language that will allow authorization of certain activities to occur underground. This goes to the lack of communication. We want them to tell us, what are you doing? And we can certainly approve that. We're not looking to hinder their efforts towards getting the site back into compliance. So it's as simple as coming up with a list, sitting down and talking with us, and we can authorize them for a number of different activities, and that can happen in very short order. And what I've heard from the operator today, and what I appreciate, is that they're motivated to get back into compliance. So if they're as motivated as they say they are, then I would expect that they will be achieving compliance soon, and this cease and desist order would not be in place for very long. And so again, I think the corrective actions that we've recommended to the board stand. I think they're reasonable, and I think that's the path forward towards compliance. We do recognize that there is some overlap in jurisdictions, and we will absolutely be coordinating with the health department on this. As we've already told you, we've got a joint meeting with them. We've got a second meeting scheduled for January where we're going to touch base again. And it would do neither of our agencies any benefit to trip over one another as we work through this process. We want to reduce any duplication of effort on the operator's part, and so we'll absolutely be working with the health department to make sure we can streamline this process. Thank you.
Okay, so for the record, you just to kind of reiterate or summarize what you said, maybe I didn't hear it right, but so for the record, you're on the record saying that you, and I don't know how we do that communication wise, you will sit down and figure a way so that they can accomplish what they need to accomplish in terms of working inside the mine at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're committed.
Is there a timetable? Is there a weekly phone call? Is there? This is very concerning to me, and I do understand, you know, that hopefully there'll be enough snow to where we have to worry about runoff. But I understand what they're talking about, and I'm not satisfied with, you know, delusion as a part of the solution necessarily. We need to stop it and make it right. But I don't know. Do we need to work on how we communicate better, and we have a three-way conversation with the health department as well as the operator and DRMS? I don't know. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. I think it's a good idea, and certainly the division would be amenable to presenting that to the health department. And I would have to imagine they'd be more than willing to sit down with all three parties so that we can coordinate and streamline our efforts.
Okay, any other questions from the board or suggestions or thoughts? No, the one other thing I would want to bring up, what are your concerns or thoughts about their suggestions with the penalties?
Mr. Chair, this is Russ Means. At this point and stuff and that, I think we're comfortable and stuff. If the board wanted to suspend all penalties and stuff, not assessed straightforward, but suspend all of the penalties and stuff and that with compliance. So no upfront penalty or anything like that. That's fine and stuff and that. But I do think and stuff and that there has to be a carrot out there and stuff to make sure that there is compliance. So I think that waiving the 5,000, not waiving it, but suspending the 5,000 penalty along with the rest of it and stuff would be appropriate.
If it would be amenable to you, I would like to say that we extend it, and I mean that just an extension till our January meeting. And if we see successful and identifiable progress, then we can re-examine and rethink about what we're doing. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense to us, yes.
Okay.
This is Lauren. I would just add one more option for the operators here in the community. You know, there are folks who want to help you. So if there is additional monitoring you need help with, think about watershed groups in the area. If you need more data to help you get into compliance or answer some questions in terms of your treatment trains, flow regimes, what have you, you know, there are folks who want to be part of this solution, and we'll be happy if you reached out.
One other thought I might throw out there, Lauren, I agree with you. That's great. But one other thought, and I know we're all going through some challenging times with the pandemic and whatever, but my suggestion too would, if you could, operators, reach out to your neighbors and try and build a communication with them so that they know that you're sincere about what you're trying to accomplish. I'd appreciate that effort. I know it is one, but I think it's a necessary look, and I would appreciate if you do that.
I guess that's the question I would have for the operator. Have you sat down with the local community at all?
John Henderson here. Yes, we are beginning an outreach program to local community. One of the attorneys who's been on the call today is Ed Byrne out of Boulder. And Ed is in charge of coordinating our outreach both to the local community and Boulder County. I'll have Ed say a few things about that. And I think we just had, on behalf of the company, a press release or opinion piece from the company that has responded to some of the rather crazy publicity that has surrounded the events of the last few weeks. And I may want to comment on that. He's been pretty quiet so far today.
So I would say, and he can go ahead and comment, but I'd like to keep it short. But I'd like to have that. I'd like to have that as a part of the report in our meeting a month from now.
Sure.
What results we're having and what success we're having with that.
Well, the holidays make it, Ed Byrne, the holidays make it a little more complicated, but we're certainly, we had conversations with the mayor. We've been in touch with reporters who picked up on this story and provided them with some additional information. A lot of what we've published, we've actually sent out is similar to what Mr. Takami spoke to earlier. And we, frankly, until the end of November, didn't see this firestorm coming. It had all been pretty quiet. We thought communications were going pretty well between the Water Quality Control Division and DRMS. We didn't realize there may not have been enough communication between those two, and didn't realize it was on us to be sure that that was happening. But bottom line is, they were miners and not publicists. I'm an attorney. I work with Boulder County, and we've been working with the county as well, trying to keep them up to speed with what's been going on. I think when we get clarity from the Water Quality Control Division, we can then provide very specific replies to the neighbors. I've just been walking through the complaints that are in the record, and many are anonymous. Many of the addresses that are listed are outside of the immediate area. One is from the center of town, which is probably on water, the town's water, and that withdrawal, the intake point is up on the Eldora watershed. So we think that there's no hazard being posed for the community, but we want to document it. We've got some testing that we're doing with tenants in town who have access to the city water supply, and there's some folks between the town and the mine, and we're trying to get some test results in there, because I don't think our saying so is as important as our providing the data. So that's what we've been working on, and we're going to try to we'll have something done before your next meeting that we can speak to.
Okay, yeah,
Thank
I
you.
would just say, I understand your problem, but it seems to me communications is a good thing.
It is, absolutely, no question. And we're taking a very proactive step going forward, but we're kind of building this plane as we're flying it. So we'll get there.
Well, let's make a good landing.
Sorry?
Let's make a good landing.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Any other comments from the board or staff, or Chuck? Are we covered? Do you feel we're in good? I know this is irregular, but we need to accomplish, find the solution. I think we're headed there.
Yeah, John, I don't have anything from my side. So if, if the board's got enough to move forward, feel free to close testimony, move on to deliberation.
Okay, let's do that. We'll just close testimony, and I appreciate everybody's indulgence, and I appreciate you putting up with my intermittent participation in the meeting. But so we'll go with that, and then we'll have a discussion among the board. But thank you very much for everybody contributing today. Any board discussion?
I think it's probably relevant to talk through staff recommendation here, the multiple components. Starting with violation, I think that's appropriate. The cease and desist order, I would also say that's appropriate, especially given the opportunity for the division and the operator to work together on how to best complete that. Then moving into corrective actions here, the technical revision obviously needs to occur. I like Ms. Eschberger's point of setting an actual date on the approval to expedite that discussion and ensure that documentation is received quickly, et cetera. I think I know an increased interim financial warranty is necessary here. I'm hearing that, I'm glad that the word interim is in there, because I'm hearing that the water treatment needs, system, treatment train, et cetera, may change over time. So I'm comfortable with this being an interim financial warranty, especially as the division, CDPHE and the operator work together on what it's going to take to get to compliance and what that final system will look like. I really like corrective action 3 here, requiring these updates, and that the last sentence, the quarterly reports will be submitted until the reports are no longer necessary. I think that's maybe a necessary step to get communication kicked off here and continued throughout the upcoming changes on site. And I'm comfortable again with number 4 of having the folks come back a year from now to talk about how things are going. The only question I would have for the rest of the board members, do you want to see them before December 22? Do you want to say something in June? And then John, it sounds like you're interested in hearing a quick update next month as well. So maybe a modification to that last one.
I think it's imperative for us to hear immediately. I mean, and if we, if they don't have if they can't find a solid solution, at least we'll know what we're doing. I think we need to put ourselves in a posture that we can examine this almost monthly until we feel good about it. And I understand weather can change things, pandemic can change things, but I think we need to keep the pressure on. If that would fit something that you would be agreeable to,
Yeah, like I said before the break, I can't take this anymore seriously. So absolutely. So it sounds like a couple more updates there. And then in terms of the civil penalties here, I appreciate what Mr. Means is saying. You know, I have a real hard time saying that no civil penalties here, and no, and all suspended or anything like that. It's been almost 2 years of non-compliance. And I know they're working on it, and I hear that they're working on it, and I appreciate that they're working on it, but they haven't fixed it yet. And we're probably at that turning point where things are going to get better. You know, definitely more increased communication here. But really, I think some civil penalties are appropriate. But I'm open to hearing from the board as well on that.
I don't disagree with you, other than I think we finally had a conversation. It might be meaningful, and I would at least like to give them till the January meeting to see. I mean, I'm not saying they should go away. I'm just saying you got till January to be successful on some thoughts and some posture, and then absolutely, I think they need to stay in place, and we re-examine them in January. If that's it, and that may be out of the line, Lauren, but if that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Appreciate you giving them a chance. I think it might be a little difficult to craft that.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm hearing maybe like 30 days of due and payable within 30 days of the January Mineland Recreation Board meeting, instead of 30 days of this board order. And then maybe some language in this motion as well about instead of finding the operator in violation right now, but it would be more like reviewing these recommendations at the January Mineland Reclamation Board.
I think that's good. I mean, other board members, please contribute. I'm not trying to dominate it.
I concur with most everything Lauren said, and I guess I just want to go back to what board member Ortiz pointed out quite a while back, in that had the operator and the division been communicating on a regular basis as they should have been, a lot of these items didn't need to come to an MLRB level meeting. So I don't want to then set the precedent that just because we're having to hash through this right now, that we need to have everybody show up here and do a report monthly on what they're doing. You know, clearly this isn't a huge operation, you know, they don't have a PR agency, they don't have whatever, they need to be focusing on getting their operations into compliance and not preparing for a board meeting presentation.
Right.
I would like to trust the division to alert us through the normal, you know, their normal channels to say, look, we haven't heard from these guys, we've got to get them back in front of the board. But otherwise, I'd feel comfortable with the division giving us the monthly report. Yep, we met with them, they're making progress, they had a little delay here, but they're working through it. And, you know, as long as things feel like intentional business as usual, let's ratchet this down to the appropriate level that should have been occurring between the division and the operators to begin with.
Great point.
Yeah, and just so I'm clear here, Lauren, I think I tracked with what you're saying. You're actually going along with the corrective actions supporting 1 through 4. I agree with Ms. Wareham that if we've got quarterly reports, I think we're in touch enough at that stage that we can get those updates from staff. So I'm comfortable actually with the December 2022. I think going back to the violation, I'm not certain how we get to the the cease and desist without identifying the violation. So I would be supportive of that. And then I think it comes down to that violation, which I'm struggling with in the same ways that Ms. Duncan is well. I did understand the chair was interested in coming back in January, maybe to understand what we need to do with that. I could be open to that if we can kind of put tightly put some clear objectives around that. But I'm not certain what those are, so I'm open to those.
And I would agree with that. I don't want to put us in a position like Nell was talking about where we need a full-blown report. The staff is certainly capable of doing it. I would just like to know, I mean, we tried to communicate today. I'd feel comfortable knowing we made progress, and then we could reassess the penalty. I don't know, Lauren, you've got a great point too. I don't know how we really identify that, but I just from my own soul, I'd like to know if there's something going on positively within 30 days. But I don't mind the other reporting and all that. That's not my point. I want to make sure this is a real example of working together. That's all I get in the report. But I don't want to have 9 people come in and testify every month. We don't need that.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I don't know if that's something the staff might be able to identify. I mean, it sounds like we can have some quick conversations, especially if we go into that cease and desist order and have those communications with the operator to make the provisions necessary to keep things moving forward in a positive manner. I think the outreach to the community, and I don't mean outreach to the press, but to the community. And I say this to the operator, this board has always, I think, looked very favorably to those that actually take the time to sit down in a room. I understand we're in COVID, so maybe that's Zoom or something like that, but some real bona fide outreach and conversation with the community is certainly what I would like to see happen. And I might then be able to overlook that. I don't know, Mr. Byrne, I struggle a little bit with the holiday season. I get what you mean here, but we're at December 15th right now. I would hope that you would give everybody 2 weeks notice. So that puts you probably, on the backside or the first week in January there for something that I'm certain is typically when everybody's returning to work, or the week after, because we don't get back around this table for another week or two, I believe, after that.
For sure. Yeah. So Lauren, back to you. I don't know how we encompass that into a motion, but if you could, you're always very good about coming up with something. If you could kind of look at that, I don't know what it is, but I think you've got most of it identified.
Okay, well, so the only changes I'm kind of hearing from this last discussion is towards point corrective action number 4, where we would require the operator to come back in a year. But I can put in there also adding a status update by DRMS staff in January 2022.
Okay.
That's kind of what everyone was hoping for. Okay, and then I guess I'm still struggling with the civil penalty component. And then, yeah, I'm still struggling here because it's like, I hear what you're saying, John, of if there's genuine action being taken, that's the point of the civil penalties. It's to say, like, you messed up, let's move forward. And if you can see that genuine action being taken forward, then it's maybe less relevant. And I also am taking to light some of the conversations we've had today about, yes, there have been problems in the past. What about moving forward? Let's start fresh today. So I guess in light of that.
Ms. Duncan, if I can interrupt real quick, I'm sorry to do this. And maybe if we could engage staff, Mr. Means might be able to help us out perhaps. The civil penalty is assessed essentially, we're looking at 85 days of violation from September 21st to December 15th. Are we going beyond, is there a chance that that violation continues on beyond December 15th, or does this corrective action kind of reset that clock?
I believe in stuff with your action and stuff that resets any kind of clock and stuff that would be there. And Mr. Fugate or Mr. Schultz and stuff can chime in and stuff like that. But I believe with your action today that kind of sets the calendar. So.
For transparency, I need to mention that this upcoming report, we have 2 samples in November that were not in, one sample in November that was not in compliance, and 2 samples in November that are in compliance, just because of the time split of when we got the system up and operational. So you may well see one more notice from us to CDPHE on not meeting requirements. The half of November we're okay, and the first part of December we're okay. So I just wanted to be transparent that you may see another non-compliance. I don't have the data right in front of me. I'm a little working on a tightrope here by not having Danny able to communicate with me, who is the operator of record. And he has no power and no communications at this point in time. But I just wanted the board and DRMS staff to be aware that right now, yes, samples are coming out in compliance. Will the monthly average? I'm not sure for last month.
Really noted. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're more on just the timeline of today's hearing and everything else, but thank you.
Lauren, if I can hop in while we were talking about the violation, the civil penalty, I think if I understood Mr. Means correctly, there was also some comfort around issuing the penalty and suspending all of it, not all but 5,000 if they were, if they came into compliance. So if that makes people feel comfortable that, yes, there's something out there, there's acknowledgement that, things were not okay, that there was a violation, but, lifting all of it if things are complied with is another option here.
Yeah, and I think I could be fine with, in those regards. I mean, I think that the operator has expressed that, that they are trying to bring in the resources to bring this into compliance. And I think that that's ultimately what we would like to see. And that's the important thing at the end of the day, given the millions that are being spent on here, 5,000 is kind of the drop in the bucket. And if we don't quite get into compliance, we're going to see some penalties regardless, and either see them back here or that's taken up perhaps by one of our other agencies.
Agreed. Yeah.
And we've got the additional, financial warranty in here baked in as well.
Yeah, I think, letting them run business as usual with their plan set forward, and also not allowing a precedent to be set and ensuring that the statute is abided by for future issues, with mining operations is important. But since there are strides being made already with testing, I'm also good with, as long as compliance is met, waiving these civil penalties or suspending them. Excuse me. Yeah, suspending them.
Okay, is that kind of the board consensus to suspend all of the civil penalties if the corrective actions are complied with?
I would tell you, I don't disagree with that, but that's why I wanted to extend it for 1 month. I want to see what's happening to see. I don't want them to go away right yet. I think we need to have that pickle still in the jar. And that's why I wanted the January meeting to know what's, to where we get, this is all new to us. And I mean, I've read all this material and we need to get it done. And I'm more worried about and more concerned about getting an accomplishment than I am the penalty. But I also want the operator to know we're serious about this. We're very serious. And, we're reaching out to them to do what they should be doing. And our staff is going to do everything they can to help that happen. So I would like to see if we could extend it and re-examine it. I mean, I know that's a big deal, but I'd like to have it on the agenda 30 days from now. And if they haven't, then we can maybe, there's some of that penalty that needs to be put there. I don't know. Does that make sense? And I know there's a holidays involved and it's winter and all that stuff, but man, we got to see some steps,
Mr. Chair,
Part
how
of that
about
can be-
this? Since it was Mr. Means that perhaps, I think, if I understood correctly, said that we could waive that, maybe that would be sort of the report if we are getting good direction and good communication, that we could get a report back from staff indicating whether that's been reached. And so we would postpone the fine until January 30th based on that report.
Is that all right?
Mr. Means, is that okay? I don't want to put words in your mouth or put you in a weird situation.
It's the staff will work with whatever stuff you decide on, but certainly if we have communications and stuff with the operator and we're getting very positive movement stuff, and that we'll be happy to report back to the board in January. And if you put the civil penalty aside and stuff, and then I think it's more important and stuff that the other things were put into play now. So I don't want to set the whole thing aside, but the civil penalty, we could certainly review that in January, and that we would be more willing to do that.
For clarification, that means in our January meeting, we would make a decision on whether to pursue the civil penalty or not, based on the strides made in the next month.
I believe that's what you guys are referring to, yes.
Yeah, with one addition there, maybe, or slight edit, maybe it's not whether to pursue them, but whether to suspend them. Because I'm comfortable putting in this language about a civil penalty today, and delaying the decision on how much is suspended based upon an update in staff update in January, if the rest of the board is comfortable with that.
I like that.
Wouldn't a motion to table this till January just solve all these problems? We'll just pick it up from here.
I think I'd be a little bit happier making a decision today, and leaving this one contentious component of it to be decided over time, just so that we start these strides that are related to the technical revisions, that are related to getting the better financial warranty in place. It's more appropriate for existing operations. I would hate for it to be like, we didn't address it and then something happens, over the holidays, nobody's there, or what have you.
I would agree with that.
Me too.
Okay.
Lauren, why
And
don't you
then,
go ahead and phrase this a motion, and then we'll discuss it.
sure, I got one more challenge for you though. The only question I have.
You're good.
The only question I have is sort of how we'll make this decision in January, and if we want to verbalize / quantify those parameters today. If we want to say the decision on civil penalties will be based upon X, Y, or Z. It sounds like community outreach is a component of that. Updated communications with the division and Water Quality Commission. I'm sure any updated data that the division feels like they need. Those are some of the things that come to my mind right away that might help us say, okay, this is our decision in January based on these tangible and pre-discussed factors, rather than a whole new hearing or kind of a more emotion-based decision in January.
And Lauren, I think the other piece too that we have for some reassurance here is, if the operator really wants to get going on this, they need to be providing some activities and requests in writing to the division as it relates to the cease and desist order, so they can continue operating as they need to, in compliance with all of these items. So were I the operator, I would probably be reaching out to the division this afternoon or tomorrow and letting them know what I need to do. So we do also have that mechanism in place that if for some reason the division doesn't hear from these guys for another 3 weeks, we have a reason why they need to be in communication that is of benefit to the operator. And so I think kind of as this is laid out in a hierarchical sense, they need to be in communication in order to do their operations. And then these other things come down to. So, even though the technical divisions, doesn't have a deadline until February, we have an effective date of 30 days on, the beginning of the financial warranty. We've got this quarterly monitoring thing. I still feel comfortable that we'll have enough intel through the division and staff to assess this penalty or not in January.
But the thing is if it's on the agenda, if the staff gives us a report that satisfies us, I think we can make that decision. I think that conversation needs to happen until we find out where these guys are going. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you. I'm not sure there'll be enough time, but I think there should be. If they're communicating and they're getting what they need done and they call and say, hey, come out and look at this and we got this going. That's what I want to hear. I want to find a solution as soon as possible.
So then kind of given those two comments, I would retract my previous question on what do we need to put in place today. I think it sounds like it might be obvious in the staff update in January, what the information is we feel like we need in order to make a decision on civil penalties then.
Okay.
All righty, well, let me give it a shot. Let's see. Please jump in if you hear something you don't agree with, or if you hear an edit you'd like to have in that motion right away. So for file number M-1977-410, I move that we find the operator in violation of CRS 34-32-116, parent 7, parent G, and Rule 3.1.6, parent 1, for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance of the affected land and of the surrounding area, and to the quantity or quality of water in surface and groundwater systems, both during and after the mining operation and during reclamation. I move that we issue a cease and desist order pursuant to CRS 34-32-124, parent 2, parent A, prohibiting any further activities underground, except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to comply with the conditions of a board order, protect water quality, prevent damage to offsite areas, complete reclamation, and or to protect public health and safety until the corrective actions have been resolved to the satisfaction of the division. Those corrective actions include 1, requiring the operator to submit by February 28, 2022, a technical revision to modify the water management and treatment program for the site to sufficiently address all water quality issues and provide a surface water and groundwater monitoring program that meets all applicable requirements of rules 3.1.6, 3.1.7, 6.3.3, and 6.3.4. The technical revision shall be approved by DRMS within 60 days of receipt by April 29, 2022. Second corrective action, we will require the operator to submit within 30 days of the effective date of the board order an interim financial warranty in the amount of $162,841 for water treatment at the site, based on an estimated cost of $6,785 per month over a 2-year period. Number 3, require the operator to submit by the end of every calendar quarter, beginning with the first quarter of 2022, a written report outlining the activities undertaken at the site during the current quarter and any activities planned for the next quarter to ensure compliance with CRS 34-32-116, parent 7, parent G, and Rule 3.1.6, parent 1. This quarterly report shall also summarize any actions and or findings of the Water Quality Control Division of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment regarding the site discharge permit that were taken during the current quarter. These quarterly reports shall be submitted until DRMS issues written notice to the operator indicating the reports are no longer necessary. And finally, number 4, require the operator to appear at the December 2022 board meeting to approve a status update on the corrective actions required by the board order. I'd add in here too, we would require the division to give us a status update on these corrective actions in the January 2022 Land Board meeting. Finally, I'm going to read the civil penalty language and add in our sort of delay associated with that. So finally, for civil penalties pursuant to CRS 34-32-124, parent 7, any operator who operates under a permit issued under section 34-32-110 shall be subject to a civil penalty of not less than $50 nor more than $200 per day for each day during which such violation occurs. In this matter, the board may find 85 days of violation from the September 21, 2021 notice of non-compliance with Water Quality Control Division to the December 15, 2021 board hearing, resulting in a civil penalty range of not less than $4,250 and not more than $17,000. I move that we find the operator in violation for 85 days and assess a civil penalty of $200 per day for a total civil penalty of $17,000. The portion of this that will be suspended, if the operator complies with the corrective actions, will be determined at the January 2022 board hearing, pending staff update. We'll leave it there.
It's good.
Payment of the unsuspended portion of the civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the effective date of the board order, for the January board order, unless otherwise specified in the board order. Where corrective actions are not completed by the correction active date specified in the board order, the suspended civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the board order deadline for completion of the corrective action.
Any discussion? Is there a second? So you did all that for nothing, Lauren? Nobody will second it?
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I think we've had a lot, but all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. I would just say, though, that I appreciate what was done, but I want the operator to know that we're legitimately looking for a solution, and I hope you'll live up to those expectations.
We will.
Okay. All right. The hour is late, and I apologize for not being a better chairman and pushing it along more quickly, but does anybody want a 10-minute break and then we'll finish the agenda? I mean, I'll go on if you want, but if you want 5 or 10 minutes, we'll do that. Why don't we do 5?
That sounds good.
Okay. Be back here in about 5-6 minutes. Thank you so much, board, and thank you, operator, for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who are we waiting for?
I think we're good.
I'm good.
Lucas, you guys ready?
Yeah, that's okay.
Do it.
Okay, we're in for enforcement hearing on item number 10 on the agenda. Kai Abraham, Hinsdale County Golden Wonder Mine. Staff, who's staff?
That's me, Lucas West.
Okay, Lucas, yeah.
All right, we will go ahead and get started. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Looks like we have everybody on. Board Chair, do we need to go ahead and swear everybody in?
Yes, we do. Yeah, all those participants as witnesses on this agenda item, identify yourselves and be sworn, and you got to promise to tell the truth.
I do, yes.
I do. Kai Abraham.
Okay.
Travis Marshall.
Okay.
All right,
Okay, go ahead, Lucas.
one quick note, it looks like Russ Means is not back. Do we want to wait until he rejoins us or go ahead and proceed?
Why don't you go ahead? The hour is late.
Yes, sir. Oh,
There he
and
is.
there he is. All right, I will get the screen shared here. Can everybody see my presentation okay?
You bet.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. As I said before, my name is Lucas West. I'm the Environmental Protection Specialist out of the Grand Junction Field Office. The matter we have before you is an enforcement hearing for the Golden Wonder Mine. That's permit number M1978-091UG, and it's operated by Kai Abraham of LKA International. Slide 2, if you will advance for me. Okay. Hold on. It's deciding not to do anything. There we go. Slide 2 is the nature of our hearing. The nature of the hearing today is for consideration of a possible violation for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance. What we have today is a mine water discharge of poor quality has been allowed to bypass the treatment system set up at the site. Slide 3 is a little bit of background information. Golden Wonder Mine's listed as an active 110D permit for the underground extraction of gold. It's up in Hinsdale County, just outside of Lake City. It's at an elevation of about 9,895 feet. Later, you'll see some permit boundary maps, and it shows that the permit area consists of 2 separate areas referred to as the 3 level and the 6 level for a total of only 3.5 acres. The main focus you'll see as we move forward, we're just going to be talking mainly about the 6 level area, and you'll see that in the maps coming up. The portal seasonally discharges about an average of 1 gallon per minute and has an average pH of about 2.6. The division currently holds a financial warranty in the amount of $134,046.10. And at this time, the currently held financial warranty is considered inadequate to conduct reclamation. Slide 4 is a quick location map that shows Lake City in the upper left-hand corner of the map. and the mine site's indicated by the red star. Slide 5 is that permit boundary map I referenced earlier. The approximate permit boundary is highlighted in the blue polygons. Like I said, the main area that we'll be talking about today is the 6-level portal, that lower section towards the bottom of the map. Now, as I referenced before, this hearing is for mine water discharge being allowed to bypass the water treatment system. So I wanted to take just a quick minute to show you an as-built map submitted by the operator that details the water treatment system. So towards the middle, you can't see that cursor, so let me get this going here. So towards the middle of the map here, you have a semicircle. That is the existing mine portal. And as designed, the water discharging from the portal is supposed to go through a sediment trap and into this red square, which is the mine water holding pond. From that pond, the water is pumped into a polyurethane tank. Chemicals are added to it, and it allows metals to settle out, pH adjustment, and then they test the water and send clean water down this orange PVC pipeline down to this red polygon down here at the bottom. It's referred to as the sump. Allows for mixing of water and discharge. That's their discharge point. Another pond located on site is this light blue rectangle. That's a stormwater pond that collects impacted stormwater that is generated from the pad itself into the pond. It's also sampled and, if necessary, treated and discharged in the same manner. It is important to note that both of these ponds are lined with an HDPE liner. Slide 7 is a quick drone video to give the board just a good picture of what we're looking at on the site. So I'll go ahead and play the video and let you guys and narrate as well. If I can find my, there we go. All right. So this video, we're coming in from the north, flying in a south direction, looking at the main portal. Again, this is the same, that 6-level portal here. You see, we're coming down onto the pad here. This rectangle here is the mine water pond. You can see the 2 polyurethane tanks used in the treatment system. And that stormwater pond is just behind the building right here, the shop building. It's also important to note that the portal is over here on the hillside. And once the mine water is treated and tested and sampled for, it runs down the PVC pipe and it'll come down this channel that's about to come into the screen. Sorry, it gets a little jumpy here. Comes down this channel and discharges at the sump at the bottom of the channel. So all the way down. And that sump is located right here. Slide 8 is moving into a little chronology. Some of these get a little bit wordy, so I'll just summarize them real quick. They were all included in the board's packet. The first 2 items are in relation to a notice of violation that was sent to the operator by Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Water Quality Control Division. And we strictly put those in there as background information. They were better detailed in pages 259 through 290 of the board packet. But it is noteworthy that we became aware of the site conditions as of our October 11th, 2021 inspection. Slide 9 is a little chronology continued. This details that on October 21st is when division staff sent out our inspection report that detailed the immediate corrective actions that needed to take place on the site. And we established a corrective action deadline of November 26th, 2021. Slide 10 is a little bit wrapping up the chronology. You can see November 1st, the division sent out our reason to believe a violation existed letter, notice of hearing. We sent notice of the virtual hearing, And then actually on December 8th, 2021, division staff conducted a follow-up site inspection to observe the status of those corrective actions. We wanted to get up there and see what was happening on the ground. The operator was on site that day, treating water at the time, and followed up on December 13th, submitted a corrective action status report detailing that about 9,800 gallons of water had been successfully treated and discharged from the mine water and stormwater ponds collectively. Slide 11, we're going to move into some photograph slides here. And as you can kind of see, the clear violation exists. The operator did make efforts towards compliance. However, it wasn't until approximately December 7th, which was late in the season, and well after he was made aware of the required corrective actions. So this photograph is the portal as of the October 11th inspection. You can see towards the bottom of the portal closure is the mine water discharge coming out. This graded trough is the conveyance system that is designed to convey mine water discharge into the mine water pond, and that had become obstructed, plugged, and was not functioning at the time. Photo 2 on slide 12 is another view, looking south, showing that mine water discharge is bypassing the mine water pond, and it's established its own preferential flow path around the lined pond itself. You can see the visual evidence of impaired water quality by mineral staining on the rocks, and it flows around the corner of the pond and across the pad. Photo 3 is another view of that same thing, just looking back towards the portal. Again, you can see that visual evidence of impaired quality, and it's flowing around that mined water pond. Slide 14 is a view of the stormwater pond that we outlined previously. And the main concern with this stormwater pond is, as you can see towards the background of this photograph, that is the crest, the down gradient crest of that stormwater pond. And the water level is at capacity. Any more additions to this pond from precipitation, stormwater runoff, anything would have caused a loss of containment and allowed untreated water, again, to further breach and enter systems. Next, we'll move into the photographs observed during the December 8th inspection. Again, here's another view of that mine water discharge. You can see it's pretty well iced over. Here is that conveyance structure that is supposed to deliver mine water to the mine water pond. Photo 6 on slide 16 is a view of the mine water pond. You can actually see the operator in this photograph conducting water treatment operations on site. They had began pumping water from underneath the ice surface, and the water level dropped down, causing that ice to fracture and fall in upon itself. But this was mid-treatment operations on the 8th. Slide 17 is another photo looking back towards the portal. And as you can see, is evidenced by the thick sheet of ice across the portal area, as well as evidence of mineral staining that portal discharge was still present, mixing with some storm water, and is now frozen on the pad. Slide 18, this is a view looking northeast showing the stormwater pond, again, at its maximum capacity. It had then at that point had frozen over and was covered with snow. And as of the date of the December 8th inspection, no treatment or discharge from the stormwater pond had been conducted. Though, as we got the report from the operator on the 13th of December, he detailed that some water had been pulled out of that stormwater pond. So that condition has changed, but that's the way it looked when we were there. Slide 19, we'll move right into our conclusions. And that is based on the site conditions observed on the October 11th, 2021 inspection. We determined that a possible violation on site existed on site due to the fact that the conveyance system delivering mine water discharge to the mine water pond had become plugged, allowing untreated water to bypass the water treatment system and entering the surface and groundwater systems. Also, the treatment system as a whole was in various states of disrepair, was not functioning, and had not been functioning for an unknown duration of time. And the mine water ponds and stormwater ponds were at maximum capacity, meaning that any inputs from precipitation would allow untreated water to breach containment and discharge untreated. Taking all that into consideration, staff believes this constitutes a violation of CRS 34, 32, 116, parent 7, parent G for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance. Slide 20 is staff recommendations. These kind of get a little wordy, so I'll try and summarize them. Staff recommends that the board find the operator in violation of 34, 32, 116, parent 7, parent G, and rule 3.1.6, parent 1 for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance. Staff also recommends that the board issue a cease and desist order prohibiting any further activities except those activities approved by the division in writing as necessary to comply with the conditions of the board order, protect water quality, prevent damage to offsite areas, complete reclamation, or to protect public health and safety until the corrective action has been resolved to the satisfaction of the division. Slide 21 is a little more corrective actions. We recommend that the board issue the corrective actions that require the operator to make any and all necessary repairs to the conveyance system that delivers mine water to the mine water holding pond, make any and all necessary repairs to the water treatment system, and resume water treatment and discharge operations of the mine water and stormwater ponds in accordance with their approved DRMS and CDPHE permits, and also require the operator to make any and all necessary repairs to the stormwater management structures on site needed to convey stormwater in accordance with their plan, and commit to winter maintenance and resume water treatment as soon as conditions allow. Sorry, I thought I heard, so was there a question? Again, I apologize for the wordiness of these corrective actions, but we wanted to get them all in there. So slide 22 is the last slide of corrective actions. Staff recommends that the board require the operator submit an interim financial warranty of $30,000 to be submitted within 60 days of the date of the signed board order. Also, that require the operator to submit the actual cost for conducting water treatment operations on an annual basis to be included in an updated reclamation cost estimate. And this last one is a mouthful, so bear with me. Require the operator submit monthly status reports for the first quarter of 2022. This written report, supported by photo documentation, should outline the activities undertaken at the site during the current month and any activities planned for the next month to ensure compliance with CRS 34, 32, 116, parent 7, parent G, and rule 3.1.6, parent 1. This report shall also summarize any actions and or findings of the Water Quality Control Division of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment regarding the site discharge permit. Beginning in Q2, the report shall be submitted quarterly and include all the required information and photos. The goal here that we're looking for is a monthly report over these winter months, because where the site is, given its elevation aspect, our predominant concern for right now is inputs from snowmelt and snow accumulation. We've had conversations with the operator about doing snow removal in winter months to help minimize that. So we want to stay on top of that and make sure progress is being made. And then starting in Q2, relax that back to a quarterly report that lets us know, hey, we're up here treating water, things are going well, just so we can stay on top of this system to not let it get as squirrely as it was when we got there. Slide 23 is a civil penalty slide. Our civil penalty range for this site, because it's a DMO, is $100 per day to $1,000 a day. And in this matter, we have a total of 65 days of violation. So our civil penalty range is not less than $6,500 and not more than $65,000. Slide 24 is staff recommendations for the civil penalty. Staff recommends that the board find the operator in violation for 65 days and assess a civil penalty of $750 per day for a total penalty of $48,750, with all but $1,000 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective actions. The division understands a large portion of this civil penalty being suspended, but it's our position that we'd rather see that money spent on the ground, getting things up and running and keeping things in shape rather than going towards civil penalties. And I apologize. I feel like I blew through that incredibly fast, but that concludes my presentation. If the board has any questions for division staff at this time.
Any questions from the board?
Let me stop
Of course
sharing.
I do. Yeah, quick question here.
Yeah.
Are all of the corrective actions updated per your most recent site visit? That's how that does that.
Yes, ma'am. So there was some of the corrective actions that have been completed. Some of the stormwater control structures have been repaired. He had made repairs to the treatment system so that he could do treatment operations during that December 8th inspection. We decided to leave them in as corrective actions so that we can make sure not only necessary repairs, but continued maintenance of those systems are continued, so we can have a functioning water treatment system and functioning stormwater control structures to prevent inputs from stormwater. So to answer your question directly, yes, some of the things were completed, but we chose to keep them in there to make sure they are maintained and continued forward.
Thank you.
Any others?
Just, Mr. West, I'm glad you noted that you want to really watch this during the winter months. That was my initial reaction, is the state of the ponds in October, where maybe even if we have a storm, nothing is saturated yet. And they're at peak capacity is pretty concerning going into winter months where you really can't do a whole lot of work, and then into the runoff season.
Yes, ma'am. That was our goal as well. And that was also the motivation behind such a tight timeline on our corrective actions in our inspection report is we understood, nature of the site. The operator had a narrow window to get in there and get some stuff done. And so we put that tight deadline, and yeah, that's our main concern for now moving forward is snow accumulation and snow melt during the winter months. And then we can get things figured out.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this site looks like something that you'd see after March of 2018 or whatever our giant winter was, kind of runoff thing, not in October.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything further, or we'll go with Mr. Abraham, the operator. Mr. Abraham?
Yes. Can I share my screen? And
tell me if you would, where you are in relationship to Lake City.
We're about 5 miles south up a very small mine road that's difficult to, it's very difficult to access the site in the middle of winter. The snow gets very heavy. Trying to get up there between the months of December and literally the end of April is always difficult. I mean, you get snow drifts that are measured in feet, not inches. And just getting trucks there is difficult.
You're on the west side of the Lake Fork, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what I would like to do, with your permission and patience, is show you a brief history of the site and some of the challenges. But before I do that, I would like to say that I know that Lucas has only had limited time to put this together, and he hasn't shown you all the pictures that were submitted in our final corrective actions report. He actually got 2. Showing what we proposed to do with report number 1 and what we actually did. What we've actually done And we did it in that week of December 6th, well, starting at December 6th, is I left the Seattle area where I'm at to join the hydrologist and get done virtually all of the corrective actions that were required by the division. We treated almost 10,000 gallons of water. And the reason we treated that amount of water is because we took the water out of the stormwater pond, which is downstream from the mine water pond. It is designed to collect all of the water from the pad. And I agreed with Lucas in his assessment that at full capacity, we had no room for any kind of stormwater runoff, snow melt, that sort of thing from the pad. So we treated 10,000 gallons of water pursuant to the formula set forth by the lab. We monitored the pH, we sent it in for samples, and we reduced stormwater pond, which is the downstream pond next to the building, by nearly 10,000 gallons, which took it more than halfway down. And I could show you all we didn't prepare for showing you all of those analysis, but that stormwater pond is more than adequate to cover whatever happens on that very small pad. You got to remember, it's less than an acre in size. We also went up the mine road and made sure that all the culverts were unplugged so that none of the storm water coming off the mine road made it to the pad. That was completed. We had difficulty meeting Lucas's initial timeline just because we couldn't get contractors up there. I don't mean to pull the COVID card, but this has been the most difficult time we've had to get local contractors to put us on their schedule and get up there and get it done. This was the very soonest we could get it done. It was so important to me that I left personally to oversee the operation, help with the hydrologist, and we got all of the water issues corrected. And we believe we've left the site in good repair and fully functional until we can get up there again next spring. If they want us to go up and monitor the system during the winter, that's something I don't want to say it's impossible, but it'll take a Herculean effort and incredible expense. We think we've got enough capacity now in the stormwater pond to grab anything off the pad. We've relieved the pressure to the pad for any stormwater events, with the exception of melting snow. Something else that you should keep in mind is that everything is frozen up there. I mean, frozen solid as a brick. I mean, when we were up there, we were looking at over a foot of ice on both the stormwater reservoir and the mine water reservoir. We broke through the ice to get at the water. We did it successfully, and we got out of there just as the big snowstorm hit last Thursday. We think we are right in line with the division's corrective actions. We've submitted all the pictures to demonstrate what I just said. And we think we're in good shape until next spring. One of the things you should keep in mind is that at that elevation and with overnight temperatures down into single digits, clear until April, everything's going to be frozen very, very solid. So when water starts to move, it's going to move very, very slowly. I mean, it starts with the water in the mine, which is frozen solid as a brick, and it just starts to thaw out gradually. I can show the division calculations because they got these when they approved the system initially that show that we've got plenty of capacity now in the stormwater pond to contain any of the stormwater events or melting snow from the pad. We don't think that there is a danger of any of this getting out of containment until late spring of next year. We've got plenty of capacity. And we've got, you know, I submitted to the division all the pictures that showed that. I can go through a presentation, although this is somewhat different than what I prepared for, because we put together an analysis, or actually a presentation that shows you all the iterations of this stormwater mine water treatment system, and there have been 4. All of them approved by the division, and all of them approved by CDPHE before they were constructed. They've got all the data. We've had great communication with all the division personnel on this, at least in my estimation. It's been really good communication. And we think we're set till next spring. We don't think there's going to be a problem. We had a great deal of difficulty when we first installed this system last year. We ran an initial test to make sure it would work. And again, this is system number 4. And the total cost of all of these systems has been very burdensome for a company of our size. I can tell you that I've got them priced out individually if the board wanted to see it, but we've spent well in excess of $350,000 putting together all of these systems. The difference between the current system and the previous system is this one's an active system. We've tried with division's recommendation, BLM recommendations, even the EPA, to design passive systems that take care of this because access is so tough, because winter conditions are so severe. And in this final system, we've made an active system. None of the passive systems would work well. And mostly that was due to low flow from the mine. We don't ever get mine water flow in excess of 4 gallons per minute. And when we experience that, it's only for 2 months, June through, well, May, June, and part of July. And then it tapers off from there to less than 1/4 of a gallon per minute in September. So we're not talking about a big, dealing with big volumes of water, but it's mine water. It's the pH is very low, and we've got to add soda ash to bring the pH up. We add Nalmet to capture the minerals, all of the suspended minerals, metals primarily. And when we discharge, the water is crystal clear and drinkable. I'm not a scientist, so I can't, it meets our permit requirements. The passive systems just never got there. And the reason for that was that we started with a big 300-foot diversion channel that we installed back in 2009. It was all made up of limestone, big limestone channel. We separated the gulch water so that it didn't come in contact with any of the mining operations. And the problem was the metals would coat the limestone, and we didn't have a freshwater system. We still don't have a freshwater system for flushing that out. We've tried this over 3 previous systems. So we're going to actively treat now. The lab has concluded that with the treatment system we've got in place now, it will meet our permit requirements. And I think we're in good shape till next spring. I don't know how, Lucas, that we could possibly get up there every month during this winter. I mean, it's just too tough. I think if you talk to any of the locals there, getting up that tight mine road, well, even while we were there, we couldn't get the fuel truck up for the generator. We had to haul it up in 10-gallon cans. So I think if you'll just be patient with us, we're going to have the system back in operation. in May of next year. It works. We submitted all of our samples for wet testing, and we are going to meet the permit requirements. I'm convinced of it. But access to this site, you guys, is just really, really tough in the wintertime, and it always has been. The only time we could do that was when we were actively mining back in 2000 through 2012. And we had people on site to make that happen on a daily basis. We don't have that anymore. And getting contractor help has been, well, less than easy, I can tell you that. With that, let me just share my screen and see if I can give you a look at this. Okay, can everybody see?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm just going to blow through the earlier systems because that's not really what this is about, but wanted you to see the effort that we're making. After 13 contiguous quarters of sampling and testing at the Lake Fork of the Gunnison, which is directly below the mine site, 0 impact was ever recorded. There have been no impacts on downstream water wells ever found, no local complaints. This was the first system that got installed in 2008. Shows you the over 300-foot limestone channel that was put in place. And its cost, let's see, its cost was over $250,000. These are some of the pictures of the installation. System number 2 was put in place in 2014. It was an add-on to that. We put a sump at the bottom. We put a concrete weir so that we could put automated pH and flow recorders. All of these were designed and approved with the help of the division, CDPHE and BLM. System number 3 was a slag water, iron ore slag treatment system that was engineered by DOWL. We were trying to figure out ways to get around this coating of the limestone in the big channel. And we felt that we could do it with a limestone slag filter. We spent $60,000 on that one. And again, it didn't work because we didn't have enough flow. By the time you get into June, September, October, the flow was so low that it wouldn't even flush the slag, or excuse me, flush the contaminants on the iron ore slag. Iron ore slag, as the engineers will tell you, does not usually collect this material, but when the flow is that low, it just plugged up the system. We spent $60,000 on that one. This brings us to our treatment system number 4, the current one. You're seeing pictures there of the initial test early this year. Well, we did that in October, and we had it fully constructed and running when the division was there in December, as Lucas pointed out. This one is this one is estimated cost. We don't have all the bills in yet, but it's $55,000. And it is an active system. Here you're seeing us treat water in the tanks. In this particular case, we hadn't had our sludge tank yet, so we put the sludge. You can see the dark level in the white polyethylene tank, the big 5,000-gallon tank. We flush that settles to the bottom. We flush that out first before we measure the pH, check for water clarity before we discharge. This is a picture of the hydrologist flushing out what we call the sludge, the treated sludge. And in that case, we put it in the stormwater pond, knowing that we would come back, pump it into the mine water pond for treatment later. Now we've got a sludge tank up there, or we've got a small sludge tank. But here you can see the water being discharged. The picture isn't very good, but it's crystal clear, and it meets our permit requirements. The pH was up over 7.5. When we start, it's at about 2.5. This is a picture showing, you see the sludge water tank to the right. That's where we pump the sludge water, and we add T-flock so that it settles. And in the spring, when we come back, we'll have that pumped and taken off to a hazmat site for disposal. This also shows you the built up berms, which were part of the corrective actions that Lucas had recommended initially. We completed that, so the ponds are in good shape. The berms are good, the lining's good. And this is a T-flock. This is the mixing tank that we use for T-flock, so that the sludge, so we can concentrate the sludge, so we're not dealing with large volumes of sludge. There's the pH meter at the discharge point. It was at 7.9 when we were discharging it. The inspectors on the site are listed over the years, and I think the important thing that I would convey, having seen Lucas's presentation, is how hugely appreciative and grateful we've been going through all these systems and this frustration of first trying to develop passive systems that work, and then finally coming to the point that we said, no, we're going to have to put ponds in here so we can control the discharge. We can't do it actively or passively. It's just not working. We've encountered, I mean, with the site at that elevation, the cold, the snow, it's just extremely difficult to make things work. We've got a system in place now that works. And we told the division, as soon as we get the sampling back from the testing we did last week, we'll submit that to them and keep them updated on all of it. The only thing I think is going to be extremely difficult for me, and I don't mean to be repetitive, but getting up there during the site, or I mean, during the winter, is going to be really tough. We don't think we've got enough capacity now in our stormwater pond. Lucas has those pictures of the increased capacity that we've got. We think we're in good shape until it starts to thaw in the spring. We've had EPA up there. We've had an EPA inspector up there. He was very helpful in making suggestions. He thought we were on the right, he believed we were on the right track. We've had division supervisors. Russ Means has never been there, but Tony Waldron was, to inspect the previous systems. And we keep the locals very well informed. Hinsdale County Commissioners got a copy of this report and the corrective actions. They got a copy of the report, this report that you're looking at now, this presentation. They got a copy of this today. I just finished, I got up early this morning because of the time difference and put this thing together quickly, just so that it give you some kind of a understanding of how much we've had to go through to put the current system in place and get a system that's active and working. The commissioners they were also copied on all of on the 2 corrective action reports that we submitted to the division. And with that, I'll take questions if you have any.
You have questions? Can you undo us here?
Yes, I think.
Hi, this is Russ Means. I'm crushed that you don't remember that I've been up to the site.
Russ, were you there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving you a hard
time. Were you there when I was there?
Yeah. So it was a few years back though, so that's fine.
Well, forgive me. When you guys come up, it's always nervous time for us because we're trying to put things together and make things work, and it's, it just gets a little bit stressful.
I keep trying to unshare us.
Quick question, actually, before you totally stop sharing here. Do you have a photo? You said you had a photo that showed the stormwater pond being at almost half capacity, so you had lots ahead the remainder of the winter?
Lucas has that, and if I had known that, I would have put that. I mean, I can dig one up, but it's gonna take a few minutes. But yes, we provided that to Lucas because I mean that was the real point of the whole exercise, was to get more capacity in the lowest downstream pond to accommodate, what happened on the pad with snow melt and stormwater. We did it, and he's got pictures of it. And we drained it almost completely. We couldn't get the ice out. I mean, it's just a big pond now with chunks of ice in it.
This is Lucas with the division. I, yes, can confirm that Kai did send those in. I apologize for not having any of them handy. He sent them via Dropbox. It was something I was going to work with him on, that when I downloaded them, I couldn't view them on my computer, but I could see them in the Dropbox. So I have seen those photographs, and the stormwater capacity has been increased quite a bit. They did pump quite a bit out of it. So
great.
Yeah,
Great. Well,
and I don't want to
that's
interject, but I will have a couple comments after the board, if the board has any questions for Mr. Abraham, and then after the division does have some comments after, so.
Sure. Well, thank you. I appreciate the clarification there. The only other question I have is about the corrective action. It sounds like number 6, the monthly status reports, that's the challenge here, given access. I assume you could write a monthly status report that says, here's the update, but without data, I hear how that's not as helpful. Is there a point lower in the watershed you can sample from, an access point with known inputs? So you have some sort of update on, we're seeing a spike in metals or a drop in pH or what have you.
No, Lauren, there isn't. I mean, you have to be on site because that hill is very steep.
Yeah.
And the whole design, the whole purpose was to keep it contained on site until it's dischargeable. And if you went downstream, I think that, the road crosses somewhere below the main road up to Slumgullion Pass, crosses the road there. In the springtime, you can look at it and you can verify, but it's all iced up. And I mean, with the moisture we've received up there in that part of the world this year, there's nothing.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that lower sampling would only be sort of a worst case scenario if you did have an overflow.
If you could, yes. And if you went and looked, even if water was melting out of the stormwater pond and oozing down the gulch, it dries up before it even gets to the bottom of the mine site. It just into the ground.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Abraham, appreciate you being here. When do you get back up to the site then? Is that not until May, or is it April? What's that look like?
Usually it's April. Usually, you've got enough snow melt and the big snowstorms are out of the way, and we'll send a guy up there to plow the road, and we can usually get up there in April. But the conditions in April are, again, everything's melting. There's no big flood of water from anywhere. I mean, it's just melting snow from what hits the pad, because the pad is very small, so you just don't have much of a water issue.
Is the pond itself, is that still frozen in April when you get back up there?
Oh, it'll be frozen. Yeah, overnight temperatures are still down into the teens. So, everything's a block ice when we get up there. It's not like it's, I mean, it's just a slow melt, and then the mine water starts to slowly come up and hits its maximum of less than 4 gallons a minute, usually in June.
Thank you.
I have a question. I don't know if it's for Mr. West possibly instead, but just, Mr. Abraham, you talked about the necessary repairs. When we look at the corrective actions, 1 through 3, Lucas, where are we on that? Like, are there still things to be done, or has that work occurred?
Yeah, I can answer that. Absolutely. That was also part of Lauren's question previously. A lot of that work has been completed. The stormwater control structures were repaired. The mine water treatment system was repaired, so it was operational during that short window. But we elected to leave those corrective actions as a part of our staff recommendations to ensure continued maintenance, to make sure that they continue to function as they are designed. So that was the goal. That was the intent behind leaving them there. But yes, you are correct. Most of those all of those have been done.
Okay, there's not any outstanding activities that need to happen to kind of get 1 through 3 taken care of before we get into the winter months.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And I might say, you guys, it was a Herculean effort. We were up there pumping water. It was 19 degrees out. Hauling fuel for the generator to keep the tanks from freezing. I mean, it was tough. But we got it done. We got all of it done. Well, with the exception of picking up some trash up on 3 level.
Mr. Chair, if I can interject as well, Jeff Fugate on behalf of the division.
Sure, go ahead, Jeff.
I think the division does appreciate that Mr. Abraham was able to get up there and complete this work in December, but it didn't have to be a Herculean effort. It didn't have to be done in December. These were put on his radar months prior. He could have done it at any point in time. It just so happened that he got up there in December, close in time to when the division was proceeding with this enforcement action. I think that also addresses some of Lucas's responses to why we want to leave those corrective actions as part of this board order, is because they were completed so close in time to this hearing. The division has not really had time to go up and inspect to see if they are stable solutions or fixes to the issues, or if they were just kind of, I guess, a quick I don't want to call them Band-Aid fixes because they were more significant than that, but close in time, they were done quickly. The division wants to make sure that they survive the winter months, and that when there is snow melt in the spring, that all of the work that was done in December is still effective and doing what it's supposed to do up there.
Jeff, let me respectfully disagree with you and tell you how difficult it was just to get contractors to do it. Normally we use local contractors. There's 2 or 3 guys that can go up there and do this sort of thing. And quite literally, until then, it wasn't because of the reclamation board hearing, although I used that as push for the whole team. And I said, guys, if we don't get this done now, we won't be able to do it in another 2 weeks. Literally, we couldn't do it now. I can give you the names of the contractors that we use, people that we use to get up there and that were capable. They have the backhoes and the things necessary to do it. We literally couldn't get them, and I can get them to attest to that. So it wasn't putting it off to the last minute. You must believe me when I say that. And we've got lots of email communication that can prove my point on that. Secondly, I'd like to say with the pictures that we got the job done completely. It wasn't a Band-Aid fix. We actually got it all done. And I think Lucas saw enough of it. And with the pictures that we showed him of the final report number 2 of the corrective actions, it was done as well as we could have done it a month before if I'd been able to get a contractor to do it. We actually had to use a young guy out of Lake City we've never used before because he happened to have a backhoe, and we said, come on, get up here. We'll pay you whatever it takes. Get up here and get it done. And I said, yeah, we've got, the reclamation board's going to be looking at this, And they're not going to be too kind if we just put a Band-Aid fix on it. There was no Band-Aid fix. It was a complete and total effort, and it was successful.
Tim Mock here. Maybe this is for you, Mr. West, and maybe Mr. Fugate. I guess having those corrective actions still on there, I'm not certain that matters one way or another if we're still done or not, but I guess it matters if we're able to get up there, check out the site in the next, in the next month or so, or are we not getting up there until April? And I'm wondering if to item number 6, if we were to pick up the monthly reports beginning April in terms of what the success of what occurred up there, or what's the importance of keeping it the first quarter of 2022 in regards to this, if everything's kind of frozen. You can kind of help me understand that concept of operations. That would be, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely. The discussion on keeping that monthly report and the division's position would definitely be, we understand that access is going to be tough, but seasonal conditions are pretty variable, as we all know. In the wintertime, we can have tons of snow, we can have little snow. So the division would like to keep that monthly reporting requirement in there to let us know that access was attempted. If access was attempted and it's still too snowy, that's understandable. But if we can get somebody up there, we would like to have it built into the board order where the operator gets somebody up there to try and do some winter maintenance and decrease the amount of snow accumulation on the pad that would report to the stormwater ponds to make sure that we reduce that input as much as possible so we don't end up in a similar situation. As far as the relaxing back to a quarterly report as of Q2, again, that kind of our intent was mainly geared at preventing a mass amount of snow accumulation on the pad itself. So we thought it appropriate to go ahead and go to a quarterly report starting in Q2. We felt that sufficient enough to the operator to be able to get us a written report that, hey guys, this is what we got done this quarter. This is what we've got lined out for next. We felt that to be appropriate. So I believe I have answered your question, but please let me know if I did not.
Yeah, no, I think that helps. So, so what you're saying is that if the report is we attempted to get up there and were unable to, that is fine. But what you're looking to do is to try and get them up there and move, if I heard it correctly, move some of the snow off the pad if that's possible. Am I correct in understanding that first part? And then shouldn't that be sort of laid out in terms of the enforcement actions here that we're looking for is actually to move some snow off the pad where access or when access is achievable?
Yes, sir, that's correct. When we were on site on December 8th, the senior EPS, Travis Marshall, and myself, we were having some discussions with Kai, and he said he had a local contractor lined out to be able to come up to do some snow removal. And we agreed that that would be a great idea to do that. And I guess in terms of semantics, I guess that's what the division intended to mean by winter maintenance. We didn't explicitly spell out snow removal, just winter maintenance. But if it so pleases the board, we could alter that corrective action to include snow removal efforts when possible. And you are correct in assuming that, yes, if they make an attempt and they can't get up there and they make that report, that's okay. But we have the sideboards on it that we've still got somebody trying. And one of the points I was going to save for a little bit of rebuttal, but I'll go ahead and briefly touch on it now, is that the way we wound up in this situation and the way the site conditions got to the point that they were as of the October 11th inspection is because nobody was up there, nobody was monitoring, and nobody was operating the system. As Mr. Abraham attested, it's an active system. You've got to have somebody on site, maybe once a week, a couple of weeks, checking on things. And that didn't happen. So that when the division went up on our October 11th inspection, things were in various states of disrepair. The ponds were full, tanks were off kilter and not on a solid foundation. So our goal here is to recognize that the operators made quite a bit of effort towards compliance, but we still want to put some sideboards to make sure that we don't end up in that situation again. We want to make sure we've got people monitoring the site as things thaw out, get the water treatment system up and running, get the mine water ponds pumped down accordingly, and do things in accordance with their permits. That way we don't run into this situation again in another 6-8 months.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Abram, if you wouldn't mind kind of responding to that, I think, you know, I understand what Mr. Fugate was saying, you know, that we're here for a reason. If we didn't have the active on-site attendance there, and then, you know, I think that's what we're trying to look for here, even with this corrective action, even if it's, hey, we attempted and could make it, but to the degree that you might have somebody that can during those winter months, once a month, to demonstrate that, I think that would certainly complement the efforts that you've laid out here right now.
Unless we're all good at riding on snow machines. Getting up there, as I said, during the winter is pretty difficult, but I understand where the division's concerns lie. And I would just refer them back to the initial design and the input that they had that showed maximum snowfall or stormwater potential for that area. All those calculations got made. And that's how both the mine water pond was designed and the stormwater pond were designed. Size, depth, all of it was the result of those calculations. And the division was pretty, I mean, Travis Marshall had input. I think that was even before Lucas came on board. I think Russ Means probably reviewed it because they approved those systems. And we know what snowfall looks like in that area. And we had to make all of those calculations just to build those ponds. We know now that we have more than enough capacity in the stormwater pond to get us through springtime. I am not, however, I'm very sensitive to the division's concerns on this, and I'm not hesitant to make attempts to get up to the site for active inspection when we can. I don't know when it is. It's usually between, you know, snow events, but we will make an attempt. I don't know when. I mean, I monitor water. I'm here in Gig Harbor, Washington, just south of Seattle, but you know, Lake City weather is on my phone, and it's something I look at all the time. So, and we talk to lots of the locals. The commissioners are very well apprised of this, all three commissioners. I know them well. We brought them up to the site. We showed them what we were doing, and we gave them all those initial calculations when we completed them and constructed it. So I think we've got capacity. I mean, we knew that you guys would be very sensitive to this, and we wanted to build in the capacity. We built in the capacity to handle it from the beginning. This year, I mean, I just would ask you to be a little bit more patient than you would have been in other years. I can tell you that we are not a serial offender. This is the first time I've been before the Reclamation Board, except for a period back in 2009, when a system that the BLM suggests we put in place didn't work. And when we showed them what we did and brought everybody in, the board said, okay, we get it. And there weren't any fines. We've never, you know, the division has never fined us before. We're not repeat offenders, and we take this very seriously. This year has been very tough just to get people up there. People, I mean, even without the weather conditions, just get some of the locals up there. And you guys got to remember, we're an hour away from Gunnison. So it's not like we got a big labor pool to deal with.
I don't want to interrupt, but yeah, just on that note, you know, in full transparency, I work at a mine that's at 11,300 feet, but we have, you know, 300 employees that we make sure even when we've got down days, you know, someone's out there watching the pumps and making sure. I mean, that's really what we're doing, is mining snow during the winter, you know, and if we get lucky, we're doing regular mining too. But how do we sort of tackle this issue here where you're almost kind of in this little micro care and maintenance status during the winter. And how do you monitor it, whether it's just maybe some simple technology? Can you contract with someone locally and say, take your snowmobile up there and just at least be able to look at the snowpack, make sure that it doesn't look like anything sort of leaking out. There's not brown, on the surface, these obvious types of things that you would do were you truly in care and maintenance status, because that feels to me sort of like what the winter is with your operation. I'm certainly, sensitive to what you're talking about here.
Well, when Lucas was up there with his drone last week, I thought that was the coolest way to do it. I don't know of anybody that uses drones. I can probably ask around, but that might be a way to do it. We've got a couple of young guys that would probably take a snow machine up there. I've got to investigate that. And I will stay in touch with the division. We'll show them the attempts that we're making and just keep them apprised of it. Because I'm not trying to say it can't get done. It's just tough. I think if we could get some kid locally that knew how to fly a drone up there, that would be probably the easiest way to do it, because you can see this. You know what happens when these things start to leak. I mean, you can see the staining and all of those things. I think that we're going to look at ponds that are frozen over, but you can see that, I guess, with a drone, or you get somebody up there on a snowmobile, he can take pictures, and we can determine whether whether everything is fully contained or not. And you just have my commitment. We'll work on that. We'll stay in touch with the division, and we'll be as transparent and cooperative and use every resource at our disposal to make that happen during the winter.
Yeah, I think that the drones really are great technology. They keep people safe. They don't put you sort of in something that even like a snowmobile might do. We use them, just to look at our pit. You can get up there, you can look around. Arizona uses them for their really, really hot weather kind of stuff, and we're using them for the opposite, for these super cold, high altitude levels. So yeah, be resourceful, rely on your trade associations, rely on, this small mining community here, and just be innovative with this, because I don't think it needs to be complex, and there is technology there. And, somebody really might surprise you and be able to assist you with a pretty, sleek answer there.
Well, you have my commitment that we will do that, and we will explore all those options and see what works, and we'll stay in touch with the division as we do it.
Okay. Any other questions? I see Mr. Lucas has got his hand up. Is that for rebuttal?
Yes, sir. Pending no board questions, just a few quick closing comments.
Okay.
So division had our presentation. Mr. Abraham had his chance, and the division just wanted to point out, we appreciate the efforts that were made. We understand he did get quite a bit done, but I wanted to just circle back to the original reason for the hearing, and that was that we had mine water bypassing the treatment system untreated, which in the division's eyes is pretty clear-cut violation of failure to minimize impacts of the hydrologic balance. The operator has done a lot of the corrective actions, but one of the best lessons that I learned in a previous life career is you always inspect rather than expect. So our corrective actions that we propose, we want to keep them in place to keep some sideboards on things so that we can try to utilize some alternative technologies, guys on snowmobiles, drones, whatever it might be, for a monthly reporting. If winter maintenance is possible, to get a backhoe up there or something, small piece of equipment to move some snow, that'd be great. But really to monitor and maintain the site over these winter months so that when things start to thaw, we have a treatment system that's manageable. We are not behind the 8 ball, we being the operator. And the fact that we keep things in a fully functioning, the way they were designed, not the way that the division found them on our October 11th inspection, which was, like I said before, various states of disrepair. Treatment system hadn't functioned for an unknown amount of time. So we just want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We want to make sure we get that interim financial warranty in place. Scale back civil penalties like we've proposed, because we want to see, stuff on the ground. Let's get things in order and moving forward in a positive way within the confines of the act and the rules, and make sure that we have sideboards so that we don't end up in a similar position again.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Mock.
Mr. West, real quick, back to the staff recommendation on item 6. You've got beginning in Q2, the reports shall be quarterly. And then how long do you intend those to go on, or is that just for the second quarter, or what's that look like?
I apologize for that, not having that in there. That's a good point. I should have specified that. We would like to see quarterly reports coming through until all the corrective actions are completely resolved and we're confident in the system moving forward. So probably for at least a year, and then we can reevaluate after that point in time to make sure that things are running smoothly, things are going well. Maybe I would even propose 18 months so we can make it through another winter season, to make sure that, like the other board members have pointed out, that we have a care and maintenance over the winter, that's functioning the way it's designed, the way it's supposed to. And then during our actual operating and treatment months, our system's working. So I guess division's position would be for at least 12 to 18 months, or at such time that the corrective actions are entirely completed to the satisfaction of the division.
Lucas.
Yes, sir.
I think you'd agree. It sounds to me in listening to you that you think there's some corrective actions that weren't taken or need to be taken to protect the hydrological balance. I don't know of one of your corrective actions that we didn't address other than picking up the trash up on 3 level. We unplugged the culverts, we relieved, we took all the pressure that we could off the pad. We did, it sounds to me like you're looking for something more for us to do. I understand going forward that you don't want to see the site as it was when you first visited there in October. You and I were both on site. I get that. But please don't leave everybody with the impression that we didn't do what you asked us to do. And we've got it in good shape. We did it. We did it, and we did it to the maximum.
Yes, thank you. And I don't disagree that the corrective actions were done as they were set out. However, they missed that deadline, but they were done. But again, we want to make sure that continued care and maintenance of those corrective actions continues to make sure. So I guess maybe, some clarification on that. But make sure that doesn't, the site doesn't deteriorate back to what it was then. So let's keep our stormwater management control structures functioning, operational, keep our water treatment system operational, keep our pond levels down, and then we'll all be happy and in good shape.
I hear you loud and clear.
And Lucas, would you feel comfortable that what you're asking for in those reports would also encapsulate, anything that would maybe be going on with any of those systems that have been installed? So if something failed, that it would be expected that would be written into this report. Do you feel like it's all encompassing?
Yes, ma'am. Also, though, however, because the site is a DMO, there is a reporting requirement for loss of containment. So if they had something that happened, we would want to be notified immediately if there was a failure, not wait for the end of the quarter and say, oh, by the way, back in March, we had a pond breach or something. But yes, it would be reflected in that quarterly report, but there'd be additional things if, something extraneous happened.
Okay.
So, Mr. West, one more, and I might really be dense, so feel free to help me out here. I understand find the operator in violation. The next step would be, though, the cease and desist order. the cease and desist order prohibits any further activities except those to comply with the conditions of the board order. If we're putting on like item 6, where you have the quarterly updates for the next 12 to 18 months, even though it sounds to me like very possibly the operator did what was required, possibly to make the repairs to the conveyance system and the water treatment system, come April, May, or June, what's that cease and desist list? Is it look like, is he still able to go back and resume operations?
I think that would be a position that we would evaluate the status of the corrective actions, those quarterly reports. And then if everything was done to the satisfaction of the division, things look good. Mr. Jeff Fugate might be able to jump in. I don't know if lifting a cease and desist order with compliance to the corrective actions is a board action that the board must take, or if division staff has that authority to say, hey, you did what we asked you to do, you've done good, we can lift that cease and desist, and if you're so ready, you can go back to normal operations.
If I can, Mr. Chair.
You bet.
Jeff, you get it here on behalf of the division. I think the way that Lucas outlined that is correct, that come April, May, when things have thawed, when there's a chance to inspect and make sure that the system is working as it's intended to work, and the division can conduct an inspection, a cease and desist order can always be kind of re-examined, reanalyzed, and it can be modified or lifted entirely. Because the division is seeking the board enter a cease and desist order, it could only be lifted by board action. But again, if upon inspection, everything is working as it's supposed to, that can be done through a simple consent agreement process where there is not a need for a kind of evidentiary type hearing. Staff will work with Mr. Abraham to just write up an agreement, propose it to the board to lift that cease and desist to allow for resumption of full operations at the site.
Mr. Fugate, help me on the timing of that then. So if we're able to get up there in May, things are thought out and we can get a look at the system, or whether it's June, is there a delay then before the next board meeting? Are we looking at, another 30 to 60 days to get onto the board to kind of put that, or can we put into this, into our motion of findings that we actually leave this to staff as an administrative action to lift that?
I'd probably defer to Mr. Koyman on that question. I think it could operate either way. Under board policy, board chair does have the ability to rule on things independent of a full hearing and a full board consideration. So again, if the division, Mr. Abraham, were able to work through a consent agreement to lift the cease and desist, we could present that to the board chair and Mr. Koyman, and that could be signed off by the chair without the need for a full hearing. So that could expedite that process. It wouldn't have to kind of wait for the next regularly scheduled board hearing. Alternatively, yeah, I think if you want to craft, or if Mr. Koyman wants to help craft some language to kind of delegate or allow the division to act on lifting of the cease and desist upon compliance, I think that might be doable. However, I don't think that a consent agreement presented and approved by the chair is a unnecessarily burdensome step in this process. I think we could work to expedite that to make sure that upon compliance or confirmation of compliance, the cease and desist could be lifted.
I'd like to make one kind of a strange comment, especially since I sat through the previous one that started with Russians and Chinese. We don't have any of those issues. We just got Lake City locals. We're only doing one thing up there right now. We don't need to do anything other than treat water. We don't have any active mining operations. So as weird as it sounds, a cease and desist except to do mine water treatment is fine by us. I mean, because we're not doing anything else. This is our sole focus. Just take care of the water, stay in compliance with our permit.
Gotcha, that helps. Thank you.
Mining,
That's good.
Thanks for that
Good.
clarification.
Okay, any
I'm
other
saying it doesn't
discussion?
hurt I'm not saying it doesn't hurt, and I don't like the cease and desist, or, those are pretty ugly words under normal circumstances. But for us, we're just treating water on the site.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? I'm going to close the hearing and we'll go into board discussion. Any thoughts? I like where you were headed, Mr. Mock. I think if we can resolve something around that direction.
I mean, I'm not certain I was headed in much of another direction than the board's or the staff recommendation here before us. Here's an interesting question, and I kind of want to. I understand how we got here. I do recognize it sounds like the operator has had a fairly consistent history in terms of being in compliance here. And it was, it sounded like more of the perception of things. If he's not doing anything other than treating water, part of me is wondering what the cease and desist order does right now at this stage, rather than just finding the violation and going into corrective actions in holding that. And that's obviously a question more for the attorneys, I suppose, on this. And I think what I'm trying to also do is that Mr. Abraham, to the degree that you can really work with us over that first quarter there, make those efforts, is there a way to kind of meet in the middle a little bit on this?
Yeah, and I'd say I've spent a lot of time in Hinsdale County, although not enough. I don't see how we're going to get in there before May to do anything constructive. Unless we have a bad year, and we better hope we don't.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we will do, I pledge that we will use whatever resources we have, drones, snowmobiles, whatever, to keep the division updated and get up there when we can.
All right. Anybody want to put together, I guess maybe, Mr. Mock, if we could maybe rely on kind of what the staff recommends, if you could maybe kind of push it. But I kind of agree with you. I don't understand what a cease and desist really does, but I don't know. Sometimes we do things to make people feel bad or good. Maybe we don't need to do that.
The language in the statute about cease and desist orders is may. When the board finds a violation, it may issue the cease and desist order. So it's optional. I think in terms of the value it provides, I'd kind of defer to the staff on their recommendation, but it's not one of those things that the board is required to issue in each instance where there's a violation found. So
I'm assuming that, if we're not meeting the corrective actions, we can always come back in and address that. We did have some violations there, so I am right now. I do feel like we had to level the civil penalty there, but with the exception of the $1,000 suspended if the operator complies. So that's kind of where I'm headed. So, if doesn't make much of a difference in the meantime on that cease and desist order, I'd just assume avoid that in this case.
I would agree with you.
If you could find it within yourselves to I said earlier, the cease and desist, I mean, from a practical standpoint, doesn't make much difference because the only thing we're doing is treating water, but we're a small public company.
Mr. Abraham, really the hearing is closed, so we're kind of discussing
Oh,
with us.
I'm sorry.
Go back to Mr. Mock. Where were you headed again?
No, I think that's, well, I guess that's what I would propose here then is that we, in regards to the staff recommendations, if we don't have any legal issues necessarily, find the operator of the violation there and then go with the corrective actions and find the operator in violation for 65 days and assess a civil penalty of 750 for a total penalty of 48,000 with all but $1,000 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective action. So I think I'm going with the staff recommendation except for the cease and desist order. Cease and desist order.
You put that in the form of a motion?
Yeah.
Is that a motion?
Sure. I thought we were going to debate this one or have a conversation. I mean, I was following Ms. Duncan's model there.
Because of the hour, I'm going to get a motion in a second, and then we can debate it.
All right, sir. Here we go. All right. I would move that the board find the operator in violation of CRS 34-32-116. Parent 7, parent G, in rule 3.1.6, parent 1 for failure to minimize disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance of the affected land and of the surrounding area and to the quantity or quality of water and surface in groundwater systems, both during and after mining operations and during reclamation. I would also, in that motion, that we issue the following corrective actions, that the board issue the following corrective actions. 1, require the operator to make any and all necessary repairs to the conveyance system that delivers mine water to the mine water holding pond. 2, make any and all necessary repairs to the water treatment system and resume water treatment and discharge operations of the mine water and stormwater pond in accordance with the approved DRMS and CDPHE permit. 3, require the operator to make any and all necessary repairs to the stormwater management structures on site needed to convey stormwater in accordance with the stormwater management plan and commit to winter maintenance and resume water treatment operations when conditions allow. 4, require an interim financial warranty of $30,000 be submitted within 60 days of the date of the signed board order. 5, require the operator to submit the actual cost for conducting water treatment operations on an annual basis to be included in an updated reclamation cost estimate. 6, require the operator submit monthly status reports for the first quarter of 2022. The written reports supported by photo documentation should outline the activities undertaken at the site during the current month and any activities planned for the next month to ensure compliance with CRS 34-32-116, parent 7, parent G, and rule 3.1.6, parent 1. This report shall also summarize any actions and or findings of the Water Quality Control Division of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment regarding the site discharge permit. Beginning in Q2, the report shall be submitted quarterly and include all of the required information and photos. And that the board find the operator in violation for 65 days and assess a civil penalty of $750 per day for a total civil penalty of $48,750 with all but $1,000 suspended. If the operator complies with the corrective actions, payment of the unsuspended portion of the civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the effective date of the board order unless otherwise specified in the board order. Where corrective actions are not completed by the corrective action date specified in the board order, the suspended civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the board order deadline for completion of the corrective action.
That was a mouthful.
I can second that. And is it okay if I just make one note as discussed previously in item 6 on the Q2 reports that those reports go for the duration of 18 months to capture 2 winters? Whenever that's appropriate to capture.
Yes, I would amend my motion regarding the corrective actions, item number 6, that it includes 18 months of reporting.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Chairman Singletary, this is Russ Means. Staff would like to request that we defer on the last item on the agenda till next month and stuff, given the time of day and the length of the meeting today. There's nothing important there that can't wait until next month.
Sounds good to me.
I thought it would.
But I do have to see if there's any public comment. Anybody that wants to make any public comment.
There actually was public comment. There was 2 people that had requested public comment, and I sent them the invite, probably half an hour ago, and they haven't shown. So I'm assuming we can move forward.
Okay, I guess if they're not here, if it's okay with the board, we'll adjourn. Do I have any disagreement with that?
Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Everybody have a nice Christmas and thanks for your indulgence.
We'll see you
Thanks,
next
everybody.
year.
See you next year.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right.